have many sources of income in Nigeria, and that if our leaders are honest and truthful and they are ready to work, Nigeria will be among the best country in the world, because we have what it takes. Our leaders are our problem. The only we are not having any problem in Nigeria. The only problem we are having are the leaders. Even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders, and even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders,
even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders,
even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders, and let we the youth start ruling, you will see that everything will go the way it should go. Our leaders are our problem. I'm telling you, they can come and arrest me. If they should kill me, 1,000 people like me will still stand in this country. So that's it. Our leaders are our problem. We are not having any problem with our leaders. Our leaders, they are our problem. How can someone be, see, I don't even know what, because the issue is even annoying. How, even under normal circumstances, apart from their salary, they're not supposed to be giving them wardrobe allowance, all this allowance, all this what is the meaning of that? The money our leaders are collecting a month in some country of the world, some presidents are not collecting it in a year. I'm saying it publicly. So that's all. Someone even compensate me for talking and give me water.
Something's got a hold on me here.
Drinks all around. Family, you don't get to pick the one you get. Just gotta love the one you got.
I always knew this day would come.
I got it.
I don't think you got it.
I held him off for years.
Charlie, get up here.
He's a relentless son of a bitch. Won't stop till he finishes the job. Death is coming for our family.
I said, oh, 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 oh.
Grandma, what's happening to us?
Years ago, I had a premonition that started it all. I saw what death was about to do. I saved a lot of lives that night.
Everyone needs to get off the dance floor!
Lives that were never meant to be saved. But death doesn't like it when you mess with his plans. This book, it will show you everything you need to know to keep our family safe.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist. Watch out!
Only by embracing death will it pass you by.
Maybe death's not actually coming for our family. Because that would be crazy.
Evening.
Please lock your weapon.
Expect a big ping, brother. The whole body's a weapon. Sorry.
When they start to kill me, run. What is that?
My name is Sarah Connor. I hunt Terminators.
He's the most lethal Terminator ever created.
I'm going to help you protect the girl.
So you're Carl?
That's what everyone calls me, yes.
I'm never gonna call you Carl. If we don't win this one, it's all over.
So, because the evil black elites know that people are starting to understand that there is something wrong with the water, and the only way to make your water good enough for you to drink, so you do not take all the poisons that they put in water, in either bottled water, tap water, or any type of water, because they've been deceiving us for so long about the reason why we are so sick and obese is all because of poisons. Because, for example, way back, people used to understand that eating fast food makes you obese. What they did not understand is the fact is that the fast food contains a lot of poisons in fluorine. The evil black elites do not want you to know that. So rather they just tell you fast food is bad, but they don't tell you the reason why. For example, a lot of people get obese and they will blame it on soda and so on and so forth, but soda contains a lot of the fluorine poisons. That's why, for example, if you drink any soda, pay attention. Go drink some Pepsi, some Coca-Cola, or Dr. Pepper. Immediately you start finishing to drink it, you start burping or belching because it contains what? Fluorine gas. We are going to get into that part because we're in the science section of the video right now. So continuing on, you have to distill your water so that you remove a lot of the poisons. The poisons are going to form as sediments in your distiller. But here is what they don't teach you. Now, when you buy a water distiller, there's a particular marking inside the water distiller that tells you full. That means you should fill up your water to that particular point that it says full, and then you distill the water. If you fill up the water that you're distilling to the mark in your water distiller that says full, you're still going to get sick. Why? Because at that level, the water does not have enough time to form a vapor, a gas, and then condense by cooling to get into your water collector right here. So some of the poisons are going to drain in. So this is what they don't teach you, because you have to understand real sciences. And the people who understand the real sciences the most are those who had the license, which we taught them for petroleum, will understand this, and we're not going to say anything more than that at this particular point in time. So when you get a water distiller, fill the water distiller half full. So that means there's a mark on your water distiller that says full. You have to fill it half before that full mark to distill the water, so you don't get any poisons back in your distiller collector. This is what they don't teach you. So the evil black elites use science and real knowledge against us. So that is why you have to know it, as we're teaching you right now, on how you should distill your water the right way so you do not get poisons even when you're distilling it. So when you get your water distilled and you distill water, you distill like one time at least up to, let's say, maybe half a gallon, you're gonna see all these white sediments form. If you look closely at this picture, everything that you see here is a sediment. Even the color brown here is because it's been cooked over time, maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 distills, so it turns a little bit brown. But in essence, it's all white, all covered around the distiller pot. Now, when you buy your water distiller, it comes with some sort of something to use to wash out the sediments. Any water distiller that you buy is gonna come with some sort of like solvent for you to wash out all these hard sediments that forms on your water distiller, because even the people who sell you the water distiller will tell you that you need this particular chemical or whatever to wash out the sediments. Let's pull up a picture so you understand what we're saying. So as you see right here in this picture, it says here COZ4L brushless stainless steel countertop distiller machine, home distilled water maker with glass pot purifier to make clean water. Now it comes with a little container like this that they say that you should use to wash out your sediments. Now as we read here about what is in this particular container, it says this cleaning power can remove buildup, all right, on internal surfaces on tanks and caps. And it gives you instructions, say pour in hot water until all residue is covered, add 1 to 4 teaspoons as needed, wash with the soft cloth, rinse with the clean water while not allowing electrocution. Now here, when you read here, because this is the water distiller that we got from Amazon, it says easy to clean. Most mineral residues can be washed out of the main chamber after use. The included citric acid solution clears away any sediment or lime scale buildup. So they are telling you that whatsoever you find in your water distiller, that it is lime scale and that you require citric acid to wash it out. So what they send with your water distiller is that they tell you it's citric acid. But people, let's think about everything logically, all right, with common sense. Is acid good or bad for you? All through chemistry that we have been taught in schools, whenever you see the word acid, what does it mean? It's a corrosive component that attacks organic materials and tissue like you. So, but if you go into every kind of manufactured food or drink, it has some sort of acid in it. Why? Because acid is poison. It is nothing but fluorine. So what they are telling you here is that whatsoever they give to you to wash out your poison sediments from you distilling your water is acid. But people, what they tell you here is a lie. It is a lie. Why is it a lie? They don't want you to understand how to remove the hard sediments from your distiller water pot. And also, they don't want you to know what is able to remove fluorine that you have eaten, fluorine that you have drank or eaten in food or water. What actually removes it or breaks it down, because there's something else that helps you to remove it from your body, but there's something that helps your body to break down the fluorine sediments that they put in the water supply and in all food, and most especially rice, as you're going to find out what rice is as we're continuing on. So what is it? The truth is this: they don't want you to know that salts, please pay attention to the words. Let's repeat it again. They do not want you to know that salt is the only thing that breaks down fluorine sediments in your body and helps your body to remove it with another component, which we will not share on this particular video because it was shared when the priesthood gave you the one cure for all diseases, which you people refuse. So you're only going to get this information on Shape of a World right here, and that's it. So salt. So this container that comes with your water distiller is salt, but it's manufactured salt. If you can get real salt, you go into the sea and you collect sea water and you make your sea salt, this is what breaks down the sediments in your water distiller easily, so that you don't have to toil over it and spend hours trying to scrub it out. All you need to do is just put distilled water back into your water distiller when you want to wash it out. Put some salt. If you can get some sea salt and manufacture your own sea salt, you put a lot of it generously in. It breaks down the sediments, and when you use a sponge like a metal sponge, it scrubs out easily. But because the evil black elites do not want you to know this, they use the word citric acid to lie to you, so you do not know how to wash out your water distiller pots and continue to distill your water without getting some of the poisons back in, because the buildup there will still build up, and when you distill it, it can get into your water distiller container and you still get some poisons. So that's the truth on water distillation. And we will continue on to show you how and what the sediments are in your water distiller pot, because a lot of people have noticed that when they wash out the sediments from their water distiller, it has a certain color. Whenever you try to wash out the sediments from your water distiller, you will notice that it has this murky white color in the distiller pot. We are going to show you what this sediment is, that it's murky, whitish in your distiller pot, what it is, so you understand it fully, because we're all in the sciences now of making you understand what poisons are, the source of the poisons, where they get the poisons, so you know the truth. Because we have arrived at the time that everyone must know the truth and know where they are heading to in this lifetime for being evil, especially if you've been a murderer, a homosexual, and you bear false witness. You have no way out. And you inbreed, you have no way out. And they are going to know. But now let's continue with the sciences of explaining how fluorine gas, which they put in a lot of soda drinks, and they call it carbonated drinks, in that when you drink and you start belching, so you understand what's going on. When you eat all these poisons, as I have consumed it, and so many people, and then they have bloating, and when they eat food, they feel like they're going to throw up the food, and they actually do throw up the food because the food doesn't stay in their tummy. Let's explain all those sciences for you to understand right here on Shape of a World. Let's continue on.
Water distiller is a high-quality stainless steel product. Here are a few common issues and simple tips to improve your experience. Tip 1. Top condenser pot. You don't need to keep the water in the top pot cold. Some users add ice to the top pot or pour out existing hot water to replace it with cold water. This can slow down the process. Just keep the water level topped off every few hours and never cover it with a lid. Tip 2. Bottom pot. If the water in the bottom pot gets too low, it can boil dry without notice. A simple trick is to add a few marbles to the pot. When the water level is sufficient, you'll hear them rattling. If the sound stops, it's time to refill. Tip 3. Rust spots. Rust-colored spots come from minerals in the water, not the pot itself. They can be easily cleaned with Barkeeper's Friend or other stainless steel cleaners. These deposits actually show the distiller is removing contaminants from your water. Tip 4. Aggressive boiling. When water boils too rapidly in a distiller, it can spit or surge upward. This typically happens when the heat is set too high. Adjust your stove or heat source to find the level that maintains a steady boil without spitting. This also helps prevent any contaminated water from reaching the collector pan.
So the short clip played right there was to show you how to make a water distiller. It's something very, very simple. All you need is 3 pots, and let's show you how to do it so you can understand and do it yourself. So you can use your stove at any point in time and distill whatever water you have. Either you bought it from the store, either you got it from your tap water, your faucet water, or you can distill even seawater. If you distill seawater, you're gonna get some sea salts. And if you can't do all that and you have access to a spring, a geisha, or a stream, then you get fresh water. So let's show you how to make a water distiller. It's very, very simple. So a water distiller requires 3 pots. Now, 1 pot is going to have a hole, all right? It's just going to be a hole at the bottom of the pot, which is going to be the middle pot. Now, what you have to understand is that with the 3 pots, they have to be of the same size or sizes that can fit, or let's say one size is always going to be smaller than the other, and the biggest size is going to be the bottom pot. So 1 pot can be of a smaller size so it can sit inside the bigger pot. So to explain this, the bottom pot should be the biggest pot. The middle pot is the pot that's going to have a hole at the bottom of the pot and an open space at the top. So the pot here, the middle pot, is going to have a hole at the bottom. All right. Now, this pot is going to be slightly smaller than the bottom pot so it can sit well and balance. Now, the next pot is going to be slightly smaller too so it can sit inside the middle pot. Now, with the topmost pot, all right, what you're going to do is that you're going to construct a bridge at the bottom of it. What is a bridge? If you buy any water distiller, you're going to see that the top of the water distiller, which is the condenser, has a bridge at the bottom. So when the water is boiling from the distiller and rises up to the pot, right, the fan that's on top of the water distiller cools the water, so the water now drains out and you collect it. So there is a bridge there. If you check on the bottom of the condenser, let's show you. So here is the condenser part of your water distiller. This is going to be the top pot, all right? So on the bottom of the pot itself, that means underneath the pot, you're going to create a bridge like this. You're going to create a bridge, okay? And then you're going to link it so that it comes out of this particular pot right here, as you can see here, the middle pot. So the water drains out. When it goes through that bridge, it is a collector. It drains out, all right, and you collect it with a tube or whatever. So it's very, very simple to make a water distiller. So that if you are not using electricity and you're using a stove, you can distill your water. All you need to do is just put cold water on the top pot right here with this bridge at the bottom of the top pot, and that's it. You put it on a stove and you distill your water. It's very simple. Science being shown to you so you can save yourself from these poisons, because as we have told you, if you get these poisons, you're never going to get it out of your system. except you have the herbs that the priesthood provides for us. And at this particular point in time, it's too late because the priesthood already did that a long time ago and you did not take advantage of it. So when these poisons get in your system, there is no way out. There is no medical institution, no hospital that's going to solve it. When you get to the hospital and they find out that you have a problem, the hospitals don't solve the sicknesses. They just give you some sort of sedative for you to deal with the pain. A painkiller. And what is a painkiller? This is where you know it today. A painkiller is a venom from any venomous animal like a snake or scorpion or whatsoever. They mix it in some quantity and it sedates your pain, but it does not solve the issues and problems that you have. Because the issues and your problems that you have are not supposed to be solved, because the medical system does not solve problems, because they are only helping you to manage it. Why don't they solve problems? Because demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails need to get enough poisons in food, water, and everything for them to look like mankind, because those poisons do not allow them to be healthy enough to grow their animal features in tails, fur, and everything, so we know that they are animals. So the whole medical institution is owned by the black elites, and they know this. And every doctor who is trained in the mindset that the black elites want them to have, making them believe that they are curing a disease instead of the fact that they're only helping you to manage it. Because cure of a disease means that you should know what is causing your problem and stop having a reinfection of it. But they will never tell you that, because they cure you of a sickness today, you get it tomorrow. In Africa, they have malaria and typhoid. They have malaria and typhoid, they go to a hospital, they cure it today, a month later they get it back. It's the same thing that happens with any disease in this world, because they do not want to cure the diseases, because the diseases are there in poisons. So demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, when they get enough poisons in their body, in the animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, whom are not Orientals, they will not grow those tails and animal features, and they will continue to be used as the scapegoat and the slaves, so that the black elites are not known that they are the ones running the world, because everybody is looking at the white man, the demons, albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails, that they are the ones running the world. And that makes the black elites to be able to stay behind the scenes. If you go attack any demon, albino, anybody with straight who grows a tail, they kill you. They are the ones killing you, the black elites. And they are all Africans, as you're going to find out as we get on Shape of a World right here, which we have already revealed on Act 1, on Act 2, but we still have to continue to show you, because there is too much information on Shape of a World such that we don't have time to keep repeating the same messages. But at some point in time, we have to repeat it and bring it back in so you have full understanding. So now let's continue on to show you how all these poisons which they put in food and water affects us. It causes a fluorine gas to be formed in your tummy. So when you see people with pot bellies, obese, and everything else that has to do with sickness, they have a lot of fluorine gas, besides the fact that the fluorine gas also causes all those stringy things which you have seen on the Dr. Ruby show, in which I have showed you as the narrator that I pulled out of my mouth. Those things form in your body and cause all kinds of sicknesses. So now let's show you how the fluorine gas, because as I have told you and you have heard Cedric McMillan, there's this burping and belching when you get in contact with these poisons, which does not allow your food to digest, and you want to throw up everything, and the food sits in your tummy and feels like a contamination and causes all sorts of issues. So let's show you how that fluorine gas does that in your tummy with a short clip, and then we come back and explain what it is and how and what the fluorine gas is with scientific experiments, so you understand, because they put this in everything. Even in the soda drinks, they call it carbonated drinks, but the word carbonated there is a lie. It's fluorine gas, and you understand now. Let's continue on.
How to get rid of trapped gas. Gas trapped in the intestines can be incredibly uncomfortable. It may cause sharp pain, cramping, swelling, tightness, and even bloating. Most people pass gas between 13 and 21 trusted source times a day. When gas is blocked from escaping, diarrhea or constipation may be responsible. Gas pain can be so intense that doctors mistake the root cause for appendicitis, gallstones, or even heart disease. Luckily, many home remedies can help to release trapped gas or prevent it from building up.
So, if you did watch that short clip that we played for you, it tells you that trapped gas in your tummy is very, very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous because when fluorine gas is trapped in your tummy from all the poisons that you consume in the water, food, air that you breathe, or whatsoever. Because people, you have to understand this. Every sickness that you face in this world is a gut disease. It is in your gut, your stomach, and your intestines. Every single sickness. Because we have told you before, there is no such thing as a communicable disease. It does not exist. Or an infectious disease, or a sexual disease. All diseases come from food. And they only affect your tummy, and then from then spread into every area in your body, because when you eat food and you digest the poisons, right? The poisons are carried in your bloodstreams and veins. And what they do is that they mix up bone, tissue, anything that they get into touch with, combine it all together, and now they become a part of your veins. They become a part of your bloodstream. They become a part of everything in your body, which they call white blood cells. Some of them get harder and tougher. They now make the blood vessels to be constricted such that blood cannot flow very well. And when we say blood here, we're talking about plasma. Plasma is blood. Red blood cells is not blood. Which you're going to know when we continue on. And we've already told you this on certain acts of Shape of a World, but we are repeating this here for you to know. When you breathe in poisons, this is what they don't teach you, that every disease and sickness affects your gut, your stomach. When you breathe in air, you have a split in your throat from your nostrils. One goes to your lung, one goes to your tummy. So that's why sometimes if you accidentally swallow something, right, it goes to your lungs and you start coughing. Because there is a demarcation there. When you breathe in air, part of it goes to your lungs, part of it goes into your tummy. That is the truth, which they don't teach you. So if you breathe in air, part of it is going to go into your tummy. And your sicknesses and disease start in your gut and your tummy with your intestines. This is what the medical institutions don't teach you. But you're getting to know this courtesy of the priesthood, courtesy by experience, which has happened to all of us, which a majority of us on the team are all medical professionals. Except for me, I am not one. I am a pure military scientist in every way, shape, or form. So fluorine gas is a very heavy gas. Very, very heavy. It's so tough to get rid of. And there are ways you can get rid of it, but only if you have the herbs that the priesthood provides for us, which is too late at this particular point in time because they already gave the public that offer, which they refused. Some people did get it, but that's it. So, but continuing on, we want to show you how this gas, this fluorine gas, is formed, because what you have to understand is this. The fluorine gas is a very heavy gas. It is not easily combustible for you to remove it from your tummy. So once you get it in, it's very difficult to get out. And all the foods that you eat will form fluorine gas, will form the liquid, which causes a lot of problems in your body. So you have to deal with the fluorine in 3 stages as a gas, solid, and liquid. So the fluorine gas, this is what you have to pay attention to before we play the next couple of videos, and then we come back and explain that. Fluorine gas in itself is so much in the atmosphere. It is what causes cold, cooling, and snow. When the Creator created the world, there was no cooling, cold, or snow because everything was in equilibrium. You didn't need any cooling or snow or cold. Everything was in equilibrium. The air was perfect. And you understand this as we get along on this particular part of Shape of a World, which we have already explained on Act 6 of Shape of a World concerning Satan. So all fluorine gas that we have in this world, which causes snow, causes cold, causes ice, causes hailstorms, all come from one animal, Satan, who has been breathing this cold fluorine gas out upon us because of eating the tree of fluorine, which nobody was supposed to consume as food, but use it in mixing things if you're trying to make construction. And we've already revealed that to you on Shape of a World right here, but we are going to go through it again because we have to repeat these things over so you understand. So I want you to imagine that one animal has existed, a corrupted, evil, abominable animal has existed. Let's say this world has existed for 7,000 years, not in the Gregorian calendar, but in the real accounting of time. Over 7,000 years, this animal has been breathing fluorine upon us every single day. So if this world has existed for 7,000 years, you can imagine that one animal has existed and has been breathing fluorine gas upon us every single day and eating everything which the earth needs to sustain itself in, like lush vegetation and everything else. And now all we have are deserts everywhere with nothing growing right. This is what this animal has done to us and to the earth. And this animal has children which are doing the same thing in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. But now let's continue to show you what fluorine gas is. It is a very heavy gas. We want to show you scientifically before we come back and continue on into showing you what rice is. Because people, you have to know this. One thing that you have to understand in all of this is this. They tell us there is something as genetically modified food. By the spelling used, genetically modified food means the food has been grown, something has been done to it to make it to look a certain way or taste a certain way. That is what we understand by genetically modified food. But hear it and hear it now for the very first time in your whole entire life. Genetically modified food means this and this only. Manufactured food. Just like you have spaghetti, which is manufactured, macaroni, or noodles. It is manufactured. Genetically modified food means that. But because we have been so far away from history in that we were never close to our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents, so we do not know that genetically modified food just means food that is manufactured. But today, with the spelling that they have given us by those words, genetically modified food, we actually think that it is food. Grown food natural food, that something has been done to give it a certain way it looks and a certain taste. It is not so. Let's continue on.
You've been doing it since you were a little kid. On a cold winter day, you take a deep breath, let it go, and watch big, foggy billows come out of your mouth and float away. It's like you're making clouds. But why does it happen? Why can you see your breath when it's cold out? Well, it's because the moisture in your breath is experiencing a rapid change in dew point. Dew point is the temperature at which water vapor starts to condense out of the air and form a liquid, just like the dew on your front lawn. When air's warm, like in the summer or inside your body, the dew points are high because heat makes water molecules move around fast and turn into gas. So warmer air can hold more water. That's why it can get so muggy in the summer. But cold air slows these molecules way down and they begin to condense. As a result, lower temperatures often mean less moisture in the air. Now our lungs, no matter what time of the year, are kind of like Georgia in July, warm and muggy. When you exhale, the air leaving your body is actually completely saturated with moisture. That means the relative humidity of your breath is 100%. And when the water vapor in this warm, sultry, saturated air strikes the cold air, those water molecules slow down and quickly condense into liquid. It's the same mechanism that causes fog. Masses of warm, humid air striking cold air, causing condensation. But here's the thing, in order to condense, those molecules need something to stick to. So they actually attach themselves to tiny particles in your breath called condensation nuclei, or even cloud seeds. These provide a solid platform for water vapor to condense into a droplet, and your cloud seeds are composed of all kinds of things. Soot, dust, cell particles from your lungs, even bits of your proteins and DNA. In fact, scientists are developing a way to analyze our exhaled breath condensate, or EBC as it's called, to look for the presence of air pollutants or signs of respiratory illness. But when you see your breath on a cold day, it's born from the same phenomena that form clouds and fog and dew. Thanks for asking.
We played that short clip for you to understand a few simple scientific things which you people never pay attention to, even though you heard that clip on why we can see our own breath. You have to understand that when we breathe, and we're breathing air. Now, to start with, so we can get to the basis, because what we are trying to explain to you right here, the hearer of this video, is how fluorine gas is formed, what causes it, all right? How do you get fluorine gas, which causes a lot of issues when you breathe it in? And as we have taught you already, for you to understand that every sickness or disease that you have happens in your gut, because when you breathe in air, air also goes into your tummy as it goes into your lungs, because at your throat, at the dissection of your nostrils, you have a passageway. When you breathe in air, part of it diverts into your lungs, part of it goes into your tummy. So that's why sometimes when you eat food or you swallow your spit or saliva, you mistakenly swallow it and it goes into your lungs, because there is a pathway for air or anything that you chew from your mouth to go into your lungs as well as it goes into your tummy. So even when you chew food, when you start masticating the food in your mouth, whatsoever chemicals that you masticate, some of it goes into your lungs, some of it goes into your tummy. But the ones that go into your tummy is the majority of the issues. So every sickness and disease that you have happens in your gut. So as long as you can keep your gut clean and good and free, you're going to be healthy. So that's why when you walk around, you see a lot of people with very big guts, big stomachs. Why? They are sick because all the poisons are settled in their tummy. It's no coincidence in any way, shape, or form. But continuing on, the first thing that you have to understand is this, as we get into this particular part of the video, which is going to be all science related, so you have perfect understanding. The air that we breathe, please pay attention. The air that we breathe is water mixed with carbon, because as we have taught you throughout the whole entire time that you've been on this channel, Tricks of the S-Trade channel, we've always taught you that water is black. All right? Real water is blackish. That's why whenever it wants to rain, you see the whole clouds and everything turn dark blackish. There's a reason for it. Much of the explanation has been given on Act 6 and on Act 7 of Shape of a World. It will not be fully explained here on Act 8. You just have to watch the previous acts because there's too much information. We can't keep repeating the same thing, otherwise the videos will get longer and longer and longer. So you just have to go to previous acts of Shape of a World and watch and get that information. So therefore, the air we breathe is just water in a gaseous or vapor form. It's that simple. Water in gaseous or vapor form, which means water does exist in a liquid form and it also does exist in a gaseous form. How does water transpire, change from liquid to gas? When you heat it up. That's why we walked you through the whole water distillation process, because this is all part of you understanding how things work, the sciences. When you distill your water, what did you do? You changed it from a liquid into a vapor form, then you condensed it. What causes condensation? Cooling. Cooling. What is cooling? Cooling is air moved in an anti-clockwise rotation, which causes the air molecules to experience cooling. Let's explain this far better with a fan and you'll understand this. So, when things rotate in an anti-clockwise motion, they cause cooling because they make the air molecules, all right, the water vapor, to move in an anti-clockwise motion, and the anti-clockwise motion makes cooling. It causes things to cool. So if you look at the rotation of your ceiling fan, which we're going to show you a short example right now, you pay attention to the way it rotates. When it rotates in an anti-clockwise motion, not clockwise. Clockwise means if you look at your clock moves from what? From left to right. All right? Left to right motion. And that is the motion of the sun, from left to right. Now, if you cause things to move from right to left, it causes cooling. Let's show you a short clip of a fan rotation so you can see what we're trying to say here in what causes cooling, because all of this is going to make sense to you in a very short minute. So we know you've never really paid attention to the motion of your fan. This particular part of the video, a clip will be played and slowed down very well, even though you can still see it right here. You will notice that your ceiling fan moves in an anti-clockwise direction, which means it's moving from right to left, and that causes cooling. Now, the question we need to ask is this: how is this known? This is known by study of the world, the universe around you. When you get up at nighttime or daytime when the sun is up, anywhere you are in the world, when you look up into the sky, you're going to see that the sun always moves from left to right, regardless of where you stand. The sun moves from the left to the right, clockwise. That is why the clocks, your watch, moves in the same direction, because it's moving in the same direction as the sun is moving, from left to right. The sun always moves. Everything in the heavens, the stars move from left to right. The moon moves from left to right. No matter how you stand in the earth, that is what you're going to see is the motion of the sun, the moon, the stars. All right? They always move from the left to the right. Clockwise motion, which is what you see on the clocks that you have or on your watches. If you have an analog clock, not a digital clock, in which the numbers are just showing to tell you the time, but an analog clock like a real watch. So, the question we need to ask is this: something met the heavens and the earth, all right? And the way the whole heavens move from left to right in a clockwise motion, they bring warmth, balance to the earth, which means the earth doesn't require cooling. Okay? Now, something has upset that balance. And do you know what has upset that balance? Which you're going to find out as we get into this video, as we get along. Evil in Satan and his children, the physical ones we can identify by the fact that they are animals, in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, who grow tails, who are not orientals, whom the orientals who have straight hair are corrupted by a mixture. And we'll get into that part later, as we have already gotten into that part already on certain acts of Shape of a World, but not on Act 8 right here. So therefore, as you now pay attention to the fan that is moving from right to left, the right to left motion is counterclockwise or anti-clockwise, and that is what causes cooling. Cool air to be blown, and you have cooling. So this is real science for you. If you're trying to make something cool, okay, you must make the motion of that thing to move in an anti-clockwise motion from right to left. If you're trying to make things warm, all right, warm is life. Warmth, you have to understand there's a difference between warmth and heat. It's not the same thing. Warmth and heat are not the same. Okay? If you're trying to make things warm, because if you are in a cold weather kind of situation, you need warmth. But people can mistakenly use the word heat because we have been taught through a lot of spelling not to understand things the way we are supposed to understand it. Warmth keeps you alive. Okay? So you need warmth. So if you're in cold countries, you need warmth. And if you make anything to move in what? From left to right, just as the sun moves, the stars move, the moon moves from left to right in a clockwise motion, and your clock, an analog clock, not a digital clock, like a real clock, moves from left to right, you provide warmth. So what did the Creator create for us? to be alive. Warmth. Why would you need anything to move from right to left? You don't need it. The only reason why things move from right to left is because of one animal, which brought all the evil in the world and has made the world the part of the known world that you see today, because you're going to find out as we get along on this particular act of shape of world, even though we've revealed it before on certain acts. The world that you know today, which they show you on the map, is not the entire world. The world is far more bigger, 5 times more than the world or the known world that they show you on the maps. Let's continue now on to what we're trying to tell you. So we're trying to make you understand, first and foremost, how fluorine gas is formed, all right? And how we are getting it into our bodies. And the first thing that we try to make you understand is that gas just means that something liquid through heat is turned into a vapor or gas. And what we're trying to make you understand right here before we continue on is that water, the air that we breathe, is just water, all right, that's gone through what? Heating to turn into a vapor or gas that we breathe. So all you need to understand in very simple terms is that air is just liquid water which has gone through heating to turn into a gas, a vapor that we breathe. So something heats up the water by moving it in a clockwise direction, and it turns into an air that we breathe. And what is that thing? We already revealed this on Acts 7 of Shape of a World. It's not going to be repeated here because the video will get too long. What you need to understand is what is right here on Act 8, talking about the real sciences and all the sicknesses that are happening to us, and rice and water being the number one poisons which are poisoned by, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, whom are not Orientals, will not be healthy enough to grow their tails and animal features, so we can identify them that they are really animals, even though mankind, black people, can already see that anybody who's not black and grows an afro hair is really not mankind. They sense it, they know it, but because we've been taught through generational lies brought about by religion, the educational system, and through poverty, which made us not to listen to our parents and grandparents to tell us the real history, and through the poisons which have shortened the lifespan, we don't know the truth. But you're going to know the truth today because the Creator himself wants his people to know the truth so they live. So life isn't dead in the earth, and the evil will not extinguish it. So before we continue on to why we played that short clip for you in which you watched and how they told you how can you see your breath and the consequence of you seeing your breath and everything else, which we are going to explain in a short minute. The one thing that we have to explain to you in the sciences is this, because you people have no idea about the sciences, but you're going to understand it fully at this particular point as you've understood a bit of it so far. You have to understand this. The sun, the moon, the stars all move in a clockwise direction. Clockwise means moving from left to right. And as we have explained, moving from left to right provides what? Warmth, all right, for you, okay? And we have explained that your fans, cooling fans, because every fan that is made, the majority of them is made to move in an anti-clockwise direction, which means they are moving from right to left to provide cooling. And as we have also taught you, in that the air that we breathe is gas, all right? Gas vapor that we breathe. And so for you to make a gas, you have to heat up the water and it turns to gas. All right? When you heat up the water, what do you understand by that? As what we've taught you. It means that things are moving from left to right in a clockwise direction, because as we have told you, the left to right clockwise direction provides warmth. If you concentrate the warmth, it turns to heat. And the heat makes the water, okay, to turn into an air, gas that you breathe. So that is what is happening in how we get air. We've already explained this to you on Act 7 of Shape of a World, so you understand the real sciences of how that works and what causes that circular motion to heat the water up so that it turns into air that we breathe in the earth. Now, continuing on, this one thing you people never pay particular attention to, because the evil sciences which are known only by a few evil black elites at the very top of the pile, which pictures are going to be shown in a short minute on the senior Illuminati members. But now pay attention to this. If you look at your intestines, as they show in the medical sciences, and your stomach is placed on the left side of your body. Go into your medical sciences if you think you're a real doctor and see that. And let's ask you the question, why? So, as you can see right here, it says the stomach is located in the upper left side of the abdomen. Do you think that's a coincidence? The sun, the moon, the stars move from left to right. Your stomach, which digests every single food that you eat, is where? Left of your body. And your intestines, which are connected to your tummy, in what direction are they made or put in your tummy? They all move from left to right, left to right, left to right, left to right, just as the sun moves. So they can do what? Because that left to right motion provides what? Warmth. Warmth is life. Cold is not life. Now, one other thing that we have to explain so you fully understand this. Okay? When things move from left to right, just as the sun, all right, they have what? A settling point. They will always come down and have rests. They will always come down and have rests. If things move in an anti-clockwise direction, from right to left, as your fan moves, they will always go up. So, let's ask you a question now, because you're going to understand this, because the priesthood is supplying you information so you understand how to make things and make things right. Because if you've paid attention through this whole entire part of the video, you'll understand that the priesthood is teaching you real sciences. And if you've heard anything, you've heard airports and airplanes, and we have told you that the priesthood is going to provide you information on how you can make your own reliable airplanes that won't have any turbulence in any way, shape, or form, and your own airports, because the airports are the place where is the most wicked places in the earth, which they make sure that if you get in there, you have to get poisons in their food and water, because the whole work of TSA is to make sure that you do not bring your own food and water on the airplanes, so you feed on their poisons. So demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails should get all the poisons that they need, because they are 90% of air travelers in the world. So they continue to deceive us by the poisons that they take, and they do not grow their tails and animal features, so we do not see that they are animals indeed and not mankind. They are not supposed to be among us because the Creator did not make them. But the black evil elites led by the did, so they can use them as their cover-up to continue to stay behind the scenes and murder all and anyone mankind, oppress, make them suffer, and think that they can escape. Because the way the world works is, if you have no knowledge of the truth of the Creator himself and what he made, nothing can be done for you. So all of this is done so that they can continue to be the elites and the kings before you by artificially creating suffering, poverty, and death, so that they can be the only ones who hold the knowledge and you come to them and beg for them. But there is a Creator, and he doesn't forget. So continue on. Let's explain this again one more time so you understand it perfectly and well. When things move from left to right, they have a setting point. So as the sun moves from left to right, clockwise motion, the moon and the stars in the heaven, they have a setting point. The setting point means it's a rest point, a point where you have rest. You're not working, you're actually relaxed and you're actually rested. So that is why when you look in your tummy, your stomach is on the left side of your body and the intestines move from left to right until they have a settling point, which is your rectum, which you excrete and you have rest. Because when you go to the bathroom, what do you have? You have rest. So when things move from left to right, they have a resting point, all right? Now, when things move anti-clockwise from right to left, they don't have any resting point. They keep on rising and rising and rising, and there's no resting point. Now, why are we explaining this? We are explaining this for you to understand how things move up and go down. When things have a resting point, they move from left to right. That is why the sun has a resting point in the sense that as it's moving from left to right, it rises and it sets. Does it make sense? The moon moves in the same direction. It moves from left to right. It rises and it sets, which means it has a rest point, which is not working. And as the stars move, they also move in the same direction, from left to right, and they have a resting point. So when things move from left to right, they will go up and come down and have a resting point. Why are we saying all this? When you study how things, airplanes, all right, can fly, the rotation, pay attention to the words, the rotation of the aircraft turbines or propellers, all right, on airplanes move in what direction? They move from right to left. When the propellers or the turbines of aircraft move from right to left, it makes things to be able to stay afloat and move up in the atmosphere. Does that make sense to you? Because all this is tied down for you to understand how to make an airplane, which they have lied to you so you do not know. So every airplane that flies that uses a propeller motion, the propeller moves in the same direction as the fan that you're seeing right here, from right to left, anti-clockwise. Because when things move in an anti-clockwise direction, they are able to have lift and go up. They will never have rest. If they want to have rest and come down and rest on the earth, the direction of travel of the propeller has to change from left to right. So if you are ascending up and trying to get up into the air, you have to move anti-clockwise from right to left. If you're trying to descend back into the earth and have rest, the motion has to be left to right. Let's continue on now. So that is why your stomach is on the left side of your body and your intestines are all entwined from left to right, so they provide warmth. So when you eat food, the food is given warmth for digestion, proper digestion, so you digest the food and you get all the nutrients that you need that you're supposed to live by. So that is why everything has a way that it is, because the Creator made it that way. There are no coincidences. So if you have understood so far up to this particular point, we're trying to explain to you how fluorine gas is formed in your bodies, all right? So if you understood so far, what you need to get is this, besides this video that we played earlier at the start, is that we can see our breath. All right? How are we able to see our breath? A breath is formed from the fact when you see it, especially when you breathe it out in cold weather, is that you breathe out air, and cooling around your atmosphere causes the air that you breathe out, all right, to turn into a liquid suspended in the air, and you can now see your breath. Do you understand that? So when you breathe out air and you can see it, so for example, if you get close to, like, say, a window, all right, or glass that is in cold weather, and you breathe out your air upon it, all right, you will see the air form, all right, on the window as some sort of liquid stain. So when you breathe out air and you can see it, it's because the air around you is cold. Cooling provides condensation, turns the vapor into a liquid, which is why we taught you how to distill water, because when you have a distiller, you provide heat. Heat is concentrated warmth, which makes the water to turn into a vapor. When you now cool it, because the water distiller has a condensation or cooling part which moves air, and the fan that is on that condensation part is moving in an anti-clockwise direction. It cools down the air that is being turned from a liquid into a gas. It cools down the air and it turns back into a liquid. I hope you understand that. All of this explanation is trying to show you how fluorine gas is formed. So when you eat poisoned food and you masticate the food with some liquid in your mouth, which is saliva, the breakdown of that food turns it into a liquid form, and with the warmth that your body provides, it turns the liquid, poisoned, fluorine-filled food that you've masticated into a gas. And this gas is a very heavy gas that stays in your body and causes a lot of damage, besides the liquid fluorine which you've ingested in the water supply and food that you eat, which now does more damage with the fluorine gas. So what you need to understand is this, is that left to right motion brings about warmth, all right? And right to left motion brings about cold or cooling. And the Creator did not create cool or cooling in any way, shape, or form, all right? So what happens is this, is that fluorine gas is a cooling or cold kind of gas, because when you concentrate cooling, it turns to cold. So when you eat poison food and drink poison water, what you're actually having is a concentration of what? Cooling, which is cold. And you ingest it into your body. That is why when you get sick, what do you get? Cold. You have a concentration of fluorine gas in your body, which causes the cold. So the question we need to provide an answer for you so you understand this is this. So when you have so much cold and cooling in your body, things do not work right. You can't have proper digestion. You can't have anything work right, because one thing that you have to understand is this. There is a lot of cold in the earth. Where is this cold gotten from? Because besides the food that you eat, there's a lot of cold in the earth. if you go to the so-called Western world, like North America, which includes Canada and United States, and you go to Europe, in certain places like Antarctica, the Arctic, it's very, very cold. What causes all this cooling? Cooling and cold in the earth is caused by one animal alone. That animal is Satan. An adapted flying bull which the evil black elites have protected. And this animal, by continually breathing cold air upon us in fluorine gas, causes a lot of health issues. Causes the earth, because the earth needs warmth. Plants and everything needs warmth for them to grow. So that's why, for example, if you study any bird that lays an egg, when they lay the egg, they sit on it, provide warmth to the egg for the egg to have life and hatch. If any animal lays egg and does not sit on it, it digs the ground or buries it deep somewhere in the ground where there is warmth, because warmth is life. Cold, cooling, cold, concentration of cooling is death. And it all came from an animal eating of a tree that we are not supposed to eat, because it was not supposed to be consumed as food, but used to make mixtures for construction of whatsoever that you want to do. Just like people construct airplanes, televisions, so on and so forth. That was the only need for that tree which the Creator made. So now let's continue to show you how the evil black elites have protected Satan and what Satan is, even though this has been revealed very, very well on Act 6 of Shape of a World. But let's show you, before we now explain what the fluorine gas is and how it works and causes all sickness that you have, because the fluorine gas is what is used even in the medical laboratories. So if you go, all right, and they want to have surgery on you, they give you that gas either in a liquid form or in a gaseous form for you to be passed out, so they can do the surgery on you and you have no idea. And sometimes it does not work, because the gas itself in fluorine gas will make you die. That's why there's so much accidental death in surgeries. People going to surgery and never come out, because our bodies are all different. You could have already had a lot of fluorine gas prior to your surgery, and now when you get into the medical institution and the surgeries, they give you fluorine gas and they think that based on your weight and certain calculations that this is going to be okay. They give it to you and you pass out. That is why the whole entire medical industry is a fraud. So let's get into it now and show you how the evil black elites have been protecting Satan, who has been breathing a lot of this fluorine gas on the earth, on the part of the world which is the known world, which is not the whole world, which you'll find out sooner as we get into it, causing them to be deserts and everything which cannot grow, because all the deserts have been heavily affected by the fluorine gas, which kills and does not allow things to grow. And this animal has been doing it for as long as the Creator made the earth, up till this particular point in time, and they refuse to kill him and they protect him. Let's show you now so you understand what we're saying before we come back and explain what the fluorine gas is scientifically, and you will see it and hear it from them. We did not say this. We are just teaching you what they know.
We bring in a big tank of sulfur hexafluoride and attach the tank of gas to an acrylic tank. What did I ask you to make?
Well, I used your aluminum foil and I made a boat.
And a fine boat it is. All right, so would you see if you could just float the boat right here in the tank? Of course not, right? Because it's just the air that we breathe. What we want to do is to fill the tank with sulfur hexafluoride. Sulfur hexafluoride is going to come this way. It's invisible, but it's going to push all the lighter gas out. Kind of dumb looking at something that you can't see. Let's see if I can. It doesn't even smell any different. And my voice does. Oh, my voice does sound a little. Does my voice sound? Oh, it's getting there. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna slowly take off the lid because I don't want to create any air currents. I think that this is now filled with a really heavy gas. Will you pick up the boat? Okay, here's the secret. Hold on to it here like this. You hold on to that end. Okay, ready? Let's just set it in here like this. And we're gonna let go. Ready, set, let go. It's floating on a sea of sulfur hexafluoride.
So cool.
Does that look like magic or what? All right, so I want you to sink the ship. Ready? Reach down here and scoop up some gas. Does that feel dumb that you're scooping up gas? Now pour it in here. Did you see that? Do it again. Scoop up some more gas. Now slowly pour it inside. Do you see it? Keep it. There it is.
Yes.
You sank it. All right, so to prove that this is really true, here. Ready? Let me scoop some up. Okay, here we go. Good. It feels like you're playing imagination, right?
Yeah.
All right, here. Open your mouth. Okay, ready? Here we go. Breathe it in. Now talk.
Sulfur hexafluoride is sick.
It is. And my voice sounds awesome.
It is 9:46 on this Saturday. Time to imagine it, and all three of us are here. Carl Nelson being the third, and this is an extraordinary chance for us to do something extraordinary this morning. Tell us about it, Carl.
We're going to talk about how sound propagates through different materials. Okay. So sound is just vibrations, and sound travels through the air at a certain speed. It travels through this table at a certain speed, through water at a different speed, and we make sound by pressing air through our vocal cords, through our sinus cavity, and we all have a unique voice. Right? It all sounds different, and because we're all working with the same gas, which is air. So I thought it'd be interesting to exchange that air that we're normally making our voices with a couple different gases.
Okay.
Now, I do have to say right off the bat, this is not something to try at home.
Right. Carl is a trained professional. He knows what he's doing. So again.
And that's, it's great to do on TV, but it's not something you want to do at home. The gases we're using, one is helium, one is sulfur hexafluoride. They're both 99.999 purity gases. So they're very, very clean. And it turns out that the speed of sound in helium is actually about 2.5 times faster than that of regular air. Okay? So Tony, what I want you to try to do is take that balloon.
Okay.
Go ahead and, here, I got my little device here on the bottom to seal it up. So I want you to go ahead and take that.
Okay.
Go ahead and exhale and then inhale a little of that helium gas.
Gotcha. And again, please do not try this at home.
Hello, everyone. This is how I sound when I'm inhaling helium.
Exactly. So now, go ahead and take a deep breath and flush it out of your mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that didn't help at all.
Stop it.
All right.
Okay. So you're back to normal. All that helium gas is gone. Now that increases the speed of sound coming out of your mouth. Now another gas, the sulfur hexafluoride, is about 6 times heavier than air.
Oh boy.
Tina, go ahead and pick this up. Can you feel how heavy that balloon is?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, even with that weight on the end, it feels a lot different than...
Noticeably heavier.
Yeah.
In fact, I filled up this little aquarium with the sulfur hexafluoride. This has air. I filled it from my mouth. And I'm going to see if we can just place this balloon right inside the aquarium.
Whoa!
And gives you an idea how dense that gas is. Sulfur hexafluoride and maybe a little bit of air on top, but the balloon will not sink. It's filled with air. It's not helium, just air. So, Christina, what I want you to try to do is, since you have a naturally higher pitched voice, I want you to take a breath of the sulfur hexafluoride gas, and we'll see how that changes your voice. Now you got to speak.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's odd. Okay, well, I started...
Do that again.
Take a little bit deeper.
Don't try this at home.
A little bit more. Okay, now talk.
Okay. Oh, it sounds like one of those voice recorder things.
Oh my gosh, is that weird?
Keep talking.
That's very odd. Okay, so I just need to keep talking?
Luke, I'm your father.
Okay, I get it.
Keep talking.
Okay.
Okay, I feel like I'm coming back to normal.
So now you're back to
Gotcha.
normal. Now, the danger in doing this, we should
Yes.
address that, is that these gases don't have oxygen in them. If you were to breathe these gases in repeatedly,
Yeah.
you would starve your brain of oxygen and you would then probably pass out.
The danger in doing this, we should address that, is that these gases don't have oxygen in them. If you were to breathe these gases in repeatedly, you would starve your brain of oxygen and you would then probably pass out.
The danger in doing this, we should address that, is that these gases don't have oxygen in them. If you were to breathe these gases in repeatedly, you would starve your brain of oxygen and you would then probably pass out.
The danger in doing this, we should address that, is that these gases don't have oxygen in them. If you were to breathe these gases in repeatedly, you would starve your brain of oxygen and you would then probably pass out. So definitely not something.
So just something that we did as an experiment, but not something that we want people doing at home or anything like that, because it can be very dangerous.
Or you can take it right from the container like that, and as you're talking in your voice, you can see my voice gets significantly deeper, all because of the sulfur hexafluoride gas. The speed of sound in sulfur hexafluoride is about 1/2 that of regular air.
But you take a deep breath, you can actually start to flush that out.
So hold on, real quick question here. I know we don't have much time left, but you had this inside of here. This has been opened for what, at least a minute?
The gas is so much heavier. It's 6 times heavier than air that it is actually settling down. That's why the balloon may all be gone. Nope, there we go.
Wow.
That's why the balloon still floats. It is so heavy that it stays down at the bottom. It's all about the density of the material the sound is traveling through that determines its speed.
Okay, interesting. Well, Carl Nelson, thanks, man. I'll tell you what, transformed us both today. Who knew?
I know, I wanted you to do something from the Silence of the Lambs, but that's fine.
Maybe later.
We'll take a look here. Here are the hours. If you want to head on down to the Imagination Station, they won't be doing this, but they've got all kinds of other experiments. It's at One Discovery Way, and it is open today. And Mother's Day, you've got some activities?
Duct tape, stuff you can do at home. We're making duct tape creations for Mother's
cool.
Day.
Everyone loves duct tape.
You can do so many cool things with it. Lots of nice science, lots of nice crafty stuff. Come down, check it out. All sorts of cool gifts for Mom that you can make using duct tape.
Awesome. Sounds good. Well, we have a local guy who was just drafted in the second round. We're going to take you to sports now.
So the clip we played for you of how you can see your own breath and explaining what makes you see your own breath, you would have heard such terms of the fact that the weather or environment around you has to be cold. And then secondly, that for you to see your own breath, which is just condensed water vapor, by the fact that the air around you is colder. Another thing that you're going to learn on how you can see your breath also includes the fact that the breath the water vapor, which is condensed for you to see, needs to hold on to something in the atmosphere. And if you paid attention to that clip, it made mention of the fact that there is stuff like, let's say, soot. Soot means carbon. Code for carbon right there. And that such things like maybe your protein that's coming out from your breath and other stuff and organic material that comes out from you when you breathe holds on to the water condensation in the cold atmosphere, so you see your breath. There's a reason for all this explanation, which you're going to understand in a short minute. The very next question that we're going to ask is this: how and why do we produce so much fluorine? Because there is so much fluorine and the fluorine gas in our bodies. How does it come by? But before we answer the question, we played this short clip for you right here to show you an experiment on fluorine gas, which they call here in code sulfur hexafluoride gas. And they say it's a very dense and thick gas. So I want you to imagine that this kind of gas, the fluorine gas, sits in your tummy. When it sits in your tummy, when food comes into your tummy, as you saw with this experiment here in which they put a balloon there and it floats, the food is not able to be digested. And it becomes toxic to your body because your body can't digest it. It has to find a way to remove it. So that is the reason for the burping, the belching, and the feeling like throwing up, which I had as the narrator speaking, and Cedric McMillan, a bodybuilder who died in 2022. So this is what we're trying to explain to you. Fluorine gas comes from the fact that all the foods that we eat, if you did not grow it yourself, and if you grew it and you use the so-called agricultural principles which are taught to us, that you use fertilizer, pesticides, herbicides, so on and so forth, the food is contaminated with poisons in the fact that all the herbicides and pesticides are nothing but fluorine. If you use fertilizer, all right, urea, or anything that the so-called agricultural department of the world tells you to use to grow your own foods, all those things contain nothing but what? Fluorine. Because about 200 years ago, during the plantation periods, all the foods in the world were changed to the staple foods that you have today. What are staple foods? Staple foods are the foods that you go into a store and you're going to see maybe some yams, some potatoes, some rice, some beans, some corn, and all of them do not have any iodine because about 200 years ago, during the plantation period, all the foods that we eat were changed gradually, and they ran people out of business whom were growing natural food by making those plantation food so cheap, such that the farmer who grew natural iodine-filled foods could not make money, and therefore they had to go the route of also getting the plantations foods and growing them themselves. So that's why we are in this situation today in which all the staple foods that we eat have no iodine. We've already explained this on the free electricity always video. If you don't have that video, we can't explain it again here at this particular point because it's Shape of World. There's too much information to be gotten out. So firstly, when you eat all the staple foods that you grow today, because you have no idea about what real food looks like, we've already explained that for you on the free electricity always video, and this is Shape of a World, that real food has to be colored blue, purple, otherwise it's not real food. It can also be colored black, otherwise it is not real food, because a concentration of blue will be black. So when you eat all the staple foods that you have in your world today, they have no iodine. Why was iodine removed? So these demons that you're seeing right here talking to you about the fluorine gas, which they call sulfur hexafluoride gas, will not be healthy to have hair covered all over their faces and grow a tail. So you know that they are animals, because this is what the black elites did 200 years ago. And then they introduced the Bible to you. And if you go read into the Bible, such as the book of Leviticus, which is going to show up on your screen, there are certain chapters which tell you, don't eat this type of food, don't eat this type of food, don't eat this type of animal is unclean, don't eat this one is unclean. And they list all that to you. And the stupid, evil blacks of America and the Hebrew Israelites all tell us that eating certain types of animals will make you sick also. All that was to make you believe that sicknesses and diseases are natural in the earth. So the Bible that we read was a manual for us to believe lies. So we believe that sicknesses and diseases are natural in the earth, and that the Creator himself makes you sick by giving you sicknesses and diseases. They put leprosy and all those kind of stuff, and we believe it, instead of the fact that the only thing that makes you sick is fluorine. And you're going to find out what it is on this particular part of Shape of the World. But when you go read in a certain portion of scripture in the book of Genesis after the flood, the Creator told Noah, eat everything, because everything the Creator made was good and healthy for us. The only thing he told us not to eat of was the tree of fluorine. Do not eat of this tree, but use it to do whatsoever constructions or whatever inventions you want to make, which is what the evil black elites led by use till today. Because if you're making any invention in which you need to mix things to make it fluid, because fluorine makes things fluid, so you can mix it together. That is why in the video that I showed you, in what I pulled out of my mouth, the strings and so many other stuff that came out of my mouth, and what the evil demon albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, pulled out from people's dead bodies as embalmers. It is a mixing. All what you're seeing in those strings, it is a mixing of everything into your body and forming a hard residue, which will kill you. So fluorine is from the word fluid. That means it mixes things and makes it fluid. So you can mix things and make it fluid and make it into a construction. You were never supposed to eat it. So as you can see right here, it says in Genesis chapter number 9 verse 3, and says every reptile, which means every animal. The word reptile means every single animal, bird that flies, anything that crawls or walks on all fours, insects whatsoever. It says, and every reptile which is living shall be to you for meat. I have given all things to you as the green herbs. So there is no poisonous food in this world. The only thing that makes poisonous food is that the earth is filled with so much fluorine. And you're going to know why in a short minute, because that's why we are at this particular point in the video. The science part. So how come in Genesis chapter number 9 verse 3, the Creator tells us to eat every single thing in the earth and that is good for us? But when you go into the book of Leviticus, the priesthood's book, they tell you there are certain unclean animals you shouldn't eat. Let's show you before we continue on. If you go into Leviticus chapter number 11 from verse 29, it says, and these unclean to you of all reptiles upon the earth, the weasel and the mouse and the lizard, the fare and the camel and the evet and the newt and the mole, these are unclean to you of all the reptiles which are on the earth. Everyone who touches their carcasses shall be unclean till evening. And on whatsoever one of their dead bodies shall fall, it shall be unclean. Whatever wooden vessel or garment or skin or sack it may be, every vessel in which work should be done shall be dipped in water and shall be unclean till evening, and it shall be clean. What is it trying to tell you? It's trying to tell you, if you eat any of these animals, that it is going to make you sick. The evil black elites led by the wrote this into scripture, because even if there were evil, all right, people who inhabited the area of Israel, as you're going to find out the real geography, the real borders of Israel on this particular part of the video. Even if they had started to live like they were the real Israelites, which that name was never known as called as Israel, it's a manufactured name. They made up all these laws for themselves. But we would not know of all these laws that they made existing without it being written into the Bible and taught to us, such that the evil blacks of America, as the Hebrew Israelites, take it up upon themselves and make it public to you that eating certain foods or eating certain animals is going to make you sick, instead of the truth. The truth is that the foods that we eat, which are called staple foods, is all poisoned. Iodine has been removed. The food has been grown not to have any iodine, but grown with so much fluorine. That is what's making us sick. And even the animals that we eat, they are all grown with fluorine. The livestock, cows, chickens, whatsoever that you have, except you grow it yourself. But in the book of Genesis, which I just showed you, the Creator said, eat all things. Why would he say eat all things in the book of Genesis, which is the start of all things? And then in the book of Leviticus says, if you eat this and eat that, it's going to make you sick. It is because they fabricated a lie, but they have to keep the truth for themselves, so they always know what they are lying about and deceiving us with. The poisons that we have all comes from the fact that the food is grown with fluorine in some way, shape, or form. After the food itself has been made to be devoid of iodine. And then on top of that, there is so much fluorine in the atmosphere. How does this come by? This is where we're going now. So if you did listen to the video, first and foremost, they tried to confuse you because they started the video by showing you helium. Helium is the gas that's used in hot air balloons. But helium itself is not really a gas. It's the fact that the fire that is used in hot air balloons comes from the fact that you have to use for propane, for cooking gas, for helium per se, for ethane, for methane. There's so many various names for helium, and only if you have the petroleum information will you understand all those facts as we have mentioned here. Helium in itself is not really a gas. It's just the fact that it's used to heat up air to make it even more lighter, because when you heat up water vapor at extreme temperatures, it makes it very, very light, and it will keep floating up into the air because anything that's lighter will keep on floating. So they wanted to confuse you not to understand what they were going to talk about, because everything else they have talked about, sulfur hexafluoride, it's all about fluorine gas. Helium has nothing to do with it. As you watched in this particular video, in which these animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the very reason why we are suffering and is having a lot of fluoride gas in the earth, they are the reasons for it. Because as we taught you, when you breathe out air, what you're breathing out in essence is water vapor as a gas, but it comes with other constituents. That's why we played that clip for you to see it. They said when you breathe out air, you breathe out proteins, certain other things. When you breathe out air, when you're inhaling and exhaling, as you're exhaling out air, you're also breathing out what? Fluorine gas. That's what you have to come to understand here. And why are we breathing out fluorine gas? It is because of all the poisonous food that we are eating, which is filled with a lot of fluorine, besides the fact that the earth itself at this particular point in time is filled with a lot of fluorine gas, which they have nicknamed here sulfur hexafluoride. So you don't just know it's fluorine gas. So they added that word as a spell, sulfur hexa, to confuse you. Because sulfur in essence, which you've never heard before in your whole entire life, sulfur is blood. It's yellow. It's plasma. It's the real blood that keeps you alive. Red blood is not blood. That's why when you go into hospitals, they have now changed it over time that what should you give? They ask you to donate your plasma, and plasma is yellow. That is real blood. That is what a nursing mother feeds the baby. When a nursing mother presses out milk from her breast, take a look at the color. What is it? It is yellow. Plasma. So fluorine is really what is the problem. All right? But they just add that to it to make you think and have a spell in your mind, as you've come to understand what spell is, so you don't see that all what they're talking about is fluorine gas. Now, as you're watching this video, the attributes of fluorine, it's a very heavy gas. It does not easily evaporate out. So when you eat all the foods that are filled with fluorine, it forms a lot of fluorine gas in your tummy. And then when you breathe, a lot of fluorine, which is in the atmosphere here because of Satan, which we're going to explain in a very short minute, you're going to understand. You have all the fluorine gas. It causes all the issues and all the sickness and diseases that they have in this world. Whatever name that sickness is, it doesn't matter. It's all from fluorine. But they give the sicknesses so many different names because the way it acts with your body based on the food that you eat. Because fluorine acts and reacts with the food in different ways. So each food, when it is grown with fluorine, reacts in a different way. So you eat beans, which is grown on fluorine, it acts a different way in your body. It's going to be there. You eat rice that's grown with fluorine, it acts in a different way. It's in your body. You eat veggies grown with fluorine, it acts in a different way. That reacts with your body. You drink water that has been filled with fluorine in poison, it acts in a different way in your body. So every food grown on fluorine acts differently, and you consume all of that into your body and you can't get it out. If you did not have the herbs and the cures and the precautions that the priesthood provided for you in the one cure for all diseases, you will never get it out. And it's too late for you at this particular point in time. So other attributes that you learned on this video about the fluorine gas, which they spell and purposefully call it sulfur hexafluoride just to confuse you so you wouldn't know what is that if you did pay attention, they told you that if you breathe in sulfur hexafluoride, which is fluorine gas, that it doesn't have any oxygen. And after a while, if you breathe in constantly, you're going to pass out. So what does that tell you? The evil medical hospitals and doctors, all right? Because if you're a real doctor, you would know the truth. You would pay attention to the details and find out that the reason why people get sick and everything else is because of there is fluorine in the food and water they drink. But the doctors have no idea because all the doctors are trained with the false medical information provided to them by the evil black elites, which is their manual. They have no time to sit down on their own and really study and know the truth. Because for me, for example, I have been in the military for a long time. I trained. I don't want to get into too much details at this particular point in time. But what happened was that no matter how I trained, because I was so big on fitness, the one parts of my body that I was never, ever satisfied with was with my tummy, all right, and my traps. It's only when I got out of the mindset of being a military personnel that I started training myself just by sitting down and thinking naturally, what's the best way to train your stomach? We've already explained that on the physical fitness videos years back on this channel. It's not going to be explained here again. That I got to understand how you train your tummy to be flat at all times. So if you're a real doctor, if you're really interested in what you say you are as a person, because here is common sense. If you do certain things and they don't provide the results that you require, you just have to scrap it all out and say, let me start afresh. Let me start from scratch and see why what I did does not provide results. That is science, real science. So all these stupid, evil medical doctors all over the world, especially led by the demons, albinos, anybody with who grow tails, which are the reason why we are in this place in the first place, which you're going to find out now as we're getting along in this scientific part of the video. If you are a real medical personnel, you ought to solve all your sicknesses and diseases. That's what you are there for. You have to know the reason why you treat somebody for something, they come back again a month later. But let's continue on, because the evil medical doctors already had it coming for a very long time and they're going to get it now. So, continuing on. One of the attributes that you heard about the fluorine gas is that it doesn't contain any oxygen. If you breathe it in, after a while, you are going to pass out. And this is the fluorine gas that they use in surgeries, in all medical hospitals, institutions in this world. And people don't come out of it, because they will give you the fluorine gas to put you in a state such that they can do the surgery and you feel no pain and you're sleeping, and people never wake up out of it. This is what they use. So this is one of the attributes that you're getting to learn about the fluorine gas and its usage, because they've known it for a long time. Because if you hear the way these demons spoke when they inhaled the fluorine gas, right? It has that kind of voice which you've heard on a film, or let's say a movie which has become pop culture throughout the whole world, in Star Wars, in the person they call Darth Vader. Now go take a look at the first installment of Star Wars. It was acted way, way back in 1977. So in 1977, because when you hear the voice of the actor who was voicing Darth Vader by this evil black elite who died, whose name is James Earl Jones, the voice there is as of a fact of using fluorine gas to make it sound that way, which you have heard on this particular video right here, which we played for you. That when you breathe in fluorine gas, it makes your voice sound so much gurgly, because it's a very heavy gas. So the evil black elites have known before 1977 about fluorine gas and its effects, that they could even use it in a movie called Star Wars and made Darth Vader's voice, played by James Earl Jones, to sound that way. And James Earl Jones does not sound that way in real life, even before he died. So what does that tell you? It's been long known before now. How did they long know before now? Because of the writings of Moses about what fluorine is. You shouldn't eat it, you shouldn't drink it, you shouldn't consume it. It is the source of all evil in this world because one animal did so and raped our great mother by making her to become organic. So you would have seen all the attributes of the fluorine gas, which they falsely call sulfur hexafluoride, and you understand that in a short minute, but just bear with us right here. So all the attributes are shown to you. It's a very heavy gas. So that's why if you take it in through breathing it in, eating food, and it sits in your tummy, it takes a while for it to get out. It causes all the burping and belching in your stomach. Cannot easily digest food, and then when that happens, you start feeling like you're gonna throw up food. You're belching and burping. So if you're throwing up a lot of food, this is the reason why for it. And then another attribute that they show you is that if you breathe it long enough, you're gonna pass out, because that is what is used in the evil medical institutions when they're doing surgeries. They give you the fluorine gas, and if you breathe a lot of it and you don't come out of your surgery, if you breathe a lot of it, because the truth is this: none of our bodies are the same. Some of us have taken too much of the poisons already, such that when you go into surgery and they give you the fluorine gas based on the evil doctor's calculation in surgery of your weight and whatsoever, and they think that this is going to be okay, you go into the surgery and you never come out. This is one of the attributes that you see in what they use the fluorine gas for. Another attribute that you saw is that if you put things inside it, it floats, and then it takes a while to dissipate. If you don't have good air that you're breathing in, it's stuck in your body. It causes all kinds of issues, which I've already shown you. They say it can cause issues such as you thinking you have appendicitis, so on and so forth. So anybody who's suffering from appendicitis, what do you think just happened? You just have fluorine gas stuck in your large intestines. It's not appendicitis, it don't exist. And the evil elites, black elites at the top who designed the medical industry for us, know this. But the stupid evil doctors at the bottom, even the black ones, mankind, never paid attention to stay to the facts and look at if they really are interested in medicine and ask, why do these things happen, and you solve it. Because if you're a doctor for over years, why are you going to treat someone for malaria and they come back another month for malaria? It's reinfection. Why don't you tell them how to stop the reinfection? Because the reinfection is the issue, which the medical doctors never teach you about, because they are not of the Creator. They will never know anything without a great high priest. So, besides all these facts that we have shared with you on how you get fluorine gas, and you have fluorine gas, you have fluorine liquid in your tummy, because when you eat your food, it gets digested, and it's been grown with fluorine. You're going to have fluorine liquid, you're going to have fluorine gas, and it causes all the issues that you have in your body. But let's move on to the next thing now. Why is there so much fluorine gas in the atmosphere? Because as you've watched this video, they show you that fluorine gas is a very dense gas, does not easily dissipate. And what we have to start sharing with you, already shared it with you already, but we're going to break it down now so you understand it perfectly, because they did show you a clue of what fluorine gas is, because when we played that video for you to see of how we see our breath, we made you understand that breath is seen when you breathe it out, when the atmosphere is cold, and when you breathe out the air and it becomes condensed such that you can see it. The condensation also has to stick to such things as soot, dust, your own organic material that you breathe out from yourself, so it can be seen. And there was a code in that particular video which you never paid attention to. It says it's like clouds. Hear it now before we continue on.
You've been doing it since you were a little kid. On a cold winter day, you take a deep breath, let it go, and watch big, foggy billows come out of your mouth and float away. It's like you're making clouds.
You've been doing it since you were a little kid. On a cold winter day, you take a deep breath, let it go, and watch big, foggy billows come out of your mouth and float away. It's like you're making clouds.
You've been doing it since you were a little kid. On a cold winter day, you take a deep breath, let it go, and watch big, foggy billows come out of your mouth and float away. It's like you're making clouds.
You've been doing it since you were a little kid. On a cold winter day, you take a deep breath, let it go, and watch big, foggy billows come out of your mouth and float away. It's like you're making clouds.
So if you heard that perfectly well in that short clip, the reason why you can see your breath is because of the fact that the air is cold, and this demon narrator who doesn't even know, because you have to understand that all the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hook tails who give you information, they all work for the institutions or companies that the black elites own. So the black elites who have written down the so-called laws and guidelines which every company and institution is supposed to go by, they train these demons, albinos, anybody with straight hook tails, after they've poisoned us, so that they do not grow those tails and animal features, so we see that they are animals. And they give us all this information based on what the evil black elites, led by the richest, wealthiest people in the world, so that they provide this information for us. So because everything is a secret, compartmentalized, the demons don't even know what they are doing, because they are just working by the guidelines which the institutions, the companies that they work for, tell them to do. So this demon albino, anybody with straight hook grows a tail, will come by and make this video for you, make it in a kind of comedic way of telling you truth, because you're not paying attention, because you're poisoned already, and either you're evil or you're poisoned and you're a righteous person. You're not paying attention, you don't hear the final details. In this particular video, they are telling you vividly and clearly, which is a script written by the black elites and given to the institutions for the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hook tails, to pass it on to you. They say when you see your breath in cold weather, it looks like clouds. Why? Because the reason for all the fluorine gas in the earth, which is causing desertification and all kinds of issues, comes from the breath of whom? Satan. And they wrote this in scripture. You've read it, but you never understood it. But let's break it down now for you and show you vividly, so you understand what we're saying. So we're reading from Job chapter number 37, and we're reading from verse 10 in the Greek Septuagint Bible. And it says, from the breath of the mighty one. Who's the mighty one? Satan. Satan. We are explaining to you why there's so much fluorine gas in the earth, which is a very heavy gas, and which is the reason for the earth becoming a desert, which we have explained before on the Free Electricity Always video, and that Satan breathes out this gas upon us, which is causing the earth to be a desert, as you're going to find out in a very short minute as we get along. All the fluorine gas in the earth, which is a very heavy gas, as the video showed you, is coming from Satan. Not just from Satan, but from all his kids. Physical kids that we can identify in the animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the Caucasians, the white man, anybody that has straight hair, except they are Orientals. They also breathe fluorine gas upon us, because when you look at this video we just played for you, all the demons here, whom are animals, talking about fluorine gas. All right, a very heavy gas, doesn't easily dissipate, and we've already explained to you what it does when it gets into your body. The reason they are here is because we are being poisoned day and night, so they don't grow all the fur and tails they're supposed to grow, so we recognize that they are animals. The reason why they are still here and they are deceiving us and even looking like mankind is because of poisoning in fluorine. Now, the same thing that their father does in an animal, the adapted flying bull, which we have revealed on Act 6, and you're going to get some of the revelation here on Act 8 of Shape of the World. As their father breathes fluorine gas upon us, so do all these demons, albinos, anybody straight here who grow tails, and because of the poisoning that they have fed us in food and everything else, they do not grow those tails. They are doing exactly the same thing. So the reason why the earth is filled with fluorine is because of these animals whom are not supposed to exist, because the Creator never created them. It is mankind, evil black people, whom are children of Satan, the adapted flying bull of the earth, whom ate something that was not supposed to be eaten, and raped our great mother, which is called Eve, and brought about a genetics that only acclimatizes or only does evil. They do not think normally. Evil is natural to them in every way, shape, or form. They don't have any hesitation in killing someone, in being homosexuals, in lying and deceiving people, bearing false witness, telling lies to deceive you. It's unnatural. These are the ones breathing the same fluorine gas as their father, which the book of Job, which the evil black elites wrote. Because as we have told you, the whole entire book of Job is only about Satan. Nothing more, nothing less. The Creator does not talk to anyone. There are no angels. They don't exist. But they wrote all that in so that they can worship Satan. So you can see how evil the black elites are, which are going to show their faces, and we've already shown your faces on Act 1 and Act 2 of Shape of the World, but you get a small premise here because we're not going to repeat this thing all over and over again, so you see it. They all breathe fluorine gas upon us, just like their father. So without their extinction, the earth is never going to be okay. So right here in Job chapter 37, verse 10, it says, and from the breath of the mighty one, which refers to Satan, he will send frost. What is frost? Let's go into Google, type out frost for you to see what it means so you understand this perfectly. So we're on Google right here and we type the word frost etymology. It says the word frost originates from the Old English force of frost, dating back before the 12th century, which refers to frozen water vapor. What does that mean? Frost is a gas. And as you're reading here, and we have told you in the book of Job, chapter number 37 verse 10, it says, from the breath of Satan, mighty one here means Satan, he will send what? Vapor, gas, frost. Frost also means cold, freezing, when you look at the etymology. So all the fluorine gas that we have in the earth comes from Satan. Now I want you to imagine this. If the world has existed, let's say, for 7,000 to 8,000 years in the normal counting of time, not using the Gregorian calendar, I want you to imagine that one animal during that 7,000 to 8,000 year period has been breathing upon us for 6,000 years every single day. Besides the fact that during the times before the flood, when evil black people ate of the tree of fluorine and were sleeping with certain species of animals which belong to the species of animal which Satan belongs to, and brought about us being organic. Now, I want you to imagine this, that this animal in Satan has been breathing upon us every single day for 6,000 years plus, not in the Gregorian calendar. Fluorine gas. Do you understand why the earth is the way it is right now? And then on top of that, the evil black elites who want to remain kings and say there's no creator when there is one, and they virtually can see that, because when you look around you at the world, the order shows you that there is a creator. They created demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grew tails, the Caucasian, the white man, whom are not Orientals, right? And these demons, albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails, whom are not Orientals, have to feed so much fluorine for them to deceive us that they are mankind by not growing all their fur that covers their faces and everything else, and growing their tails so we can recognize that they are mankind. They are also doing the same thing, breathing fluorine gas upon us. So all the fluorine gas causes the earth to be a desert. Plants cannot grow. Nothing grows. We become sick. As we have shown you in the experiments that they showed us, that fluorine gas is a very heavy gas. If you breathe it in, that you're going to pass out and die. And that is what is used in the medical hospitals and institutions for surgeries, when they try to make you pass out so they can do some surgery on you so you do not feel any pain. And sometimes people do not come out of it because why? Some people would have breathed the fluorine gas, eaten so much of the poisons already, and when they get extra fluorine gas in the surgery, they can't come out of it. It doesn't matter what calculation they make, because the whole entire medical profession is fake. So you can imagine what's happening now? And then on top of all this, the evil black elites hide Satan from us. And let us show you how they hide him, so you do not know, because you'll be watching this day and night and not recognizing that they are showing you Satan. They protect him, they hide him, they know where he goes. Instead of killing him and extincting all their children, all the children of Satan and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the Caucasian, the white man whom are not Orientals, or anybody who has straight hair and is not righteous, they keep them alive. Let's show you how they hide Satan. And you've been watching it day and night and not knowing. And now you start to understand reality, because we're going somewhere with all of this, and all of this is going to make sense in a very short few minutes. Let's continue on now. So the evil black elites, led by the rogue, hide Satan from you because they are sick mentally. Because as we have taught you, the black elites are the richest, wealthiest people in the world. If you are that rich and that wealthy, you have access to a lot of stuff. If you have access to a lot of stuff and you keep wondering about life, you're going to come to the conclusion, when you observe the natural order of this world, the sun and the moon rise in the same direction, so do the stars, and the way life is set up, how things grow, the order, and how we ourselves live, reproduce, everything shows you there is an order. There is no chaos, because if there was something not ordering life, there would be chaos, as we've explained before. In the so many videos that we have showed you earlier, that there is a red and blue side to the black elites, and they all do things differently. That is why there is so much chaos in the world. Even though there seems to be some order, but it's chaotic. You have left-hand drive, you have right-hand drive, you have Airbus, you have Boeing, you have so many things that are made differently, because there are so many creators of products. All right? That is why there is so many creators. It means there is chaos. But if there is only one creator, the whole world is ordered in one exact manner. No changes. So therefore, The evil black elites, led by the richest, wealthiest people in the world who have access to everything. With all this access, you will come to one conclusion, that there is a creator. But rather than choose to honor the creator, because the creator does not need your worship. The creator does not need your worship. All he needs is your honor. Honor in the sense that you honor life. All right? So with all the access they have, they choose not to honor the creator, but choose to honor an animal in Satan. An animal, not even a man, an animal, they honor Satan. So they themselves, to show you that they are sick, because if you're a normal thinking person and you come to the conclusion that there is a creator, you will honor the creator. But these people, these evil black elites who do evil to everybody, to even their own security detail who's going to take care of them, as the priesthood has ordered when the time comes, and they're going to hear it now, they choose to honor Satan. Because people are not aware of this. A lot of the books that you read in the Bible is talking about Satan. They will impute some truth there because people know there is a creator, even though they can't identify it, but he's all around us, as we have taught you. A lot of the books of the Bible that you read are honoring Satan. They just use some truth about the creator to make you to keep honoring Satan. So why would they choose these evil black elites, after knowing the facts, evidence, and everything that there is a creator? They choose to honor Satan, worship Satan, and make everybody to worship Satan in a deceptive manner without knowing. Because when you go to church, what are you doing? You're worshiping Satan. It's not the creator. When you go to your imam or your mosque, who do you think that you're worshiping? You're worshiping Satan, because here's what people don't know. The name Allah is a spell on L. E-L. Allah is spelled A-L, right? Can you pronounce A-L as L? Because the word A itself is pronounced A. So if you're looking at the spelling using the alphabet, the name would be Ella. L. L that you see in the Bible, which they write Baal or Elohim, is the same word. So when you go to a mosque, who do you think you're worshiping? You're worshiping Satan. So with all the access these people have, knowing that there is a creator in the evil black elites led by the wealthiest people in the world. Forget about all the names they throw at you, that these are the wealthiest people, whether it be Bill Gates, Elon Musk. These are all their servants. These are people they put in front of you, so you will never know that they are the ones, because you people don't know how to think. They haven't trained you logically to know how to think. Because in a normal sense, this is the truth. With normality, because they do not teach you how to think about things normally. If you are the richest, wealthiest person in the world, you will not broadcast it to the whole world for your own what? For your own safety and security. Does that make sense? So the richest, wealthiest people in the world do not broadcast their wealth and let you know that they own all these things for their safety and security. This is what the evil black elites have done. They rather give you the demons, their animals, whom are their servants, like Bill Gates. They give you Warren Buffett. They give you Tesla. They give you Elon Musk. They give you any other name. All for you to focus on them, so that if you want to do any evil thing, you'll be focusing on those rich people, all right, like Jeff Bezos and so, and not be looking at them, because in reality, that's how things really work. So with these evil black elites led by the who are the wealthiest, richest people in the world, who have access to everything, they know there is a creator. But they choose to worship an animal who is going to die, and is going to die in this era from 2026, as you're hearing the sound of a voice. And you people will see it because it's going to be broadcast worldwide. Wherever you are, you're going to see it. All right? Now, they choose to worship Satan. What would make somebody to do that? I want you to imagine for yourself. Is that normal? No, it is not. It is because here is one thing that we have always taught you, and we repeat it and repeat it again. Evil is a nature. People don't do evil, all right, because of a choice. It is the way they are. A lion does not choose to roar. That is its nature. Its vocal cords, the way it is wired, everything in its body makes it to roar. A cow does not moo because it chooses to moo. No. Its whole body, its whole nature, everything wired in its body, its muscles, makes it moo. A horse does not neigh because it's a horse. It does not choose to. It doesn't have a choice to. Its whole body is wired. Its muscles, everything for it to neigh. So it neighs not by choice. So evil people who do all this kind of evil that you're getting to understand here in the black elites, and they are demons, which are beings, animals, who grow tails, and because of all the poisoning fed to us, they are not able to grow those tails. They do evil, atrocious abominations, from inbreeding, murdering innocent, righteous people, being evildoers in every shape or form that you can ever imagine, all right? Deceiving people, because it is their nature. They are not wired right. If a righteous person's veins moves, all right, from the left side of the body to the right side of the body, with evildoers, the way their veins are wired is from the right to the left side. And they do evil because that's their nature. So, continuing on, they hide Satan. They've hidden him in scriptures and hidden him in reality from your face by telling you lies so you do not recognize whom Satan is. All of this explained very well on Act 6 of Shape of a World. So they hide Satan in scripture. And one of the two books which talks about Satan only is the book of Job. Now, when the evil black elites led by the rogue started making scriptures, the book that was thoroughly, that means from start to finish, the book of Job is about Satan. Other books in the Bible have Satan in it, but they dibble and dabble. They use the creator so you can believe the stories that they tell you that this creator is Satan whom they worship. So all the books of the Bible contain Satan. When you hear the word angel, it's talking about Satan. If you go through any books of the Bible, you see the word angel, it's all talking about Satan. But the book that specifically worships, honors Satan, everything about it is about Satan, is the book of Job. When they first made the Bible, the book of Job was the only book that thoroughly had only Satan in it. That means if you read the whole entire book of Job, 95% of it is about Satan. Now, when they started making the Bible, like for example, the Greek Septuagint had no New Testament. But the book of Job, among other books, thoroughly talked about Satan. Now, when they introduced the New Testament, they made up another book of the Old Testament called the book of Psalms. So the whole entire book of Psalms, like Job, if you're reading from any Bible that's not the Greek Septuagint, it's all about Satan vividly. So they hide Satan in scripture, and they hide him by news, which you're going to find out very soon here. They tell you about Satan every day in the news, but you never knew. So to continue on and to show you, because we've explained this and you really don't understand it, but we want to break it down very simply, and you're going to understand it. It's because all part of this is in the sciences for you to have perfect understanding of how things work in our world. So the one thing that you have to get is this. Fluorine gas causes a lot of issues for us. And as we've explained before, we have told you that Satan breathes this fluorine gas on us. That's why we played that short clip for you to understand that when you breathe out and you see your breath in cold weather, the narrator of that particular short clip told you that it looks like you're forming clouds. And he went on, the animal, demon, albino, anybody with straight who grows a tail, because of the poisonings that they feed us in food, water, especially rice and water, they are not able to grow those tails. Explain the fact, because this is real science, that even though you breathe out air and it forms a condensation, which is what you see in cold weather, the air that you've breathed out has molecules which it is attached to for you to be able to see it. And those molecules could be soot, which is carbon. It could be protein and everything else that's organic in your body. So that's the reason why we played that for you, because whatsoever we're going to say next is going to make you understand, because we build you block by block for you to have perfect understanding, so you are not with any shadow of doubt in your mind when you come to the conclusion. Now, what you're looking at right here on the screen is the fact that sulfur hexafluoride, fluorine gas, pay attention, fluorine gas, right, causes all the heating in the earth, all right? Remember, we told you that there's a difference between warmth and heat. A concentration of warmth turns to heat. And when there is heat, it destroys things. So that's why if you go into any desert in the world, it is super, 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 super hot. Why is it super, super hot? Because when you go into the deserts, it's super hot, so there is no vegetation, nothing grows. Why? Because of fluorine. All right? So now what we are trying to explain to you this particular point before we continue on to show you how they hide Satan is this. When the evil animal who ate the tree which nobody was supposed to eat and made him sick. So when you're sick, you become what? Pay attention to the words. You become what? Cold. So every time you get sick, you get cold. You have a shiver because you are flooded with fluorine. Fluorine makes you cold. So when you're breathing out air, a lot of what you're breathing out is going to be fluorine. Now, the fluorine is going to come out with what? It's going to come out with all the so-called organic material in your body, which includes plasma. Plasma is yellow. Sulfur is yellow. So what does that tell you? Sulfur and plasma is the same thing. Sulfur provides warmth and heat. Do you understand that? Let us pull up a picture, a graphic picture of what I was spilling out of my mouth while I was sick. Because when you spill out a lot of stuff out of your mouth when you're sick or you sneeze, you're going to see it's yellowish. If you pee, go take a look at your pee. Pee inside. When you pee, what is it? Yellowish. What is that yellow thing you're peeing out? Plasma. Your body is excreting plasma with the fluorine. That is why it is called sulfur hexafluoride. Hexa here is just a number. It's just telling you that sulfur and fluorine is combined together. So this is what I was spewing out in my mouth whenever I was sick, that I had eaten rice, which we're getting to in a short minute after this. As you can see, the color is yellowish, right? Now, if you sneeze, you have a cold, and you sneeze out, most times you're going to remove a yellowish thing with the sneezing that you sneeze out from. Your nose when you have a very bad cold. When you go to the bathroom and pee, what color is your pee? Yellow. What is that yellow? Sulfur. They have many names for sulfur, which people don't know because things are very simple in the sciences, but because the evil black elites don't want you to know what is what, they use a spell. They call the same thing many different names, so you do not know it's one and the same. They call fluorine so many names. They call sulfur so many names. And one of them is plasma, as you're finding out. So sulfur or plasma provides heat, provides warmth. Pay attention. Sulfur, which is the same thing as the plasma that's running in your body, which is blood, provides warmth. Now, a lot of people are going to say, okay, what is they trying to say? Because I'm just telling you information that the priesthood have provided for us on a script and have taught us so we can narrate these stories to you better. If you're doubting us, I want you to look up at the sun. What color is the sun? The sun is yellow. It brings about what? Warmth. Warmth. All right? Now, why is the earth heating up? Because this animal in Satan, who is a sick animal and is always cold, and you're going to understand this in a very short minute. When you're cold, you breathed out a lot of what? Fluorine gas, and is going to mix with plasma, as we have shown you in what that came out of my mouth as the narrator whenever I coughed out when I was sick, on that when you sneeze and you're very sick, your sneezing is going to have some yellowish, and when you pee, you're going to pee some yellow stuff out. So I want you to imagine this, that for if the earth existed for 7,000 years in the normal accounting of time, not the Gregorian calendar, that this animal has been doing what? As a sick animal, breathing out fluorine mixed with what? Sulfur, which is plasma, the blood that runs in your body, which keeps you warm. As we've explained, that when a nursing mother feeds, if your nursing mother, go take a look at your breast milk. When you give your baby breast milk, what color is it? Is yellow. You're feeding the child plasma to keep it alive and keep it growing, which provides warmth for the baby. So when you're sick, what you're going to be pulling out of your mouth is a combination of your plasma, which they call sulfur also, with fluorine. So imagine that this animal in Satan has been pulling out plasma, sulfur, and fluorine, because it's a sick animal, for over 7,000 years in the normal accounting of time. And the concentration of plasma, because plasma brings about warmth, the concentration of it brings about heat. So when the sun shines with this fluorine gas, which is mixed with sulfur, concentrations of it, which they call plasma, it causes the earth to heat up because of one animal. And that is what causes vegetation to die. And you have deserts all over the world, as you're going to understand now here, because this already has been explained on Act 6. We're just going through it over again so you understand. So that heating causes the vegetation of the earth to die together with fluorine, which does not allow things to grow. So we have a lot of deserts all over the world because of what? One animal in Satan, who's a sick animal, breathing fluorine gas with the concentrations of plasma for over 7,000 years. And that is what his children, in the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, are doing also, because they are also sick. Because for them to not look like the animals that they are supposed to, when you look at their hair, straight hair like the hair of all animals in the world, and the only people who don't have straight hair are mankind in black people who keep afro hair. What does happen? They have to be fed poisons. So they are doing the same thing. So that's why we have told you before in previous videos that the things that are making you sick, if you live in a neighborhood that's filled with demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, you're going to be breathing so much fluorine extra into your body, and it's going to make you sick. Because as we have taught you, and we have to keep repeating, when you breathe air, it doesn't just go into your lungs, it goes into your stomach. And that's where all your issues of sickness comes from. Every sickness that you have is a gut sickness. That's why you have people walking around with big guts, big stomachs. When people are fat, where are they fat from? Their stomachs. Let's continue on now to show you how they hide Satan.
I'm WFA meteorologist Marielle Ruiz. Today is a WFA weather alert day, and this continues until Thursday, specifically 7 p.m. tonight through 9 a.m. Thursday. It's because of the potential for slick spots Tuesday night into Wednesday because of rain transitioning to freezing rain, very light, but the bigger widespread threat will be lows in the single digits and teens, and that brings with it wind chills that are below zero. Here's what you need to do. Make sure your plans are already in place for people, pets, pipes, and plants. And be sure to download our WFAA app in case we need to alert you. In fact, we already have warnings out. Extreme cold warning in place tonight, 9 p.m. until 9 a.m. Thursday. And that includes most of North Texas. The lighter blue that you see there, cold weather advisory, it's in the same category. It's just not going to be as cold for those counties. Now, including DFW, extreme cold warning. And that's in place because of lows that are going to dip into the single digits, the teens, wind chills that can get as low as -10 in some spots. And it's because of a strong cold front that comes in. Let's talk about how long we're going to be in freezing conditions. Freezing is achieved at DFW Airport at 6 p.m. Tuesday. This evening. The high on Wednesday only makes it to 29. That means all day Wednesday, it'll be freezing. Thursday's high, 32, still freezing. It's not until Friday around noon that we make it to above freezing, and that'll be 33 degrees. That means we spend a total of 66 hours with freezing conditions. This is not at all a record for us. Record was actually set in the 80s at 295 hours and 139 most recently in 2021. In addition to that cold, we're also going to be seeing that rain transition to a freezing rain or drizzle. That's why a winter weather advisory is in place from 5 p.m. to midnight, including DFW, including really areas just to the south, including Johnson, Ellis County. And this is for light freezing rain, less than 5/100ths of an inch. This is not going to be a lot at all, but this could be enough to create some slick spots on bridges and overpasses. This morning, just seeing the light liquid rain, and we're seeing it really scattered in the area. Now, coverage is going to go up the closer we get to noon as that front is approaching. So this is it right here, noon on your Tuesday. You see about 60% coverage of this rain. As this front pushes through between noon and about 1, 2 in the afternoon, we'll see these strong north winds behind it really push a lot of this moisture out, but temperatures also dropping at this point. Where you see that white line, that's the freezing line. That's where we could see some of that pink. That's a mix. That's freezing rain moving in. So around 2, 3 in the afternoon, we could see this in Wise County. We could see that transition for Denton and Tarrant County around 5. And I do think that we make it to freezing at DFW around 6 p.m. It's at this point when we could see this transition also include areas of Dallas, Collin, and Rockwall County. So we'll be watching for that potential. Again, accumulations with this won't be a lot. And because of that strong north dry wind behind that cold front, it's going to help dry things out rather quickly as this front pushes towards the south. By midnight, it's completely done. In fact, I'm only expecting us to see a brief window of opportunity for the rain to transition to a freezing rain. I would even call it a freezing drizzle at that for this evening. Sometime between 5 and about 10 p.m. And that's exactly what this is showing. The high temperature of 47 today already happened this morning. We'll be at about 37 degrees around 4. We reach freezing at 6 p.m. Then we're looking at temperatures staying in the 20s through about midnight, but the teens by 7 in the morning, the wind chill down to about 0 at 7 in the morning. And we'll see those bitter cold conditions continue. 18 degrees for the low in Dallas, 17 in Fort Worth. The wind chill Wednesday morning below 0, possible thanks to that strong north wind. And look at Thursday morning, even colder. I think we could see some record low temperatures across the Metroplex with 14 in Dallas, 13 in Fort Worth. The feels like, or the wind chill, close to 0 at this point. And on the 14-day forecast, finally showing you those above freezing conditions as we approach the weekend with another round of cold weather on Saturday, 60s Sunday, but 70s next week.
A weather radar is a piece of observational equipment that visualises precipitation, such as rain or hail, and it actually looks a bit like a big golf ball on a tee, but inside that ball is a dish or antenna that's rotating around. Radar stands for radio detection and ranging, and as suggested by the name, it's based on radio waves. The dish sends out electromagnetic waves in short pulses travelling at the speed of light. When these pulses hit the water particles, they reflect back to the radar, much like echoes you might hear in a cave. How long the pulses take to return to the radar determines the distance from the radar, and the strength of the returns determines the type of precipitation. This information is converted to data on a map that can be viewed on the Bureau's radar website. A new radar image is produced every 6 to 10 minutes, and these form a 30-minute loop. So it isn't a forecast, but it can be used to see where the rain's been and where it might be heading next. A colour scale is used to indicate the intensity of the rain, black being the heaviest and sometimes indicating hail. The timestamp underneath the radar image is in Universal or Greenwich time. This is so that if you're viewing a radar in one time zone and move to a radar in a different time zone, you know that you're looking at the same time. The local time is displayed to the right of the radar image. Australia has the 4th largest radar network in the world with more than 60 radars. These radars are generally located in areas that are prone to high impact weather such as tropical cyclone or thunderstorms that might affect large populations or areas of economic investment such as agricultural or mining areas. There are some limitations to radars. The curvature of the Earth means that the optimal range is between 5 and 200 kilometres. Beyond 200 kilometres, the radar might be showing rain that's falling high in the atmosphere, and this might not represent what's actually happening on the ground. And even in the optimal range, sometimes the radar can show virga, which is rain that's falling but evaporating before it hits the ground. Another limitation is detecting low-level drizzle. This can be difficult to detect because the droplets are small and often form close to the ground below the radar's beam. And no echoes are displayed close to the radar. This is because the radar can't scan directly above itself, and this is called the cone of silence. Sometimes the radar can see what looks like rain, but actually isn't. This is because the beam is reflecting off things such as aircraft, flocks of birds, smoke or ash from fires, swarms of insects, or caused by unusual atmospheric conditions where the beam reflects back down towards the ground. Permanent features such as buildings or mountains can get in the way of the radar beam, so we filter these out. And that's why we try and locate the radar in a big open space. Radars pose no danger to the public. They are rotating fast and they're generally located away from buildings. The radar is just one tool that you can use to observe current weather and should be used in combination with other Bureau services such as automatic weather stations and satellites, and of course, forecasts and warnings.
Tonight, tornadoes tearing through Texas and Oklahoma. At least 8 reported twisters in the last 24 hours. One striking an East Texas RV park just hours ago, where officials say the storm injured 2 people amid a trail of destruction. In Seminole, Oklahoma, a brutal deja vu. The town already hit hard by a tornado Monday, suffering through a second twister. One teacher sharing the terrifying moments her family hid inside a school vault.
It felt like a train. My little boys were screaming. It was definitely scary.
In Texas, another nightmare. A storm hidden by nightfall, making a direct hit on the town of Lockett. In a sudden turn, the tornado caught a storm-chasing tour bus, blasting out its windows with 6 people still inside. And miraculously, every single person on board that tornado-damaged van was able to walk away. But tonight, millions more are bracing for more severe thunderstorms and dangerous winds. Lester?
Okay, Morgan and Dylan Dreyer is tracking it all. Dylan, another night of severe storms?
Lester, we've been keeping a close eye on this squall line of storms moving through Texas into Louisiana. We still have the threat of tornadoes tonight. Also winds over 70 miles per hour and hail 2 inches or more in diameter. Tomorrow, this whole storm system will shift to the east, bringing heavy rain, the chance of strong storms, especially through the Ohio and Tennessee river valleys and from the southeast all the way up to the northeast, especially down through parts of Alabama into Georgia. That's where we could see our strongest storms. Again, large hail, damaging winds, tornadoes can't be ruled out as well, but 38 million people are at risk of those storms tomorrow. We could also see about 3 to 4 inches of heavy rain, and that could lead to some flooding. Lester?
Hi, Dylan Dreyer, thanks.
We've played you several clips. Some of the clips show you about radar tracking, weather formations, news on the weather, and all those kind of things. All that news that you hear, which happens to be about weather, tracking weather, radar, it's all about the fact that the evil black elites, led by the rogue, track, monitor Satan, because all weather in this world is formed by Satan. Now, here's what a lot of people don't understand by the word weather. What does weather mean? Let's show you from their own explanation, because all the videos that we make, we do not create the content. We just take the content that the evil black elites, which you watch every day in movies, whatsoever, we put them together. So it doesn't look like we are here fabricating a story for you. We are just taking their own content and making you understand it. Even from their own Bible that they wrote. Did Tricks of the Air Straight write the Bible? Did the priesthood write the Bible? No. But the priesthood will give you a correct translation of what the scriptures ought to say so you understand it. For us and the next generation coming. So as you can see right here in the etymology, which means the origin of the word weather, it says general condition of the atmosphere. Atmosphere means what? The world, the earth, right? What we see around us. With respect to temperature. Temperature. So what causes the temperature of our world to be either cold or super hot? Because Satan is a cold animal. When he breathes out air, he breathes out a lot of fluorine, which causes cold, not cooling. There's a difference. Cold, concentration of cooling brings about cold and makes us cold. That's why you have snow, ice in winter. Cold air. And whenever it wants to rain, what does the temperature of your area come to? Cold. Because Satan is the one causing all this, and you understand in a short minute. Just continue with us. All of this has been explained already. We're just going through it all over again, just because this is the science section of Shape of a World. It says precipitation. What does precipitation mean? Rain, hailstorm, snow. It says it's from Middle English wither, from Old English wither, air, sky, breeze, storm, tempest, from Proto-Germanic weather, wind, weather, source of Old Saxon weather, Old Norse view, Old Frisian, Middle Dutch weather, Old High German, winter, German, winter storm, wind, weather. What are these words showing you? So every time you have what? Pay attention to the words now, because it's all going to make sense. Every time you have wind, you say it's a windy day. What do you think is causing it? Satan. Every time you have a breeze, what do you think is causing it? Satan. Every time you have a storm, what do you think is causing it? Satan. Every time you have a tempest, what is a tempest? a tsunami. They have so many different words for it. What is it causing it? Satan. Every time you have an earthquake, what do you think is causing it? Satan. The only thing Satan does not cause in this world is a volcano. And you understand that as we get along. Let's continue on. All what you're listening to right here is just a repetition of what has already been thoroughly explained very well on Act 6 of Shape of World, which is all about Satan. So you have a perfect understanding of the world. But we just have to repeat this over and over again so you understand. So one of the repetitions that we're going to make here is the fact that the word storm means stirring. So when you hear the word storm, it just means a stirring of the atmosphere. You'll understand this very, very well as we get along right here on Act 8, Shape of a World. So the word storm is the same thing as a tornado or a hurricane or rain per se. Because before rain, tornadoes or hurricanes form, there has to be a stirring. Now, what we need to explain to you right here so you get off the fact and really understand this is this. Wind, all right? Whenever you have a cold breeze, windy area, it means Satan is close to that area or is approaching it. All of this has been explained with vivid pictures on Act 6 of Shape of a World. We're not going to go through that right here. We're just going to keep it very short for you to understand what we're going to say next. So what you have to understand is this. Wind is not something the Creator made. The Creator made air. There's a difference between wind and air. Wind is a moving of air. The Creator did not create the air to move. So every time you have a wind, something is moving it. The best way we can explain this is this. Stay in your room, okay? Pick up any type of, let's say, solid material like a paper, a cardboard, or whatsoever. If you want to feel wind, you have to move the cardboard back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth, and you stir the air and you feel the wind. We can even explain this furthermore with a ceiling fan, because we already explained this to you earlier. We're just making you understand what we were trying to say with a ceiling fan. For you to feel air in your room, what does the ceiling fan do? It moves. It moves in an anti-clockwise direction, from right to left. Why? Because the right to left motion pushes air down on you in a motion so you feel the air. Let's bring up that picture right now of a ceiling fan. So as you can see right here, a ceiling fan moves air and turns it into a wind. So moving air is wind. The Creator did not make any wind in this world. The Creator did not make any wind in this world. That is why on certain days you will stand and you will not see any leaves of trees move back and forth. You can't feel the wind. It is still, because that is what the Creator made. Wind is a movement of air, and something needs to move the air for it to be wind. You are not taught logic, common sense, sciences, the real sciences, to know what you are seeing and to understand what you are seeing, because the evil black elites want you to honor Satan deceptively. Because even though they are trying to make you honor Satan deceptively, in your mind, in the secret places of your mind, you know that there is a creator. But the evil will always deny it. An example in a woman called Henrietta Alleel. We'll talk about her again later on. So every time you feel wind in your area, wind has so many other names which you people have heard but you don't know. They call it a tempest, they call it a storm, they call it a hurricane, they call it a tornado. It means something like this fan is stirring, because that's why they call it a storm. Storm comes from the word stirring. You're stirring something. Something is stirring the air and turns it into a wind, because the only time you can feel air move is if you stir it, like you use something to fan yourself, or as you're seeing right here, a fan is turning, stirring the air and turning it into wind, and you feel it. So what does that mean? All wind in the earth is caused by what? A stirring. And what stirs it? An animal called Satan, in whose children, the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, because of all the poisons which are fed to us, they do not grow those tails on animal features, but they are going to do so because the time has arrived, because they are not mankind. The Creator did not make them. And everything the Creator did not make, the time has arrived for them to be all extinct. Because what you have to understand is this: the end of the world, as you hear, as they teach you in movies and you read it in scriptures, does not mean that the world ends. The evil of this world in the black elites led by the don't want you to understand that the end of the world means what? The end for all evil. The Creator created life. Life can never end because He made it. He has no starting, He has no beginning, He has no end. That's all there is. So life has no end. But there is an end for the evil of this world, the abominable of this world, the wicked of this world, who love doing evil, love making you suffer, love doing all kinds of evil. They become homosexuals, they inbreed, they do all kinds of crossbreeding, they deceive you, they steal from you. Their end is here. That is the meaning of the end of the world, because life will never end. If it was supposed to end, which you're going to get some more details right here, which have already been explained on Acts of Shape of the World before Act 8 right here, it would have ended at the flood. But there was no life ending, because the people in the boat of Noah survived, to show you that life will never end because the Creator made it. The end of the world just means the end for the wicked and abominable. You love to be a homosexual? Your end is here. You love being a murderer? Your end is here. You love deceiving people? Your end is here. You love talking bullshit about the truth and bearing false witness, like Henrietta Alleel, after hearing the truth, says that she no longer wants to continue the truth because she's a stupid woman. And she says, because in the stupid woman's mentality, as she thought, she is older than the narrator or people talking on this channel. We are just talking what the priesthood taught us. Are you older than the priesthood, Henrietta Alleel, who have existed since the time of Adam? Because Adam brought about the priesthood. They have existed since creation. And if in the normal accounting of time, this is 7,000 years on and going without the Gregorian calendar, are you older than them? The people who bear false witness and keep talking bullshit about the truth, instead of listening to the truth and doing it. Their end is here. And as the end is here for all evil people that we have mentioned, and you know that category, right? They will never exist again in this world. They are all going to the lake of fire, and they are going to understand, as we've already shared on several acts of Shape of a World, they are going to understand it vivid clearly on this one, on Act 8. And they will never come back. Because if you have been a murderer, you have been a homosexual, you like inbreeding, crossbreeding today can be forgiven if you leave the thing that you crossbred with, because we have been deceived not to understand that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails are animals. We've been deceived not to know that for the past 200 years. You leave that thing that you crossbred with, and you leave whatever that you produce from that crossbreeding, and you pay your restitution, then you can be forgiven. If you've been talking deceptively about the truth that you hear and abusing it, you can also be forgiven. But forgiveness for every other thing that you do besides those abominations of you inbreeding or homosexual, okay, murdering people, you have to pay a restitution. And remember what we told the demons, albinos, anybody with who grow tails years back when we released the video called Legends of Roll Call. We asked them to pay a restitution. Now, how many of them have done that? How many of them have gone to their government in their Congress and sat down with them and say, let us hire more black people as a restitution in their countries? They all got a chance. And now it's time. Let's continue on to show you how they hide Satan. And even though it has been properly revealed on Act 6 of Shape of a World, Act 8 is not the time for it because the videos will get too long. You just have to go watch Act 6 and get all those details.
Days of fighting for the so-called greater good are over. This is our chance to control the truth, the concepts of right and wrong for everyone for centuries to come. You're fighting to save an ideal that doesn't exist. Never did. You need to pick a side.
So every time you turn on your television, oh my goodness, this is how evil the black elites are. And the funny thing is this, everybody who is working for them do not know the amount of knowledge that they keep and do evil to them as well. Because let me ask you a question. Because everybody in this world gets sick. In some way, shape, or form, you fall sick. A family member falls sick. Someone that you love, care about, falls sick, even when you are evil, and they die. Does that make you happy? Because all this evil is from the fact that the people that you respect and give honor to, whom are the evil black elites or the evil among you, are the one causing the evil to you. Does that make you happy? So that is why the evil black elites and their demons, albinos, anybody straight who grow tails, have had it coming for a very long time. Because even evil people that they hire to protect and keep them and do their evil deeds are going to turn on them. Because once they understand, as all the evil in this world understand the truth of what we're saying. Such evil people as Henrietta Allil, who heard the truth, knows the truth, but chooses to attack us day and night and says that she does not want to continue with the truth anymore because in her stupid evil mind, we are talking about women in a degrading manner. But we've never talked about women in a degrading manner. We're just telling you the truth. A woman is not designed to think logically at all. Think logically, correctly. She doesn't have it in her to do so. That's not an insult. A female goat gives birth, right? The male goat does not. The female goat is designed in every way to give birth. The male goat is not. So if we say that the female goat is designed in every way to give birth, is that something wrong we've said? Or it's literally truth? If you see a man have gray hairs and you say, sir, you have gray hair on your head, is that an insult or it is what actually is? Because that's the truth. Women are not designed to think logically and correctly about anything. They are designed to function as mothers, be protective to children, do anything for life to succeed. A woman will never think more out of that. If you put her in a situation in which she has to think logically, it will be a failure. So if we say the truth, is that degrading a woman? No, because as I have said personally myself on these videos, with the help of the priesthood allowing those parts to play and with the editing team, I have told you everything I am, the wisdom that I have, everything that I know, it's the women in my life that taught me. What does that say? Because the women that taught me, men, reputable men, taught them. All knowledge that a woman will ever have in this world comes from a man. So when you see any stupid woman like Henrietta Allil abuse, she heard the truth, continued with the truth for a while, then said she stopped. No more continuing, all because we said that women cannot think logically, just like we said. And it is the same statement that women give birth and males don't. That's all. No abuse. So, continuing on. If you are evil in this world, your end is here. Except you pay a restitution. What does it mean to pay a restitution? If you took $100 from someone, you have to pay $200. That is restitution. That means you have paid what you have taken and paid the interest on top for how many years or whatsoever you have taken that $100. Anything else, you are joking. You're going to the lake of hell and you're going to find out in this video in a very short minute. So whenever you watch the news, the weather channel, so on and so forth, as we have played for you a clip of radar tracking, all this is the evil black elites knowing where Satan will be by radar tracking. You can understand what radar is if you watch the Free Electricity Always video. They know where Satan is. They track him. They give honor to him in the scriptures, and they make us also worship him. All right? When they bring out such news like this of tornadoes, hurricanes, rains, clouds, because clouds are all caused by Satan. As you have come to understand now, what are clouds? Clouds are breath in cold weather. Satan, an evil animal, is always cold, so breathes out cold, and the area that he is always in is always going to be cold, because people never pay attention to this. You're going to be in very nice weather, and all of a sudden it starts to feel cold. What do you think happened? Satan is there, breathes out cold upon you. He breathes about cold upon you. When he breathes, all right, it forms a condensation. That condensation that you see stuck with all the carbon in the atmosphere, the plasma, and all the organic material that Satan breathes out forms what? Clouds. When it rains, what do you think is rain? Because people never pay attention to it. Rain is sweat, peeing, and stooling from Satan. And they hide it from you because the evil black elites do not want you to know the truth, but you know the truth today. An animal has been sneezing, peeing, stooling, sweating upon us poisons, which is causing the earth and vegetation to die, to turn into deserts, as you have all kinds of deserts in the Sahara deserts, the Death Valley deserts, and all deserts in the world. One animal over how many years has been doing the same thing and not allowing the earth to heal, as you're going to understand as you get along. And the evil black elites show you in the weather channel and the news of tornado and hurricanes, and you don't understand that. But for us to continue to show you this, let's explain one thing which you've heard before and you don't understand, then we'll continue on. So now we explained earlier to you that for anything to come down and have a resting point, they have to move from left to right, which is the motion of the star, the sun, the moon, and everything that you see in the heavens. They all move from left to right, all right? If things are going to have an ascending point, they have to go from right to left. So that is why, for example, when you take a look at the airplane propellers that fly, for example, let's take at a single plane propeller right here so you understand what we're saying. So in this video that you're going to watch right here, a short clip is going to be played. You're going to find that this propeller plane, all right, single plane propeller, moves from right to left. For anything to be able to ascend up into the air, it always has to move from right to left. And as we explained earlier for you, the motion of the heavens in the sun, the moon, and the stars is from left to right. And left to right means here as you're standing and watching, because the evil black elites always want you to believe a lie. So they teach you some things in a reverse manner so that you don't understand. Because always remember this, the way to observe everything is when you are standing and looking at it. So if you go on the internet and trying to make research, because we always have to make you understand this, true research does not come from you getting information from the internet. True research is listening to people who exist in your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. anything that they teach you on the internet is all bullshit, because you never listen to your parents, your grandparents, and your great-grandparents. You really do not know history. So the only reason why we are knowing this history is because the Creator preserved all that knowledge in the priesthood. Without that, you will never know anything in this world. You've lived for so long. Let's be honest. Let's be very, very honest. If you were not on this channel, did you know anything that we taught you in a whole up to this point? You did not. That's the reality. How did we know what we know? The priesthood. Without the Creator, whom only talks with the priesthood, you don't know shit. So as you watch right here, when this propeller gets turned, all right, watch. It's turning from right to left. That is how anything flies in this world or ascends. There's a reason why we had to show you this.
There are lots of ways to mess this up, but hand propping can be a great way to start an aircraft engine, and with a vintage aircraft like this Kinner Sport Wing, it may be the only way. Here are a few tips that were learned the hard way. First, get some help. Having a qualified... Finally, step away from the propeller arc as you pull it through. Tailwheel airplanes are easier to hand prop because of their nose-high attitude on the ground. Metal propellers and low compression engines help too. Don't attempt to hand prop a tricycle gear airplane with a high compression engine. There's simply no good way to stay a safe distance from the prop disc. Other pilots have already made just about every conceivable hand propping error, so there's no need to repeat any of them. Dave Hirschman, AOPA Live.
So for anything to fly, it has to spin in a anti-clockwise motion, which means if you look at a clock, the clock moves from left to right in the hour hand, the minute hand, and the second hand. When you look at anything that wants to fly in the air, it moves in the opposite direction, counterclockwise. That's why you're looking at the screen right here. It says, helicopter main rotor blades generally spin counterclockwise on American-made helicopters. But this is how they confuse you. They say here, and clockwise on many European and Russian models Airbus when viewed from above. You see the word there? When viewed from above. You don't view things from above because we are on the ground. You view it from behind it. So what they are saying from above here means if you sit behind the cockpit, your propellers in your helicopter is going to seem to move from left to right, which is a clockwise motion, but it's not. It's moving anti-clockwise because we are on the ground. And when you look at the heavens, they move from left to right. When you stay on the ground, as you're looking at the heavens, in the sun, the moon and the stars move from left to right. In the same manner, when you look at the propeller of an aircraft or the propeller of a helicopter, it's moving in the opposite direction, from right to left. Because for you to ascend, that means you want to fly. That is the only direction that you can move something in a circular manner for you to be able to fly into the heavens. Why is all this explanation to you? The reason is this. All storms in this world, they'll lie to you, but you're getting to understand the truth. All storms, hurricanes, tornadoes, all move in a anti-clockwise. The clocks move from left to right as the sun, the moon, and the stars, the hour, minute, and second hand on your clock. But all storms in this earth, tornadoes, hurricanes, move from right to left. But as you're reading right here on the screen, they will try to lie to you Just as they lied to you when we showed you that they show you that the helicopter which goes up, the blades of the helicopter always move what? Right to left. But if you look down, because you can never look down because you're not in heaven, you're on earth, it's going to look like it's moving because you're in an opposite direction, left to right. So as we are on the earth, looking at any storm, hurricane or tornado, it's all spinning in what direction? Right to left, anti or counterclockwise against how the clocks move. Why? Because it's trying to ascend into heaven. Because if it moves from left to right, as all the motions of heaven in the sun, moon, and stars, it will land on the ground. And you will see it for what it is. So this is science, physics, for you to understand that Satan, because it is not an animal that can fly, it adapted that motion to keep it in the air, so it does not land on the ground for us to see it. And being because it is a cold animal, and when it is cold, there's a lot of condensation around it in the clouds that cover it. So we do not see that there is an animal among us who is causing all the clouds, all the hurricanes, all the tornadoes, all the earthquakes, all the tsunamis, besides a volcano, which you're going to find out why. We've already explained this on several acts of Shape a World, but this is just going to be a summary, because when the science part of it, this is the animal that's causing all the so-called natural disasters in the earth. And all the natural disasters in the earth will stop. From desertification, the Sahara Desert would grow. There would be no deserts in the world. The world would revive and live normally if they killed this animal in Satan, because it can be killed just like any animal in the world. That is why it hides from you, because if Satan could not be killed, it would not hide itself and be fleeing from you. All what it is doing in that it causes hurricanes, tornadoes, tsunamis, so on and so forth, is trying to survive so it does not die and go to the lake of fire for all eternity, as all evil people will, and all the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grew tails, except the Orientals. Let's now show you what Satan is. Give you an explanation for you to understand all of this, and why we call it an adapted flying bull, because bulls are cows. Cows don't fly. But let's show you how and why it is called an adapted flying bull, so you understand where we're going next, because we're going to start to show you what rice is for real. So before we get to show you and make you understand how Satan is called an adapted flying bull, and since this particular part of the video of Act 80 of Shape a World, the priesthood is going to teach you how you can design your own airplanes, and all of this is for you to understand how come that Satan, which is an animal, a crawling animal, is able to fly. And we're going to show you examples. So this is like 101 for you to understand flight. So you'll never ever be deceived. And this will also give you full understanding on how Satan is able to fly. And we've already started showing you those basics, but we have to use an airplane from now on and use the airplane terminologies for you to understand flight. Now, what you're looking at the screen is a single propeller plane, all right? A single propeller plane. Now, this is how airplanes, when they started making airplanes way back in the 1900s, early 1900s, when they started making airplanes, that they used to have a single propeller airplane, all right? Now, I want you to pay attention to how the propeller is going to be moving. It's going to be moving from right to left. When the propeller is done moving from right to left, then we're going to use a ceiling fan to explain that for you, because this motion is going to make you understand certain things very, very well. So let the clip play, then we come back and explain what you just saw in that all propeller or all engines, turbo engines of airplanes always move from right to left. It is a single propeller. Pay attention to the words. If the airplane is made of a single propeller, that means only one propeller or one engine is flying the plane. The motion of that propeller or single jet engine that flies a plane is going to be moving from right to left. It is very, very important that you hold this in your memory, because you're going to understand why in a single propeller plane or single turbo engine plane, the propeller or fan motion of the turbo engine always has to move from right to left. So if you did watch that clip on how the airplane, single propeller airplane is started, the motion of the propeller, all right, is from right to left. So now let's use a ceiling fan to make you understand this very, very well, and it will make a lot of sense. So a ceiling fan, the rotation of a ceiling fan is always from right to left, just like the propeller of a single airplane or a single jet engined airplane is always going to be from right to left. We're going to explain later on why in any aircraft, all right, that have more than one propellers or more than one engines, one of the engines or internally is going to move from right to left. We'll explain that in a short minute, but for now, just bear with us right here. Let's explain this for you so you understand this vividly well. Now, when the ceiling fan rotates from right to left, as you're looking at the screen right here, it's going from right to left. Go turn on your ceiling fan, you'll see it does the same thing. The motion is right to left. It provides a movement of air or wind, because as we've told you, air does not move for any time for you to feel wind, because this is what the ceiling fan is doing. It's creating wind. There has to be a motion. Something has to move the air. And in this particular example, the ceiling fan is moving the air, so you feel it in the room as a wind. It's creating a wind. Now, the direction of the wind in which this ceiling fan is going to produce that wind is going to be downwards. It blows downwards towards you. Does that make sense? The ceiling fan blows wind downwards. It doesn't blow it upwards. Because when things turn in an anti-clockwise motion, they produce a wind effect or chill effect that blows downwards. In this particular motion, the ceiling fan is what is planted upwards, blowing downwards. Does that make sense to you? So another thing we have to teach before we continue is this. When things move in a circular manner, they don't want to stay still. They want to move according to the direction that they are turning. So for example, if you notice with any ceiling fan, as it rotates, it starts wobbling. It's wobbling about the center. From the hook on top of the ceiling, it's wobbling around the center. Why is it wobbling that way? Because as it's moving in an anti-clockwise circular motion, it wants to move towards the direction, all right, of its turn. All right? So, why do we need to explain this for you? So, for example, if you have a single propeller plane or single engine plane, as the propeller is moving, so as the propeller of this plane will be moving from right to left, the plane will also want to move in that same direction of the turn of the propeller. Okay? So what happens is this. There has to be a balancing effect. Otherwise, as this propeller of the plane is turning from right to left, this plane right here will also be circling from right to left because the motion is right to left. So it's going to be wanting to turn around, all right, right to left as the propeller is moving. All right. So there has to be a balancing effect for it not to turn around according to the motion of the propeller that is turning it. So what happens is this, in a single propeller plane like this, if you have a single propeller, single engine plane, the ailerons here have to be set in a motion that counters that motion of the plane wanting to turn from right to left as the propeller is turning from right to left on an aircraft. Does that make sense to you? So the ailerons here on the back, all right, or the tail of the airplane have to be set in a motion that counters that motion. So as this airplane propeller is turning from right to left in a single engine airplane, the ailerons on the tail of the airplane have to be placed in a counter direction, which is going to be that it is going to be set leftwards so that it balances the motion of the plane trying to turn because the propeller is turning from right to left. So the counter balance would be that the ailerons on the tail of the airplane have to be set leftwards to counter the right motion so the plane travels in a straight line. Now, if you have two engines on an aircraft, that means two propellers. Let's show you a picture. So if you find any aircraft that has more than one propeller or more than one engine, one of the engines is going to turn right to left, all right? And the other engine is going to turn left to right. Why? Because the right to left motion of one propeller is going to be providing thrusts for the aircraft to move forwards. What is thrust? Thrust just means push forward. So as the aircraft propeller, which is turning from right to left, is moving, it is pushing air backwards. It is creating wind, and the wind is pushing backwards and making the aircraft to move forwards. And the wings of the aircraft keep it afloat, which is what they call lift. Now, on a two propeller or two engine plane, one of the propellers is going to move from right to left. The right to left motion is going to want to move the aircraft to the left. All right. So the ailerons, which are the things on the tail of the airplane, has to be set in a motion to counter that motion so the aircraft can go forwards instead of trying to spin around as the propeller is moving from right to left. So to counter that, instead of using the ailerons on the tail of the airplane, another propeller is designed that's going to move from left to right instead of right to left. But the angle of the blades are going to be set in a way that the air, the wind, that the propeller, which is moving in a clockwise direction as a clock, is going to send the air backwards to provide thrust for the aircraft to move forward. Please replay this over and over again until you understand it. In very simple terms, let's use words that you can understand. In very simple terms, if there is an aircraft that has more than one engine, all right, one engine is going to move in an anti-clockwise motion. Anti-clockwise meaning as you see a clock or watch move from left to right. Anti-clockwise means it's going to move from right to left. So one of the propellers or engine is going to move from right to left. And the second engine in any aircraft that has more than one propeller or two propellers, one of the engine is going to move clockwise. But the way and angle they set the blades is going to set the blades in a way that the air goes behind the aircraft to provide thrust. But in natural single motion, because all of this is trying to make you understand how Satan moves, it goes down to the ceiling fan. Because Satan is a single animal. For anything to fly, all right, adapt itself to flying when it cannot fly like a bird because it doesn't have wings. Satan does not have wings. It has to move in a motion that is what? Anti-clockwise. That is why all hurricanes, all tornadoes move anti-clockwise, because Satan is the one rotating around. Because when you move anti-clockwise, you push wind on the ground. So like the ceiling fan is moving right here in an anti-clockwise direction. It pushes air onto the ground, onto the floor, because it's stuck in the ceiling. By it pushing that air on top of the ground, this ceiling fan, if it were possible to remove the hook that hooks it to the ceiling wall, the ceiling fan would fly. Because as it's pushing air downwards, the air is keeping it afloat. So that is what you see when the animal in Satan is causing a tornado and turning around in tornadoes. Let's show you a clip. So with all tornadoes, as you're looking at the screen right here, it's moving in an anti-clockwise direction because Satan is in it. It's an animal. Because as we explained, air is still. For wind to be made, all right, something has to move the air. For example, we showed you in a fan. And if you're hot and you carry something to fan yourself, you're moving the air. You will be moving your hand backwards, and that creates air or wind chill effect for you to stay cool. Without motion of air, there cannot be wind. Now, one of the lies that they will tell you is this. They will tell you that tornadoes move in an anti-clockwise direction in the northern hemisphere, and in the southern hemisphere they move in a clockwise direction. This is because they all want to confuse you about the truth, because they do not want you to know that that is Satan, the stupid animal that they are worshiping, an adapted flying bull. So all tornadoes move in an anti-clockwise direction because there is an animal here adapting itself to flying. The reason why you don't see it is because there's Satan. Satan is a cold animal. It is always cold. So whenever it is cold, condensation forms and clouds form because when it breathes out air, it forms clouds. That's why we explained it to you with that short video that when you see your air in cold weather, it is a cloud formation. So as this animal is cold, when it breathes out, all right, because it's breathing out fluorine, that's why we took the time to explain all of that. Fluorine gas, all right? It's breathing out the fluorine gas. The fluorine gas is going to mix with carbon in the atmosphere, dust and everything, so you cannot see it, but it's right in there. Because this is the truth. The evil black elites led by throughout ancient history have always known this. So tornadoes move in an anti-clockwise direction. Do not be lied to, as Neil deGrasse Tyson will try to lie to you, that tornadoes move anti-clockwise direction in the northern hemisphere and clockwise direction in the southern hemisphere. They are covering up, because once you know the truth, they don't have any power over you anymore. Let's continue on with more explanations.
When we have storms, it's in our atmosphere, that's gas. We rotate once a day, and so that rotation creates what we call a Coriolis force, which moving air that moves from one latitude to another actually has its direction deflected because of this Coriolis force, and this is why storms rotate in one direction counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
So these are just simple explanations for you to understand what we're saying here. So for you to move in air, you need to have thrust, you need to have lift. Lift is provided by you having wings, all right? Because when the air pushes up against the wings, you're going to stay afloat. So floating is the same word as lift. Afloat, lift is the same word. It's just a spelling. Then thrust means you're going forward. Thrust means pushing something forward. Now, when you push something, let's say, for example, all right, you push a car or you push anything, you put some energy behind it, you put your hands upon it and you push, all right? Now, for something to be pushed, there has to be a force. There has to be a force behind it that's pushing it forward. So thrust happens when wind is created and is pushing back against air. Let's pull up this picture again and you understand it. So what is happening here as you're looking at this aircraft? Lift. There is air underneath these wings, which keeps it afloat, just like a balloon. Imagine that the airplane wing here is the balloon itself. So there is air pushing up against it, keeping it afloat, all right? Now, the propellers are providing thrust. They are creating wind that's pushing back against the air and making it to move forward. Very simple. The same with an helicopter. With a helicopter, the blades here are rotating like a fan. They are pushing the air downwards. That's the direction. So the helicopter is able to stay afloat, just like a fan. It's moving in an anti-clockwise direction. Now, the second propeller here that you have on the helicopter, because as we told you, when things move right to left or left to right, they're going to move in the direction in which the motion is pushing them. So for anything that's moving from right to left, it's going to want to spin leftwards. So the second propeller that you have here on a helicopter is moving in an opposite direction to counter that motion, so the aircraft does not just keep turning around instead of going forward. It keeps turning around from right to left, just as the propeller is turning. This second propeller here turns in an opposite direction, all right, from left to right, so it counters that motion so the helicopter can move forward. Simple physics. That is why they don't teach you real science in schools and use the regurgitating evil animals, demons in albinos, anybody with straight hair who go tails, who don't know shit and have never known shit, because animals do not know anything. Go and take a look at all the animals in the bushes, all the animals around you in the world, fishes or whatever. Do they know anything? Do they have any intelligence like mankind? No. So the demons, albinos, anybody with straight who go tails, which are taught by institutions owned by the black elites, keep regurgitating nonsense and bullshit and lies to you, and you believe it. And you will never know anything. Because without the Creator, who speaks only through a great high priest, Aqua, like Moses, you will never know anything. And you know that because you never knew anything until you heard from us on Tricks of the S-Straight channel, which the priesthood taught. So by looking at this picture, you understand that thrust moves things forward, but thrust means something has to push you, all right? Just like you push a car, right? You push a car and it goes forward, or you push anything and it goes forward. But with thrust, what happens is that the engines of the airplane creates wind. Wind pushes against air, and the reaction force pushes the airplane forward. You have to understand this, because when you look at a circling ceiling fan, because all circling ceiling fans move from right to left anti-clockwise, they are pushing air downwards. That downward motions makes this ceiling fan want to fly off into the air. That's why you see it wobble, because it's doing what? It's creating thrusts. Thrust pushes the wind, because what happens is that as the ceiling fan is moving, it's creating wind. Wind pushes against the air, and the ceiling fan wants to go upwards and fly, because as it's moving the wind downwards, the reaction force of the wind pushing against the air wants to lift it forwards. So that's why we took the time to explain to you that when things move in a right to left motion, they want to go up. When things move in a left to right motion, they want to come down. That's why the sun, the moon, the stars move left to right, so they can come down. That is why they call it the sunset. The sun comes down, it sets, it settles because of a left to right motion. If it moves right to left, the sun would never set. So we would never see the sun in the world, because it would always be circling up, because as it's moving in an anti-clockwise direction as Satan moves, the wind and chill effect it creates will push it upwards and outwards. That is how Satan is able to fly. An adapted flying bull, because cows do not fly, and Satan is a species of cow. That is why they call him El, bull, Aleph, the so-called created word Aleph, fabricated word in Jewish language, which is all bullshit. So here is a picture so we make you understand perfectly that when you create wind, as a ceiling fan creates wind, and that, for example, if you're feeling hot and you try to blow wind on yourself because wind is going to cool you, you have to use something to unstill the air, make it move. And you use something like a fan, a paper, or something hard, and you move against the air and you create wind. So for any wind to be created in this world, something has to move the air, because the Creator did not create wind. All wind is created by something moving the air. So you always have to understand this, because the evil black elites do not want you to understand anything, because when you understand how nature, which the Creator made, you understand how things work. So that is why they sent us to school in the false education, took us away from our parents and grandparents, and for 21 years of our life, which is the normal natural learning curve for a child to understand their world, they took us away from our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents who would have taught us our history so we know who we are, and rather they taught us the bullshit in the educational system. And before the educational system, they used religion in the Bible to teach us nonsense and tell you you do not have to listen to your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents, but that God, Jesus Christ, is the God, and He's the one teaching you, and that everybody else doesn't matter. And that's why we have ended up here over the past 200 years. But it is now time for us to rearrange the truth so you can live a life of peace with the extinction of all evil in this world, starting with the evil animals, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, in which we are poisoned for day and night since they made them to exist for the past 200 years by the evil black elites led by, and then after the demons, albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails are extinct, the next thing that's going to be extinct is the evil black people of this world, which includes the evil black elites led by anyhow, they've already set up this motion for the extinction. We're going to explain later, but for now, let's get back to this particular part of the video for you to understand. As we have taught you, thrust is created by moving air. When you move air, it turns into wind. Wind pushes against air and things float. That is what your ceiling fan does all day. It creates wind. The wind pushes against the air and your ceiling fan wants to float. That's why it keeps wobbling and trying to move in the motion that is moving. But because it is stuck to a ceiling, it cannot move and float into the air. And this is the motion that Satan does in all tornadoes. creating thrust. And because it spread out its hands, creates lift. And that's why it stays in the air, an adapted flying bull, which we're going to show you in a short minute so you understand all this. Now, over here, because they try to confuse you, if you go on the internet and do your research, as we have taught you, research is bullshit. Research is total nonsense. You cannot get any real answers on the internet in any way, shape, or form. The only real answers you can get in this lifetime was listening to your parents, your grandparents, and your great-grandparents, people that lived before you. They could be confused about a whole lot of things, but when you listen to them with common sense, you're going to get some real knowledge of real history and how things work, at least of 80%. And the remaining 20% that they're confused about, you can understand why. Real history can never be gotten from research, from the Bible, or anything except you listen to real people. Know that. So when all the stupid blacks of America say, we want to go do some research, we're going to find out the truth, you're going to know that sooner or later where they're heading right now and where they are. But let's continue on. So now, when anything moves from left to right, all right? As the sun moves from left to right, as the moon moves from left to right, as the stars move from left to right, it creates air in an opposite direction, and therefore everything comes down and set. That's why the sun is able to set, because as it's moving, it's creating a motion in the heavens that makes it set at a setting point, which you have understood so far as we have taught you on Act 2 of Shape of a World. Is not going to be explained here. You just have to go to Act 2 of Shape of a World and get those answers. But you understand what we're saying now, that when things move from left to right, they create a wind motion that pushes against the heavens, and therefore they come down. That's why the sun sets, has a setting point because of that motion. That is why the moon sets, has a setting point because of that motion. That is why the stars set, they have a setting point because of that motion. So you understand now how things fly and how things set or settle, come down to the earth. All because of the motion. Left to right makes you have a settling motion. You come down to the earth. Right to left puts you in an upward motion, and you're always rising and you will never come back down. That's all you need to understand. So with the ceiling fan here, what happens is this. When things move from left to right, as it says here, clockwise direction or clockwise rotation, as you see in winter here, the air is blown up against the ceiling, right? And it reflects against the ceiling, and it comes down and it feels warm. So if you go into their sciences, they will never teach you this, that the reason why you feel warm air when anything moves in a clockwise direction, as the sun moves, as the clocks move, when you look at a clock, that you have a clock, the clock always goes in the second, the minute, and the hour hand from left to right. It creates warmth. The warmth only happens because there is a reflection of the air, and it comes down back on the earth, and you feel the warmth. So that's what happens with your ceiling fan. When it moves in a clockwise direction, the air goes up, as indicated in this image, and it says air hits ceiling and is reflected back down into the room, and you can follow the arrows, and it says downward hot air flow. If you go into any internet search of the sciences, you listen to the idiots like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is being paid, who functions of telling you lies. They have so deceived themselves with lies, even when they know the truth, just because they want to be the elite. The elites know the truth, but they want all of you to believe lies, and by doing that, they have soaked themselves into their own lies. But the truth remains, as you're going to know as we're getting along here. There is a hell, and it is real. It's a lake of fire. We've taught you before, but you're going to understand as we have taught you earlier on Act 7 of Shape of World. But Act 8 right here, we're going to repeat some of it so you know. So if you've understood this now, you're never going to be deceived again. But let's get into showing you how Satan is an adapted flying bull. If you want to know the whole story about this and what the image of Satan looks like, you have to go watch Act 6 of Shape of a World. So let's continue to show you what Satan looks like now that you've understood the basics of flight, so you understand everything else that's going to be said later on. Let's start now by showing you with a squirrel in a flying squirrel. Squirrels don't fly. They adapted themselves to fly, and that is what Satan did. Let's continue on. So to begin to show you what Satan is, because this has already been explained very, very well on Act 6 of Shape of a World. But on Act 8 here, we just go over the finer details to make you understand everything else. So we have to chip in here and there so you can understand whatsoever that's being said, because of trying to explain to you how we get fluorine in the earth, how we get fluorine gas in our bodies, which is causing us to be sick and dying at very young ages. So that's the reason for all of this. Now, for all the evil mankind, black people in the world, because by the end of Act 8 here, they're gonna know of a surety where they're going. So if you're an inbreeder, you're a homosexual, you murder people, you bear false witness, that means you like deceiving people for you to live, and you bear false witness, because deceiving people means you're bearing false witness. You're talking about something that is not real, doesn't exist, as if it does. Example, Neil deGrasse Tyson and so many other people who function off the fact that they deceive people by telling people lies about something that never happened as if it happened, bearing false witness. You're going to the lake of fire. And as we've told you, if you are going to remedy yourself as somebody who bears false witness, you have to make a restitution. You have to do 2 times more than what you ever did in deceiving people. Otherwise, you're going to the lake of fire. There's no way out for you. There is absolutely no forgiveness from the Creator in any way, shape, or form, except you pay your restitution. Your restitution is twice what you have done if the criminality that you did does not have to do with murder, inbreeding, and homosexuality. No way out for you. So, continuing on here, we want to show you how the evil black people of the world who are into astrology and they say zodiac signs, because you have to understand this. When the Creator made the world at the beginning of time, everything was made in the order that it was supposed to be. So everything had an order. Nothing was supposed to crossbreed or mix. That means lions, for example, should not breed with horses. Does that make sense? Horses cannot breed with birds. Birds cannot breed with monkeys. That is the order that it was kept. Everything was supposed to be with its own people, not crossbreed. Now, the ancient people of history, because of the actions of Satan in eating the tree of fluorine, which you're going to find out on this particular Actor Shaper World, as it has already been revealed, raped our mother by poisoning her drink, what she kept to drink, poisoned it with the tree of fluorine. And that made her to become an organic, fleshy person as we are. So the evil animal in Satan put poison in the drink of our great mother, and she became fleshy and mortal. She passed out in her sleep, and this animal raped her. That is what they call original sin. If you've never heard those words before, that is the meaning. So whenever you hear original sin in any mythology or whatsoever, this is what they're talking about, but they don't want you to understand what happened. Because by this animal, a cow, raping our great mother because she became mortal, brought about the possibility of a changed genetic in our great mother, such that mankind, whom we're not supposed to be able to crossbreed with an animal, could do so with species of animals that Satan belongs to in great cows. Now, continue on, because this story already has been explained very well. We're just going over the short excerpts right here so you understand. Because of that action, it brought about the possibility that if you were to feed yourself off on fluorine, you could crossbreed with an animal, because the original crossbreeding had been done by this animal in Satan, which still lives till today, but is gonna die in this era. So you people all see it, and you will see it. So because of that, when our great father in Adam, who was of a different body than his wife, whom had now been corrupted, he told his own children and said, he decided and said, okay, I'm not gonna let my wife be like this without me. I will also eat of the tree of fluorine so I can be with her. But you, my children, do not do this. I'm only doing it so I can be with my wife, not for anything else. But the ancient children of Adam and Eve did not do that. They refused to listen. All of this explained to make you understand that the ancient people started crossbreeding with species of animals of which Satan belongs to, and when they ate the tree of fluorine, as we have explained, it was not one tree. There are several of them. So they started crossbreeding with animals. And by doing so, the children born became evil. All right? Evil just means you're not acting according to natural order. Very vivid example, homosexuality. So if you're being with somebody of the same sex, that's unnatural. That's evil. So when you're functioning out of natural order in the way things are made and created, that is the meaning of evil. Now, why we explain all this? The ancients, mankind, started crossbreeding with animals. Any type of animal, but most especially the animals that were of Satan's species, which is a cow. Right? And when that world was destroyed in the flood, and the idea of crossbreeding came about again through Ham, because he saved Satan in the boat of Noah and hid him, and he brought him back into this world that we're living in. Everybody who was born out of unnatural order, either by inbreeding or crossbreeding, developed the idea of the worship of nature, especially in animals. That is where the word zodiac comes from. Zodiac comes from the word zoo. Zoo means animals. So when you say you are an astrology and you're looking for your zodiac sign, what you are saying is that you want to identify the animal in you which your ancient parents led in the genetics of Ham and every other evil person crossbred with in the past, in ancient times before the flood. You see how evil people are? So that's why we tell you, and we've always told you, you act according to what your parents or grandparents used to do in ancient times. If you are a homosexual, know of a surety that your parents, grandparents were homosexuals. If you like deceiving people, lying and deceiving them, know of a surety that your parents and great-grandparents in ancient times were doing the same thing. If you're a prostitute, you like prostituting, you don't want to stay with any man, know that of a surety that your parents, grandparents and great-grandparents in ancient times were doing the same thing. We are only living embodiments of the ancients that lived before us. And all this is possible because of Satan and us feeding on fluorine-filled foods in water, drinks, and everything else. Because the more poisons you eat, the more evil is born. That is why in 2026, as you're listening right now, there is more evil people living than they were living in 2025. Or let's say in the 1980s or in the 1960s, all because of food poisoning in water and anything else that you're eating. The people who are most interested in zodiac signs are all, most especially, the evil black women of the United States of America and Canada. They are always interested in the zodiac sign because they are not mankind, even if they are black. Their actions show that they are not mankind. Do not doubt our words. We do not use words in any way, shape, or form carelessly. We choose it perfectly. Because we have told you America is going to be destroyed. And we have told all African people anywhere in the world today, if you find anybody who says they are American and they are black, and they say they are from where you are in Africa and they don't speak any African language, don't let them in. They are going to destroy your world. America is going to be destroyed literally, because the only way the world can move on and survive is if America is destroyed, because it's completely evil. And we've already told you the time period that you should get out. And we've already told you on different acts of shape of world how it's going to be destroyed. So as we're seeing right here, it says zodiac. We're trying to explain this to you so you understand why evil black people are into animals and they keep Satan, who's still alive till today, an example in Ham, and how all those genetics are passed on, because the ancients of times before the flood were crossbreeding with every single animal they could, especially of the species of Satan himself, which is a bull. Continue on, it says here, zodiac, belt of constellations around the ecliptic, within which the planets move. Late 14th century, zodiac from Old French zodiac, and directly from Latin zodiacus, zodiac, from Greek zodiacos, zodiac circle, literally circle of little animals. Zodiac just means animals. That is why you have the word zoo. They say when you're going to a zoo, what are you going to do? You're going to look at animals. So it's from the word zoo that you have zodiac, astrology. Do you understand that? The worship and honor of animals. Because the ancients before the flood were doing that, and they passed those genetics on, and all evil people do what? They worship animals. They give order to animals. They want to know what is your animal signs, most especially the evil black women of America. Let's continue on. Astrology and zodiac signs is a total fabrication. None of you in reality can look up at any stars and seem to identify or be able to draw the animal that they call in zodiac signs in those stars just by you looking. You can look at the stars and use your fingers and trace what the animal looks like or shapely form. It's all a fabrication. Some people sat down and just made up these so-called names for stars that do not exist and said that if you look into the stars that you can know the future or know something about your life. It's all bullshit. Those drawings of the zodiac signs only exist in books, just like the miracles of the Bible, which only exist in the Bible and not in reality. Nobody can turn water into wine, and nobody can feed people with 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes, or 5 fishes and 2 loaves of bread, as Jesus Christ did. It only exists in books. So the whole astrology and zodiac sign knowledge that you're being taught, which a lot of evil people live by, especially the evil black women of America, is all bullshit. It doesn't exist. You go try and do it. Look at the stars and see if you can trace an animal in it. All of that is done because they want the evil black people whose genetics have been passed on since ancient times before the flood to continue to worship and honor animals just like the ancient people did before the flood, whom were destroyed in the flood for crossbreeding with animals, nothing more, just as they've kept Satan alive. So what you have to understand is that Satan is of the cow species. Cows have different species and Satan belongs to them. Now, we want to show you without a shadow of doubt so you understand the spelling that they use to confuse you so you don't understand what is what, because the word El, which you see in the Bible, which they say Elohim, and any other words which they say is comparable to God or angels, is all talking about Satan. But because it is a spell, as you come to understand what spelling is, you will understand in a very short minute. But what you need to understand without a shadow of a doubt, that Satan is a cow of the cow species. All right? That is why, for example, if you go to the New York Stock Exchange, they have an image of a bull, because Satan is a bull, but of the cow species he belongs to, Satan doesn't have any horns. Other cow species have horns, but his own species do not. Because if Satan had horns, all the albinos, anybody with straight hair who grew tails, the Caucasian, the white man, anybody who has straight hair except the Orientals who came about by over periods of times of crossbreeding with Ammonites, which we have already revealed who they are on Act 2 of Shape of a World, you have perfect understanding. So what you now have to understand without a shadow of a doubt, that Satan is of the cow species, and we're trying to make you understand right here that if he did have horns, all the albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails, who are a crossbreed of Satan with mankind, they would have horns. So when they show you the picture of the Baphomet and say he has horns, it's all bullshit. They're trying to confuse you so you do not know what is what, because this is what the evil black elites do. They thrive only on your ignorance, confusion, telling you lies, and feeding you poisons. That's it. There's no such thing as magic. So what you're looking at is a place in scripture in the book of Exodus in which the mixed people that came out with the people, which is falsely called Israel, as we have made you understand that Israel is a concoction of three words: Is for Semiramis, Ra for Canaan, El for Satan and Nimrod, combined into the word Israel, and that word never existed before. So when you say you're an Israelite, you don't know your history. You are just regurgitating the lies that the evil black elites have concocted through the worship of the Trinity, which they all worship, honor, because they think that this is what is giving them all this false knowledge and history for them to be kings over you. So in ancient times, during the time of, which is known as Moses, right? A lot of Bantu people, which are falsely called Egyptian, Bantu. Go take a look at the word Bantu in your research. Since you like doing research, go take a look. All the Bantu nations are the real original ancient Egyptians of history. Now, during the ancient times, their kings, even the modern kings still today, honored and worship Satan, because it is from the word Bantu that you have the word Baal in scripture. The word Baal there is a combination of Bantu and El. What does El mean? El means Satan. We want to show you that spelling. Now, when you read here in the book of Exodus chapter number 32, it says, and he received them at their hands and formed them with a graving tool, and he made them a molten calf. Look at the word here. Molten calf. All right. As you can see right here. Molten calf. And said, These thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Now, who do you think would have fashioned this image of a molten calf for them? They are the Bantu nations. Because at this particular point in time, during the time that the Israelites, which is not the name that we're known by, the name is, okay, were servants, bonded servants to the Bantu kings. All right, the Bantu kings worship Satan. Now, the word, as we've told you, Bantu is for the Egyptians. Is the combination of Bantu, which is a real word, because everybody who's Egyptian goes by the word Ba, Antu. Ba meaning people, Antu meaning group. So we always have to show you everything with facts. We just type this on Google, so you see it says Bantu right here, meaning people or humans. Ntu means group, all right? Ba means people, so means group of people. That is the name that you find in scripture when they say Baal. They just took the Ba and added the L to it. Now, where did they get the L from? L is a spell on calf. They just took the C out of the word and just spelled it ALF. And this particular portion of scripture that you're reading here in Exodus chapter number 32 in verse 4, we have already revealed to you the particular location of this scripture, which still does exist, and people go there to worship, because this was the actual place that the mixed people of Egyptian and which you know as Israel origin worship Satan, and Moses had to kill all of them. So let us now use this to show you the spelling of how calf turns to L. So the spelling of calf, C-A-L-F, and calf means cows. Anything that is of the cow origin or species, because there are several of them. There's no time to go into that right here. So all you need to do to get the word L is remove the word C. So if you remove the word C, right, without the C, it is A-L-F. That's where you get the word elf. Because A-L-F can be pronounced as this, A-L-F. You see that? Elf. And then you can shorten it to L, which means cow. The worship of the species of Satan in the zodiac and astrology, because the ancients of time before the flood were crossbreeding with animals, and therefore their children who were left over in the evil genetics carried on, brought about by eating poisons in food and water, makes them to do what? Say they want to know your zodiac. Zodiac is from the word zoo, which means animal. We want to know which animal that your ancients crossbred with, because if you go into the zodiac signs, they have so many kinds of animals, and you have no idea what these animals look like to be able to be possible to crossbreed with mankind. We have already showed you this already. We're just going through right now because we can't go through the same thing over and over again, or the videos get too long. Let's continue on. So, therefore, if anyone ever asks you for your zodiac, zoo sign, that's what you're saying. They're asking you for your animal sign, especially in the evil black women of America who are responsible for America being destroyed, because once the women go bad, because women bring about everyone that does exist in this world, there is no need for that nation to exist in any way, shape, or form anymore. And that is what is happening to North America at this particular point in time, and you're going to know that. So when any of the evil people in the world, most especially the evil black women of America, ask you, what is your sign? What is your zodiac? The question you have to understand is this, which you've never understood, but you understand it now. They are literally asking you, we want to know, what animal did you come from in your great forefathers before the flood that slept with an animal and crossbred themselves with and brought about you? That is what they are asking, but they don't know, because once you do not know history, you do not know what's going on in your life, because as we are living today, we are all historical what? Lineages of people that existed before the flood and after till now. We were never supposed to crossbreed, live close by with animals in any way, shape, or form, as we are doing today, right now, this time, with albinos, anybody who grow tails, whom are animals, but because of all the poisons fed to them and to us, they do not grow their animal tails and features. But at this particular point in time, it is happening, and happening at an alarming rate, no matter how much the medical institutions try to hide it. So Satan is an animal. And to explain this to you, why he's called an adapted flying bull, and from the word calf, as you understand now, you get the word L. And as we explained earlier for you, this has already been shown on several acts of Shape of World. The word Allah is from the word L. It's just a spell in the pronunciation, because you spell calf C-A-L-F, right? You spell Allah A-A-L-L-A-H. The only difference is that they removed the C and the word became L from the letter A, which can be pronounced as A or E. Does that make sense? And you have the word Allah. So therefore, now using this squirrel, we can begin to explain what Satan looks like for you, and it's going to be very, very shocking as we get along, because this part is just leading you on somewhere else, which you're going to know in a short minute on this particular act of Shape of World. Now, continuing on, we liken Satan to a squirrel, a flying squirrel, because squirrels don't fly. They just adapted their skin to flight, because they have a thick kind of skin that has this sort of like fur which covers them from their front foot to their hind feet. So if you're trying to imagine what Satan looks like, all you need to do is take a squirrel, right? Put the face of a cow on it and put the hooves. You know what the hooves of a cow look like? Let's show you. So these are the hooves of a cow, and as you can see, it looks like the cow has what? Three fingers on his foot, because this is one finger, one of the hoof, the second one, and a third one. All right. That is why we have always told you that these animals in albinos, anybody with straight hook tails in their imp form, before an evil black man slept with the female of these demons to produce all the albinos, anybody straight who grow tails, which you see all around the world today. Those imps, those female imps, the children of Satan directly, okay, always had 3 fingers and 3 toes, including the males. That is why when you watch such movies of Star Wars, in the character that is called what? Yoda, you always see that Yoda has 3 toes and 3 fingers on his hand, has the ears of a cow, the face of a cow, because this is what all the evil albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails, look like before they were crossbred by evil black males sleeping with their females to produce them. Because this is the truth which I've already shared on the Real Sciences, and you're still going to know. The women carry the seeds of everyone in this world. There's no time to explain it right now. You'll get the understanding later. So, this is what all the imps, because if you look at Yoda, what is Yoda looking like? An imp. The only thing that they didn't paint right in this picture of Yoda in Star Wars is that it should be crawling on all fours, which Yoda does from time to time if you watch any of the Star Wars movie. And they did not give him a tail, and he's not covered in fur from head to toe, which they put that covering of Yoda, supposing to have fur covered from head to toe, in the Wookiee in Star Wars, because Star Wars is all about the evil black elites showing you real history so you do not know in a twisted form, but we are breaking it down now for you so you understand. And in the Star Wars movie, they call the creator the Force. So you do not know they are talking about the creator, that he has no beginning and has no end and is everywhere. They call him the Force. And in the Star Wars movie, they say that they control the creator. Can you believe that? Evil, wicked man. And you're going to see their faces, as we've already shown you their faces on several acts of Shape of World right here, but you're going to see it again here on Act 8. As you're listening to us now, you can tell and know the difference, as we explained earlier, on the fact that pictography and alphabets are 2 different things. We are using words, alphabets, with pictures to make you understand what we're saying, because pictography is the normal way to communicate any kind of information. Because when you just hear words, there are sounds, and then you form the images in your head. But as you can see right here, we are using sounds and using the images, pictography, for you to understand what we're saying, so you have a perfect understanding. Because when you see a picture, you don't need to understand. The picture says it for itself. When you take a picture of yourself, a selfie or any kind of picture, when you look at the picture, do you need any kind of explanation in words? It tells you exactly what you were doing, where you are, and everything else. So that's why they say a picture paints 1,000 words. You don't need to say anything. Just by looking, you see. And that is what we're doing here. Even though we are using words in alphabet sounds, but we are showing you the pictures so you perfectly understand what we're saying. So to perfectly understand the picture of Satan, which we are going to explain vividly well when we get to the rice part, but for now you need to understand this and it will make sense later on. All you need to do is take a flying squirrel, put the face of a cow on the flying squirrel, put the hooves of a cow on it, and that is exactly what you have. That's a picture of Satan with a tail. As you can see right here, the squirrel does not have any horns, because as we've explained to you, if Satan had horns, his children in albinos, anybody straight who grew tails, because of the poisons fed to us in food, water, and everything else, they are not healthy enough to grow those tails and animal features. They would also have horns, but they don't, because Satan does not have horns. So in any picture that you see that the evil black elites give you, that they are worshipping Baphomet, hear the word Ba, Ba, Ba for Bantu, because the evil Egyptian kings whom were Bantu, all right? That's where you get the word Baal, a combination of Ba for Bantu and El for Satan, because they worship Satan in the evil black kings. You would have seen a horn on every demon, albino, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, anybody that has straight hair. It doesn't matter if they tell you that they are Creole or they are black, but once you see that hair look like the hair of every animal in the bush, even when the skin looks black, they are not mankind, but they are animals, just darker ones. Now, Satan does not have any wings in any shape or form, because what you have to understand, as they have identified as Satan's wings, is the fact that with flying squirrels, because we're using flying squirrels for these particular examples, and as we're telling you, squirrels don't fly. They glide. They just adapted the skin on their bodies, which covers them from the front feet to the hind feet to look like it's flight. Let's show you an example.
If your squirrel looks like a tiny caped superhero, you've got a flying squirrel. If it's just munching acorns, that's your classic squirrel. Welcome to the wild world of squirrel differences. All right, let's break it down. Flying squirrels don't actually, they glide. They've got this cool flap of skin called a patagium stretching from wrist to ankle. Think of it as a built-in wingsuit. They leap from tree to tree, steering with their fluffy tails like a furry pilot.
High in the trees, one mammal gets about without touching the ground. A Siberian squirrel. It can glide. A furry membrane stretches from its wrists to its ankles.
So if you watch in the clip that we just played for you to see how a flying squirrel moves, you can see that it actually glides. It does not fly in any way, shape, or form because Satan cannot fly. It just adapted the skin on its body to gliding, and then it can formulate flight, which you're going to understand in a few short minutes. But that is what we want you to understand in a very simple term, because when you go read in scriptures, because as we've told you, the majority of scriptures that we read is worshiping Satan, 90% of it, but because you do not know and you're knowing now. So let's show you an example, because flight means that you have to have wings. Feathers, because the only things that can fly are birds, and birds have wings and feathers, and the only other animal that has wings, which is almost similar to what Satan has, is a bat. So let's show you that in scripture of how they have imputed it, so you do not understand what you're looking at or what you're reading when you read it. So the part of scripture that makes you think that Satan has wings, because we have told you already that the whole entire scripture that you read is in the worship of Satan. Is just because you do not know. But there are two particular books that are written specifically about Satan, and you have no idea in any way, shape, or form, because you do not know history, to know that these two books are really about Satan. The first book is the book of Job. But when the evil black elites led by the leaders started fabricating scriptures for us, it was only the book of Job which specifically was centered about Satan. All right. Now, when they created the New Testament in the King James Version, they brought about the book of Psalms. The whole entire book of Psalms from start to finish, in which the so-called person which they attribute to writing the book of Psalms is David, was talking about Satan. So here is Psalms chapter 91. As a child and as a kid, before I became an adult, this was one of my favorite Psalms, because my mom used to read it to me every single day. If we had a prayer, we would just sit down and just start quoting Psalm 91. But here in Psalm 91, verse number 4, as we're going to read right here on the screen, it says, "He will cover you under his wings." Ha! So they are saying that the creator of heaven and earth has wings. That is literally what they're saying. But does the creator have wings? No, it is Satan. They are attributing the wings to Satan, but Satan doesn't have wings because he's a cow. And he goes on to say, "And thou shalt be sure under his feathers. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler." So this is a lie. But they wrote it into scripture in a deceptive manner, because they were trying to tell you that their so-called bull, which has adapted his skin just like a flying squirrel, and they called it wings and feathers. All bullshit. Because the creator cannot have wings or feathers. Because if the creator had wings or feathers and he created something in his image who looks like him, what does that mean? He's a bird. And he's not the creator. Because if you can hold a bird and kill it, you can kill the creator. But can you do that? No, you can't. So let's continue now to show you how they have been hiding Satan in your news, so on and so forth. You've been reading about it, hearing about it. They've been talking about it, but you have no idea. At least for now, you get the understanding and the message, so you understand what's going to be shown next. Let's continue on. So Satan has no wings. And as we've told you, when you read in the scriptures, anytime you read in the scriptures and they talk about an angel, they are only talking about Satan, because they have made us to believe that angels do have wings. Because the truth is this, which a lot of people don't know, because we've explained this before on several videos, especially like the True Map for World Cell, on the fact that everything is physical. For anything to fly, it has to have wings. So that's why they could make you believe that angels have wings, because that's the physicality of our world. It's a physical world. You have to see it. It sees you. You touch it. It touches you. You feel it. Otherwise, it's not real. That's the way it works. So the evil black elites know that for anything to fly, it has to have wings, because that's what we see in nature. Anything that flies has to have wings. That is why your aeroplanes have wings, because it is based on nature that for flight you have to have wings. All right? You see birds fly. You see a bat fly. A bat technically isn't a bird, but because of its membranous skin, because there are animals like that which have membranous skin, they can adapt it to flight. Same with a squirrel. A squirrel doesn't fly, but it's just adapted its membranous skin to fly. And so does Satan. So when you look at images like this, which they use to worship their so-called god Satan, this is how evil, because you're going to know how evil is. There's one thing people don't understand. The most evil people in the world are the wealthiest, richest people at the top, and they choose to worship Satan. It's a decision they make. Why? Because their nature, their nervous system is not normal. It's wired wrongly because of ages and donkey years since after the flood of what? Inbreeding. Crossbreeding. That has made them to be that way. That is why the very first 2 commandments, the Creator told you not to do what? Inbreed. Do not crossbreed, because when you do those things, your central nervous system is not the same anymore. It's wired wrongly. If the central nervous system was supposed to move from left to right, it's now moving from right to left. So you're not thinking correctly. You're thinking in inverse. So when you see evil people do evil and have no restraints, because with righteous people, if at any time they want to do evil, there is this restraint in their bodies, because their central nervous system does not agree with the action, because they are built right. And if they do anything wrong, it's going to be because of a mistake. And that mistake is not going to involve homosexuality, inbreeding, bearing false witness against someone, and murdering people. They will do any other kind of mistake, but not those. But you see people who are fluid in all the evil. Homosexuality and being a transgender, which is one and the same thing, does not bother them at all. Bearing false witness. You know this thing that you're talking about is a lie, but you say it regardless. Killing someone for not doing anything wrong, because the only people you're supposed to kill in this world are evil, abominable, wicked people, but they just kill with no regards. They inbreed. Inbreeding is not a problem to them. Crossbreeding is not a problem to them. It's all because of breaking the first 2 commandments. You will not inbreed and you will not crossbreed. And crossbreeding here means crossbreeding with an animal. The crossbreeding that's done today by black people with demons and albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, is a deception, because they do not know that they are animals, because they have not been taught the history. And through poisons which have been fed, these animals and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, want to look like mankind. You take away the poisons, all the features show up. They are covered with fur and have a tail, and you can identify. But they have deceived us through poisoning. And we'll explain that more later on. But continuing on, we are trying to show you that evil people, in the wickedest people in the world, the richest, wealthiest people, which we have already revealed on Act 1 and Act 2 and throughout the whole entire Acts of Shape of World, and you're still going to see their faces here on Act 8, do wickedness to the people who even protect them. Their security staff, the people who carry orders, because they deceive you. You as a wicked person who go and do lies for them, they are killing you, murdering you, but you do not know it, just because of the small amount of money they give you, and on Act 9 and 10, you're going to know how to make money and print money, and everybody's going to go accept it. You have been deceived into being a wicked, abominable person. And as we've told you, there's no way out for you. For everything you've done, you have to do it twice and pay your restitution. Otherwise, you're going to the lake of fire, which we have already revealed on Act 6, on Act 7, and here on Act 8, you're going to get a snippet. And if you want to watch the whole story, you have to go back to several different acts of Shape of the World and watch that. So with the evil black elites, they make you to believe that Satan has horns, all right? As you can see right here, this image of a bull at the New York Stock Exchange is an image of Satan, because Satan is a bull, a different kind of ancient bull, and you'll understand fully well as we get along on Act 8 here. We've already explained it on several acts of Shape of the World, but we're still going to dibble and dabble into the explanation here, just not to make the video too long, because Shape of the World is over 100 hours. Over 100 hours. It can't go too long, but we still have to always dibble and dabble in some of the explanation already given, so you still get a full understanding as you watch all the acts of Shape of the World. So when you go to the New York Stock Exchange, what you're seeing here is an image of Satan. They give him horns, as they give the image of the Baphomet the horns. And as you notice, with the two faces that you see here, they are all cow faces, because Satan is a cow animal, an ancient cow animal. The same face that you see on the Baphomet is the same face that you see here with the bull at the New York Stock Exchange. Now, they give them horns because they are trying to lie to you. Satan is a species of cows that the Creator made that does not have horns. Other cow species have horns, but not Satan. Because as we've explained to you, if Satan did have horns, all his children that you see physically today in albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, and for all the poisons fed to us, they don't grow their physical features in being covered from hair from head to toe and having a tail as they usually have a tail. But because of the fluorine poisons fed in the 3rd trimester of everybody being born, because go into your biological books, we have already explained this years and years ago. We're not going to go into too much explanation. You will notice they tell you that babies have tails, but in the 3rd trimester, the tails disappear. But they never told you that it's because of the antenatal and prenatal drugs and all the poisons fed to us in the 3rd trimester that makes the tails of these animals in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, whom are the white man, the Caucasian, and anybody who has straight hair. Even if they look black, but they have straight hair, that hair is not an afro hair. They are animals and not mankind. In the 3rd trimester, when they feed all these poisons, the tails disappear. That's why they always make you to go for a sound scan or any type of scan when you are pregnant by the evil medical system to check if your fetus that you're carrying as a pregnant mother is growing a tail. So they feed you more drugs. They already set up the system so well. But every once in a while, because their technology is not perfect, because they are lying and they don't even know it. These animals in albinos, anybody with straight hair, mixed people, quarter mixed people or so, get born with those tails. And what do they call it? As we have taught you, they call it spina bifida or neural birth defects. And they go into surgery and remove the tail. And because they have lied to us not to know that the only things in this world that grow tails are animals, not mankind, we do not know the truth. If so, if Satan indeed did have horns, all his children, in the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, whom are not Orientals, whom are animals indeed, because you can tell by the hair on their head that they have the same texture of hair that all animals in the world have. They would also grow horns. But the evil black elites who know what Satan looks like, they protect him instead of killing him, as you're going to find out as we get into the latter stages of Act 8 here on Shape of the World. They put horns. The horns is a deception, So you will not know what Satan really looks like, because Satan is going to die. It's going to fall to the ground right here, and the whole world will see it. It's going to be a spectacle. It's going to be on every cell phone, every video, every television. Then they will not be able to hide it. They will try to spin the lie. But before they spin the lie, the truth is already going to be known. Satan doesn't have wings. Even though the picture of the Baphomet here is trying to make you believe that your so-called Satan, their God, El, that's the name. And El is also a name that they gave to Nimrod, because Nimrod, after the flood, was very, very close to Satan. That's truth. Very, very close. So that's why in most pictures of Nimrod, if you can ever pay attention to, they make him have the face of a man and the body of a bull with wings. Go take a look. If you can do your research on the internet and see what images they pull up. Such words as Gilgamesh is about Nimrod and Satan. That's already explained very well in the Bible that the priesthood are providing for us, which you will get sooner or later. But Satan doesn't have any wings. It's just because he has a membranous skin like a squirrel or a bat that's been adapted to flying because of the situation we are in the world. So let's show you that and continue on. So as we continue here, all we have to let you understand is this. We have told you this several times, but it doesn't make sense. But as you watch all the acts of shape of the world, and right here in Act 8 is going to make a lot of sense for you. We have told you that we all work for the Creator. We all work for the Creator himself. You're going to do it grudgingly, or you're going to do it willingly. There's no escape. The work of the evil black elites was to make sure that all their evil lineages, brood, children, Satan are convinced of evil, and they do evil, which leads them to the lake of fire to stay for all eternity. So as you're listening to the sound of our voice right here, right now, if you are evil, you're a homosexual, you inbreed, you murder people, you knowingly deceive people, you are going to the lake of fire. And for those who deceive people, there might be a way out for you, but it might be too late, because you have to do it twice. If you deceive people, and the best way you can explain this is this: if you took or stole $100 from someone, you have to make sure you pay $200, otherwise you are going to the lake of fire. Because you knowingly sat down, planned to tell a lie to deceive people, and deceived them, and you got all their livelihood away from them by you deceiving them. Because as you're getting to watch, as we have revealed already on Act 6, 7, right from Act 2 of Shape of Our World, and Act 8, we're going to repeat here again, you're going to know the lake of fire is very real. You never knew, but you will know on this video, on this particular Act 8 of Shape of Our World, as on other acts, but on this one, you will still know it. So, continue on. Satan doesn't have any wings. It's just adapted the membranous skin. It is a skin which has been adapted to flying just like a squirrel or a bat, because bats and squirrels do not fly. They just adapted their membranous skin because of the situation we find ourselves right here in the earth, which I've already explained on several acts of Shape of the World. I'm going to give you a snippet here on Act 8. To flying to survive. So what you're looking at right here is the same thing a bat does. It is a skin. That means the bat, the squirrel, and Satan themselves are animals that should be walking on the earth, on the ground, and not flying. But because they have a membranous skin, and because of the way the earth is, which is caused by Satan and all his evil children in albinos, anybody with straight hair, whom grow tails, the Caucasian, the white man, anybody with straight hair at all, even if they are black and not Orientals, they are all animals. The hair tells you what you are. The only things in the world which have the hair of any animal, straight hair, when you put water, it just collapses by. Because if you put water in afro hair, it doesn't do that. It's still an afro. Are all the Caucasian, the white man, anybody with straight hair at all, even if they are black, they're all animals. So as you're watching right here on this screen, we're going to play it over and over again so you get the right information and you understand what we're saying. Here it says a flying squirrel has a membranous skin, and this membranous skin, because when it pushes out that membranous skin, right, it acts like a parachute, helps it glide and float on the earth, because this is what Satan does, is able to glide. And then when it is in a position in which it is going to land, it starts spinning in an anti-clockwise motion. That is why we took out the time to explain to you that when things move in an anti-clockwise direction, they float up into the earth. That is why propellers of helicopters spin in an anti-clockwise direction, because it helps it to stay afloat, because when it does that, it pushes air back on the ground, which keeps it afloat, which is called thrust in flight. As you're going to learn on this particular act of Shape of a World, as the priesthood is revealing to us how you can make your own airplanes that will fly, do not have any crashes, and you make a safer world. Because at the start of this video, we made you to understand that our poisoning is from what? Going to airports, because TSA refuses us to carry our own water and snacks, so we eat all the poison water and food at the airports and on flights, and all of that is done so demons, albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails should get all the poisons that they need, so they are not healthy to grow those tails and animal features, so we can identify them as really animals, besides the fact that the hair on their head shows that. But because of white supremacy, which is taught to us, we do not know, because poverty has been used to blind us, that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, anybody at all who has straight hair, even if they look black, they are all animals. They are not mankind. So continue on. The flying squirrel is not really a flyer. It's just adapted the membranous skin that it has so it can glide. And that is what Satan does. And every time Satan wants to land, because gliding means you have to come from a high position to a low position, which means you're going to land on the ground. So every time Satan glides and he feels like he's landing, he turns in an anti-clockwise position, which pushes air on the ground and keeps it afloat. And that is what causes what? Hurricanes, tornadoes, cyclones, monsoons in all the earth, the all so-called weather conditions, because people don't really understand these words when they hear it. What does weather mean? Weather is from the word weathering. Weathering means deterioration of the normal. So it means whenever you have weather, there is a normality and something is destroying or deteriorating that normality. And the only thing that does that is an animal which has lived around and eaten everything that should make the earth lush full, the known world, and has breathed upon us fluorine, causing a deterioration of the normal atmosphere which the Creator made. So weather just means what? Deterioration of the normal. That is where you have the word weathering. What does weathering mean? Go and look it up yourself. What does weathering mean? So as you can see right here, it means weathering is what? Deterioration. That means something is being destroyed. The word deterioration means being destroyed from what is supposed to be its standard state. So when you hear the word weather, what does that mean? Deterioration of the normal state of the atmosphere. And deterioration can only cause by something affecting the normal. That is where you get the word weather. Satan destroys the normal atmosphere and brings about weather. And what does weather mean? You have what? You have rain, you have storms, you have wind, you have snow, you have cold, you have deserts, you have earthquakes, you have tsunamis, deterioration of the environment, all caused by Satan and his kids, which you people, unknowingly, but you know now, frolic around with, sleep with, in animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, except for the Orientals, which they still have a niche for those that are evil, except they are righteous. So, as you can see right here, this is a bat. As you can see, it's a crawling, walking animal. But because of the situation in which we are, we have to adapt. We have to evolve just to try to survive and live in this particular known world, which has been corrupted by evil in Satan and all his children, which includes the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, because they all grow tails, and because of all the poisons fed to us, they do not grow those tails, whom are not Orientals. And as you have told you, the Orientals have a niche. There are very much evil and there are very much righteous among them. But if they are righteous, they are good. If they are evil, they are going to the lake of fire, which you will find out as on many acts of shape of a world where it is. So as you're looking right here, the bat, this is what you're looking at, a bat. You can see has straight hair, which is the hair of every animal in the world except they are mankind, black people, which keep afro hair. If you can't find any black person that keeps an afro hair, they are not mankind. That straight hair tells you off the bat that they are animals. They call them Creole because they were a creation of making sure that the crossbred children of Satan with mankind, black people, keep crossbreeding with themselves to keep that straight hair. So if you're one of those evil black people and you like texturizing or relaxing your hair and trying to make it look straight, in the future, very soon, starting from 2026, they will start classifying you too as an animal. So pay attention and hear the words. So as you're reading right here on the screen, they will tell you that bats did what? They adapted, all right, their membranous skin just like a squirrel to flight. As we read here, it says bats are the only mammals capable of true powered flight, having what? Adapted. Adaptation means this is not what you are normally supposed to do. But because of the evil situation that you are in, you try to make yourself to be something that you were not, just to try to survive. And that is what all of us living in this world, righteous people, have done, and evil black people have done. Because what have you known so far? They have taught you bullshit all through your entire life in movies and videos, that certain people don't value their lives, or people don't value their lives if they are terrorists, so on and so forth. It's all a lie. The evil person who goes to murder someone, but when they go to murder someone, they are still thinking they should live if they murder someone. Every evil person in this world who goes to do evil still wants to live. They go and murder someone, They rape someone. A thief goes to steal. The thief is not thinking about stealing and dying. They are thinking about stealing and living. But through movies, television, we have all been made to think that people don't value their lives. We all value our lives. The only time we don't value our life is when we have no means of survival anymore. You don't have food to eat. You don't have a house to live in. Nobody's gonna come for you and help you. That is the only time you don't value your life and you just want to die. And when you want to die, you just want to die. It's not because you're trying to do something to live, because you have nothing to live by. So you just want to lay down quietly and die. But through the evil media, which the black elites have taught us, we don't understand reality. The evil of this world in the evil black elites led by they are doing all this evil. I'm putting my African accent into it now. They are doing all this evil, but they themselves want to live for as long as they can live. They are working day and night to see if they can live forever, which will never happen. They are doing all the evil, murdering, killing, being homosexuals, every kind of evil under the sun, every abomination. But they still want to live because that is what evil people do. They still want to live and continue in their evil. But we have been taught not to understand that. So we believe all the bullshit. That a terrorist is just gonna go, get a bomb, get in an airplane, set up the bomb, set off his life. It never happens. When anyone goes to war or wants to kill someone, they themselves want to make sure that they are still alive. We all value our lives. Do not be fooled anymore. So, continuing as you can see right here, clearly as it says, bats are the only mammals. It's not the only mammals. That's a bloody lie because they don't want you to understand that. Is a squirrel not an animal as we showed you and has the same membranous skin as a bat? Bats are not the only animals capable of true powered flight, having adapted true significant anatomical and physiological changes. Their wings consist of a thin elastic skin membrane. Pay attention to the words. It says what? Patagium, elastic skin membrane. Let's pull up the picture of a squirrel now. What does this here say here? Patagium, the same word. Elastic membrane of skin, which is not supposed to be a wing. They just adapted this. It's just like when you look at people who are obese. Pay attention. You're gonna find people who are obese. Their skin is going to be so flabby in the sides of their abdomens or rib cage. The skin becomes so flabby, and because of it becoming so flabby, it can be adapted to something. That is all what happened. And why is all of this happening? That the skin becomes so flabby and membranous, because this only happens to obese people. What does that mean? Poisons! When you eat poisons, your skin becomes what? Becomes flabby, becomes thin, and because of that, certain animals decided to use that flabby skin as they found out if they jumped that they could float and levitate in bats and squirrels to fly. And that is exactly what Satan did. Because normally, that should not happen. Let's continue on now. So therefore, eating poisons, which is fluorine, in the tree of fluorine, and as we have taught you, there was not one single tree of fluorine which is called the tree of knowledge and good and evil in the Bible, in the scriptures. There were several of them grown all around the world. The Creator only told us, do not eat of this tree. Just use it to make whatever construction that you want to make, because it mixes things so you can mold it into whatever form or shape that you want to do in your construction, and just do things for yourself out of whether it's entertainment or you just want to do something. That's all. So you can just live and feel free in a world that the Creator made for us. That's all. So when you eat poisons, which you will notice, you become obese, your skin becomes flabby, you can stretch it and it moves. And that is what happens to every single animal who's been feeding off poisons in fluorine and make their skin that way. An example in the bat and the flying squirrel, because it doesn't fly, it just adapts itself to glide. And with Satan, it adapted their skin to glide, and when it wants to fall to the ground, so it is not caught and killed, because it's just a regular animal like any animal in the world which mankind can kill. It turns in an anti-clockwise direction and flies. Keeps it afloat on the earth so it can get to its destination, certain destinations around the world which people cannot see. It can run underground, and when it runs underground, as you're going to find out later on when we give you the full explanation, as already it's been given on several acts of Shape of the World, it causes earthquakes, tsunamis, so on and so forth. And the evil black elites lie to us because we do not know our history. When they brought about Christianity about 100 and 150 years ago, it totally made our minds not to see the truth, because at that particular point in time, 200 years from 2026 before now, the plantation had brought about evil foods that we eat, and through poverty we continue eating these evil foods without even knowing what real food looks like. Well, let's continue on. So let's play a short clip of how the flying squirrel flies. Listen and pay attention. Then we come back and start explaining what you see when Satan is in your area. It all starts with what? The clouds. You have no idea, but we have explained it to you, played a short clip for you to understand that clouds are the same as you breathing air. In cold weather, it condenses so that you can see it, and when it condenses, it needs something to stick to, which happens to be the proteins and all the organic material that you breathe out of your nostrils with the carbon and dust in the air, which it hangs to in cold weather, and you see it, because it's the same thing that Satan does, as the video explained to you, that you breathing and seeing your air in cold weather is the same as clouds, because anytime Satan is in your area, you're gonna see clouds. Either the clouds are receding, the clouds are coming, or the clouds are there, because sometimes when you are in this world living, you stare up and see blue skies with no clouds. Is it not true? There are days you see no clouds in the sky, because Satan is not in your area. Because anytime he is in there, there has to be clouds. Leaving, receding, or staying, just showing that he was there. Because what are clouds, as you've come to understand? Condensation of water vapor in a cold environment. Caused by what? Fluorine gas. Fluorine causes severe cooling, which leads to what? Snow, ice, and hail. And rain, which you do not understand, but you're going to understand as we get along onto this particular part right here, which has already been explained on several acts of Shape of the World, but we still have to dibble and dabble into what we have already explained, just so you can get the right information. Let's continue on. Everything about our world that we've come to know during the modern times is all a lie. Why is it all a lie? Because you have to understand, as we keep on repeating this over and over again through several acts of Shape Our World, just for your understanding, because this is Act 8 of Shape Our World, and there are 9 acts on Shape Our World, which the public will understand, even though there's about 10 total acts, but 9 is for the public to understand, and the 10th act, you're not going to understand that, because it's going to be fully broadcast in the. And as we get towards the final acts, because Shape of World starts from Act 1 to Act 10, and this is Act 8 right here, everything is being put together in such a way that you understand that even though several other acts, the details have been thoroughly explained, but we have to keep repeating certain things that have already been explained just for your full understanding. So on Act 8 right here, as you're listening to us, as it has been explained, everything that we know in our world, in the modern world today, for the past, let's say, 200 years per se, has been a very big lie. Why has it been a very big lie? Because first of all, in the ancient world, before 200 years ago, in the late 1800s, all right, or starting in the late 1800s, there was no place like a church or a Bible. Pay attention. There was no place like a church or a Bible. So the ancient people that lived there, which happened to be our great-grandparents, as you're listening to the sound of a voice, great-grandparents means about 4 generations or 5 generations before us living in this era in 2025 to 2026. There was still truth in the world, okay? There was still truth in the world because there was no Bible and there were no churches. The start of us believing lies starts with the introduction of Christianity and churches, which now became centers for us to go get programmed in lies. And when they brought about Christianity, our great-grandparents were not part of the Christianity. It was their children in our grandparents that started going to church because of the many lies and false prosperity that the churches provided in, like, maybe jobs, okay? And saying that you can have some handiwork, that you don't have to go to your farm, and all those kind of lies in telling people that the way to go or the way to come out of the traditional religions, which were wicked, traditional religion of culture and way of life of different ethnicities, because you have to understand there was still wickedness. And since a lot of people wanted to get out of the structure of wickedness, which was controlled by their kings, when they brought Christianity, a lot of them got to think that was the way out from their kings. So, not knowing that the kings formulated another way to trap them in the African kings, in something more worse, which is Christianity, which programmed the people to drop all what they had known, okay, as the truth, and take up this new falsification of truth, masquerading as if it's the truth, but it's a lie. So there was still truth in the world, and a lot of people still knew it 200 years ago. So the way we are right now is because Christianity brought about so many lies, faked it as if it was the truth, and people bought into it 200 years ago. And that is why we are here today at this particular point in time, and all what we have are lies. Because when you read the Bible, from the very first word that starts in Genesis, and a lot of people do not know even the word Genesis, where it comes from. Genesis comes from a Greek or Roman god called Janus, all right? Janus, go take a look. Janus is a deity or god which they said had two faces. One is looking at the past and one is looking forward. So what is Genesis trying to tell you? It's looking at the past history and then telling you what they're going to do forward in the future. That's where the word Genesis comes from. But because of the spelling, let's show you. So Genesis is spelled this way. As you can see, that's how Genesis is spelled. But can you spell Genesis this way? Take a look now. Or even this way. Do you see that? It's a spell because the evil black elites use spelling to confuse us about the truth, so we don't have understanding. Because once you have understanding, you have knowledge, you can never be lied to. Because this word Genesis, if you go online, as we'll show you right here, it comes from a god that's called Janus. Does that strike a bell? Because from Janus, you also have the word January, which is what? The beginning of the month, just like Genesis is the beginning of a book. Do you see what they did with the spelling? So their god, Janus, which is the same word as Genesis, is saying that it is the beginning of things, looking back at history and then also looking forward into the future. Because the first 5 books, which is attributed to the fact that Moses wrote them, they didn't have these names. These are all made up names, which they call the Pentateuch, to confuse you about the truth. So before 200 years ago, there was still truth in the world. But the introduction of Christianity, all right, brought about programming us with lies. Because when you go read in the book of Genesis, Genesis chapter number 1, let's show you. It starts by saying, in the beginning, God made the heaven and the earth. Pay attention to verse number 2. But the earth was unsightly and unfurnished, and darkness was over the deep, and the Spirit of God moved over the water. So what they are telling you in essence, in verse number 2 here of Genesis, chapter number 1, it's saying that God has a spirit. What is that setting you up for? To believe in the Holy Spirit in Christianity. You see how they constructed the lies very well? Because the Creator has no spirit. As we have broken down the word spirit vividly for you to understand, and we still break it down here very simple. Spirit just means, in essence, the etymology of the word, the origin of the word, just means mind. So when somebody says they are spiritual, what they are saying is that they have a mindset of thinking about something in a certain way, which concerns how this world is and how we came to be. It's that simple. Spirit just means mindset. It doesn't mean anything else. The way you are thinking about things and coming to a conclusion about what you think. In essence, spirit is the same word as saying logic of how you're thinking, and arriving at the conclusion on how you think things are and the way they came to be in this world. Now, the next lie, which is a bigger lie, in Genesis chapter number 1 in verse 2 says that the Spirit of God moved over the water. So they are telling you in essence that before there was an earth, there was water, and that the earth came out of the water. That means if you're walking on this earth right now, the earth came out of water. And that is what so many people have believed for the past 200 years. And it is a bloody lie. A bloody lie. There there was no water before the earth. It's a bloody lie. We've already been explained on Act 5 of Shape of a World right here, and then narrated through Act 7 and down here to Act 8. It's all a lie. And you will know with a snippet of it on Act 8 here, but for the full details, you will go back to Act 5, 6, and 7 and hear it. So, as you can read right here before we continue on to show you how they hide Satan and make you understand a lot of things, one of the reasons why we read that scripture to you is to make you understand that they have made us believe that before the Creator made the world, that there was water and the earth came out of water. Also, when you read through the book of Genesis, they will make you understand that rain, pay attention to the word, rain comes from heaven, that there is a window in heaven which the Creator opens up and rain comes down onto the earth. These are all lies. They have soaked us into so many lies for the past 200 years because of Christianity and with the poisons they have fed to us, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, right, should not grow those tails. So we see that they are indeed animals. A lot of people have been dying young in our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents so early, so we didn't have the time to sit down and listen to them tell us about real history for us to know what used to be before now. And through poverty and the educational system, because the educational system takes children away from their parents and grandparents and great-grandparents, so they do not sit down and listen to them under the guise that they are providing a better life for us. Instead of the fact that the educational system is just what? Is just another religious system from Christianity, because the truth is this: all universities started out from the churches, all schools started out from the churches, and together they taught us more lies. So that instead of a child sitting down and observing nature and seeing the way things function to know that there is a Creator, you are listening to what the educational system teaches you in lies, and because they gave you some false work and a scholarship, which they used to give about maybe 50 years ago, they don't do that now anymore. You believe the lie in the false prosperity, and today you are broke and poor. Even with the scholarships they gave you and all the education they gave you, you can't even pay your bills. That's what they did. So, continuing on, as it says here, genus, in ancient Rome religion, and the original Romans, because the people living in the city of Rome or Italy per se right now are demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are not the real Romans. As we've explained, and we'll explain it again for you to understand, they have made us to believe that the empire that we are living in today is a new Roman Empire in the so-called popular culture belief systems, that we are living in a new Roman Empire. But it is not true. We are leading you somewhere because we have already taught you this before, but we're just going it over and over again. What you understand to be the Roman Empire, as we're reading words here that says in ancient Roman religion, right, is a confusion. The Romans, pay attention to the words because this is real history. The Romans were defeated by Europeans, because even though Italy and Greece is in Europe, the real Romans and the real Greeks did not see themselves to be as a whole part of Europe. They saw themselves to be different. Okay? So Italy, if you want to say Italy, Rome, and Greece saw themselves to be different from the whole part of Europe. So Italy and Greece were together, all right? They were related. The rest of the entire Europe, all right, which includes such names as you've come to know today, because the true map of the world shows you this. Such names as German, French, English, Scandinavia, and all the other countries of Europe, including Russia today, the people who inhabited those areas did not see themselves as a part of Italy and Greece, where you have the Romans and the Greeks. Those areas call themselves what? Gauls. It's from the word Gaul that you have such books in the Bible as Galatian. And then the spell on Gaul is a such word as Celtics. All right? They did not see themselves to be part of Italy and Greece. So why are we saying all this? Because it's already been explained. The real Romans and Greeks were defeated by Europeans. So when they tell you that we are living in a new Roman Empire, it's all a bloody lie, because they do not want you to understand the history. What we are living in, if it was even true in the first place, because took over the Europeans. In a real sense, if you really wanted to say the truth, we are living in a European empire run by the... That would be the truth. Because what happened is that the Europeans, whom are Gauls, defeated the Roman Empire and the Greek Empire, which was one and the same. But this is real history they don't teach you. So as we are reading here, when it says in ancient Roman religion and myth, Janus is the god of beginnings, gates, transitions, time, duality, doorways. This is a lie. Because they want you to believe that we are living in a Roman Empire, but we are living in a European Gallic Empire. It is not Roman in any way, shape, or form. But they write these stories to confuse you. So when we are talking about Janus here, and they say it is Roman, please pay attention. We are just saying it according to what they say. But the truth, as you're listening now, is that it is a Gaulish, European. The Romans and the Greeks, even though they lived in Europe as a continent, did not see themselves to be part of the European ethnicity, which are Gauls, spelled G-A-U-L-S. But let's continue on now that you understand. So as we continue reading here, it says in ancient Roman religion and myth, Janus is the god of beginnings. You see that? That is why the book of Genesis is the first book of the so-called Bible. Beginnings. They're trying to show you the beginning of things, but in actual essence, what this Janus, which is a European god, don't worry about the word Roman here, it's all a lie. So European god, and the Europeans are Gauls, as we have revealed through several acts of Shape of the World, and even right here, because you'll understand who they are. Let's just tell you right here, because it's already been revealed on several acts of Shape of the World. The real Romans who ruled the world, the so-called language of Rome, which they say you speak today, which is called Latin. They never spoke Latin. That's all a falsification, because when the Romans and the Greeks were defeated by the Europeans in the Gauls, they took over their countries in Rome, Italy, and Greece. And they never existed. They were either expelled, killed, or you had to convert to the religion which they had at that particular point in time, which was called what? Judaism. Because the Europeans got all the religion of the leaders, Judaism, and practiced it. So when the Romans were defeated and the Greeks, they never existed again. The real Europeans in the Gauls took over their countries. And when they took over their countries, they started acting or bearing the name because they lived there and they were called Greeks and Romans, but they were not. They just took over someone's country. So this is why history has been so confusing for a very long time. So the real Romans and the real Greeks of history do not speak the language they teach you as Latin. They speak some other language, all right? Even though the languages have similarities, but they are not of the so-called language that they teach you today is either spoken in Italy as Italian or Greek. They had to force those languages on the original Romans and Greeks to falsify history. So let's break it down as already has been broken down before. The real Romans of history and the real Greeks of history now live in Africa, but they are not called Romans or Greeks. They reside in the country which you people know today as Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somalia. That's it. If you want to know the whole entire history of all this, go to Acts 2 of Shape of the World and watch that. It's not going to be repeated because the video is going to get too long. Let's continue on. So continue reading. It says, in ancient Roman religion and myth, Janus is the god of beginnings. That's why the book of Genesis with a spell is spelled that way, means beginnings of things. But as you've come to understand, this European Gallic god, which is falsified as a Roman god, just means that they're looking back at history, because that's what God Genesis does. It's looking back at history and then looking forward into the future. But continuing, it says, gates, transitions, time, duality, doorways, passages, frames, and endings. He is usually depicted as having a double-sided head, which is the image you're seeing right here. Double-sided head. The month of January is named for Janus. Now, here is where we have to show you how they put a spell on us. The letter J did not exist in Europe in any way, shape, or form. Pay attention to the words. The letter J did not exist in Europe, in the whole entire world, in any way, shape, or form. The letter J never existed in any way, shape, or form in any of the European languages, whether it be, as we have told you, in the original Greek and Roman or Italian languages, and the original Greek and Romans or Italians live in the country of Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somalia. They have mixed with a lot of ethnicities, but they are still the original Roman, Italian, or Greek. The letter J never existed in any of those languages, even with the current European, which you have come to understand means Gallic peoples. The letter J never existed. You couldn't pronounce the word G or J, which is the same sound. It never existed. This pronunciation of G or J was only in, pay attention to the words, was only in the Arabic peoples, mankind, black people, who pronounced words that were supposed to be pronounced in I or U forcefully as a J or G sound. So, because the evil black elites find a way to spell everything so we do not understand what's going on, the pronunciation of the letter J or the letter G was used, because when you go to the original peoples, whom are Romans or Italians and Greeks, who now reside in the places that is called Eritrea, for those of them who survived with the movement of their kings who brought them there, in Ethiopia and Somalia. When they speak, they don't speak the J or G sound. Even though later on they try to coach them to talk that way. But naturally, their words don't have the J or the G sound, because this is not normal pronunciation. It only existed in Arabic culture, the true Arabs of history. Like the so-called person which they made up to control the Arabs through Islam in Muhammad. So, if you go looking for the pronunciation of January, you will not find it, because they didn't pronounce it that way. The Gauls, the real Europeans, they pronounced it January. But because they have falsified our history for us, we pronounce it January or Genesis. It did not exist. So by a spell, the history is lost. Because you will go talking to people and trying to find out how they pronounce the original people. But because of the educational system and what is taught on the media, you will be saying January. You'll be saying Janus. But they themselves wouldn't know it. Do you see what they did to us now? So we don't understand history and reality? Let's continue on. So as you're seeing right there, it's clearly written. This is a Wikipedia page. Go pull it up and you'll see it. So it doesn't just look like Tricks of the S Trade is talking. It says the month of January is named for Janus. And as you've come to understand, this is a spell. Because if you go into trying to find out the history of this word, the original people, the Europeans, as you've come to understand, the word and pronunciation for the letter J, which is the same as the pronunciation for the letter G, does not exist in any language except the true Arabic peoples who forcefully pronounce the letter I as a J. All right? And this was forced upon us through English, all as a spell. So we don't understand what is what and what is not supposed to be. So when you go talking to somebody, if you ever find them in any other culture in the world and you use the word letter J or the letter G, they will not understand it, because there's going to be a mismatch in your understanding, because the letter pronunciation J never existed. Only in the Arabic culture. In the so-called Ishmaelites of scripture, it's not a pronunciation for a word that does exist naturally in nature. It's been fabricated, it's been made up by the Arabic, the true Arabic people, not those bastards in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair living in the area of Saudi Arabia, which was the area of the true Ishmaelites of scripture. And we've already explained this on several acts of Shape of World, so you know who they truly are. But continuing on, that's all what we want you to know. And as you see here in the picture of the so-called Janus, as we've explained, Janus is a god of the Europeans, not the Romans. They just make you not to understand history, because the true Romans and the true Greeks were defeated. That's why they're in Africa now, living with Africans, mixed with Africans, but they are still European in the Ethiopians, the Eritreans, and the Somalians. Because when you go look at history, most Ethiopians, most Eritreans, most Somalians say they are not African. They will always say that, because genetics is so strong. It's even from the word January that you have the word genetics, means beginning of things. How things came to be is where you have the word gene. Do you see that now? So therefore, everything that you've been taught about our world and how things work is a lie. And the lie started with the introduction of Christianity and churches, so we can go sit down and get programmed and taught lies, because it's the same thing that you do when you go to school. The churches and the school are the same thing. What is the similarity between both of them? When you go to the church, you sit down and a pastor talks to you, or whosoever is set up there to talk at the so-called altar talks to you about what you should believe or what they say you should live by, and whatsoever they say, this is what it is and you should get this. Hold it dear to you, practice it, because this is the way life is. When you go to school, is it not the same thing? The teacher is as the pastor. You sit down in your classrooms and the so-called teacher, who is a pastor, talks to you about life, about practicality. And all of it is a lie, just to program your minds, so that if you go out and sit, because we don't need anybody to teach us, just go sit down, look at nature and how it works. You know there is a creator. But rather, religion and schools brought about what? Teaching you, when you look with your eyes, if the sun is rising, all right, from left to right, which means what? From west to east, because west is your left hand, east is your right hand. That is the truth. No, don't worry about that. Just listen to what we are saying. So you go sit down there and you look at the sun. It's moving from the left to the right hand. The left hand is the west, the right hand is the east. They've twisted it all around, because when you go read online, where did they say the sun rises from? From the east to the west. So as you're seeing here right online in your Google, which the idiots, the stupid, evil blacks of America, which think that they are the ones who know everything. They are the ones who can teach us the truth, because this is how we are programmed. Through the false prosperity, as you're finding out here, right on this channel. The water is poison, the food is poison, but just because they have glamorized America, even with the poisoning and sicknesses, we have come to believe that everything an American says is the truth. That is how we are programmed to believe lies, just as they use the church and the educational system. They use the evil blacks of America. Do not have any association with anybody who says they are American. They are all evil. We are telling you here as the truth, so you know it today. We have already taught you how America is going to be destroyed. We are going to show you more. Don't let them into your country in any way, shape, or form. They are evil. That is why all of this is happening to them, for accepting evil, because they refuse the truth. So continuing on here, as you see, we typed it on Google. It says sunrise direction. They say the sun rises in the east every day due to the Earth's rotation, while generally east. The exact sunrise position shifts throughout the year. Can you believe that? The sunrise position shifts throughout the year. But it's all a lie, because they've made you to believe, as a lot of people don't pay attention to, the sun rises. The truth is this: the sun rises from your left hand. The left hand is always west. The right hand is always east. But they've twisted everything around. As you're reading right here, it says it rises in the east, which is the right to the left. So therefore, by programming us with lies through the religious system in Christianity and every other worldwide religion such as Islam, and through the educational system. When you look with your eyes, you refuse to see what your eyes see and believe what they have told you. Great examples in such great liars as Neil deGrasse Tyson will use the truth, a small amount of the truth, just as the Bible contains about 10% of truth. They use that little percentage of truth to tell you all lies. And you believe the lies and come to a conclusion. Go sit yourself and look at nature and everything else around you. Forget about what they've told you. You will see that there is a creator. And if you're fortunate enough to speak to your parents, your grandparents, and your great-grandparents, they would have told you the same thing. But because of poisonings fed to us and the religious system with the educational system over the past 200 years, we have all come to believe lies. That is how we got where we are today. The only difference maker is the Creator himself. He does not forget. And through the priesthood, which he said is his own, that is how the truth still remains. So therefore, everything that you've read in scripture, taught to you by the sciences, if you're listening to all the bullshit they tell you, in like the evil black elites who tell you lies every single day, they have so much made the lies now so great, such that we don't know the truth anymore, and you can only know the truth as we have told you. Go sit down, observe nature for yourself. Don't listen to anybody. Don't listen to us. Just go sit down, observe, take notes. And you can even take notes from your parents, grandparents, great-grandparents if they're still alive. And with common sense, that means you think about everything that you're doing. If it does make sense, 1 + 1 is supposed to be 2, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, it's all a lie. And then you will see that there is a creator. So getting back to what we're saying right now, they have made us to believe that rain, water, comes from the creator. If you're in the so-called religious belief of Christianity, Quran, and so forth, they've made you to believe that rain and water comes from the sky. All right? That there is a window in heaven, it opens up, and water comes out as rain. The truth is this: rain comes from one animal only. The only animal who has been responsible for the way the earth is, has lived this long because an evil mankind person in Ham saved him on the boat of Noah. All these stories has been thoroughly explained on several acts of Shape of the World. This is just the details. You have to go back and watch those acts. It's not going to be repeated here. Ham saved Satan. All right? In the flood, in the boat of Noah. Hid him from his father, and his father did not know. In Noah, of all the evil that Ham was doing, because there are a lot of evil people around you who are very good at hiding their evil, so you never know. But now you can hear it and know, and you will know how they operate. So, all rain comes from Satan. And what is rain? Rain is nothing but what? Sweat. Oh my goodness. Peeing from an animal. Because in Africa, you have to understand this. When it rains, because some Africans live very far away from rivers and streams which they can go fetch water. So what happens is that when it rains, they put out a bucket, right? The roof collects the rain in the bucket. And Just saying this is hard for me because, as I have told you, if you have never lived for at least 11 years in Africa, you have no idea about history. Don't worry about the evil blacks of America. They've got it coming for a very long time because everything is happening to them. The poisoning of the food and water is because they are evil. Because the evil black elites think that is how stupid they are. They think they are saving their animals by putting more poisons so that the poisons make the animals and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, not to grow their animal tails and features so that they can keep on lying to us that they are mankind. But what in essence they are doing is destroying all the evil blacks of America with their animals together. Do you see how, as we have taught you, that we all work for the Creator, grudgingly or knowingly? There is only one. He has no beginning and has no end. That's why his name is, which has been shortened to in the language. So continuing on, they have made us believe that rain comes from the windows of heaven just by the lies they told us in the book of Genesis. And that the Creator himself opens up the windows of heaven and rain comes forth upon us. But all rain, so sad, all rain comes from Satan, sweating, peeing, and stooling, all because you people don't understand real history. And Africans whom live in areas that are very far from their nearest stream or river put out a bucket when it rains and collect all the sweat, pee, stooling from an animal and go drink it, use it to cook, use it to shower, and get more sick, and they don't know it. Do you see how evil is? For even the evil people who work for these evil elites at the top, which pictures are going to show on this particular act of Shape of a World as it has been shown. So continue on. What you have to understand is this, which we're trying to break it down to you so you understand. Before any rain falls in your area, you have to understand that when you're in that area, what happens is that there is going to be a fog. Before rain falls, there is a fog. A fog is not the same as a cloud. That's why the next clip we're going to play and show you the differences, you're going to hear it. Fogs are not the same as clouds. Clouds are formed from Satan breathing out air into an atmosphere, and this air is filled with proteins that he breathes out and all the organic material that he breathes out, as we have taught you, that the reason why you see your breath or whatever you breathe out as vapor, as you've come to understand that when you breathe out air and you see it, it's just a condensation of water vapor in a cold atmosphere. And this is exactly what Satan does. And that the reason, as we have explained, based on the video we showed you, that you see this condensation is because as you breathe out the condensed water, it hangs to what? The so-called protein or organic material that you breathe, and the dust and carbon in the atmosphere, and it hangs and you see it, which is what Satan does too. And you can now see your breath, which is the same as what Satan does, and you see clouds. Because before you have any rain, wherever you are, there is going to be a fog and there's a cloud. But what we're trying to explain to you is that the fog is not the same as a cloud, because the fog is what the Creator made for us to have naturally. And the only reason why we have a fog is because of what? Satan breathes out fluorine gas, which causes a condensation of air, water vapor, liquid water turned into a gas, which condenses, and it comes from a very particular place, which has already been explained on several acts of Shape of a World. It's not going to be explained here. You have to go watch that. So let's play that clip for you to understand before we come back and start all over again, to show you that a fog is different from a cloud. And the word fog in itself comes from your language. Let's explain and show you. So the word fog is an English language, right? It means there's a covering or so forth and so on. The word fog, F-O-G, all right, is from your language called Foga. You see the spelling? So the English language, as we have taught you, is just a corruption of speaking the Hebrew language. So instead of saying Ufo, they just took this out, these words here, and it became fog. Now in the language, fog means, as fog, it also means clouds. Because every time before it rains, you have to have a fog. Fog is not the same as clouds. Please remember this. Fogs are not the same as clouds. Clouds are formed by Satan breathing out, because he's a cold animal, and wherever he goes, when he breathes out water vapor or air, which now condenses with all the proteins and everything that he's eaten as an animal, which you understand perfectly well as it's been explained on Act 6 of Shape of a World. And when he breathes that out with all the proteins, which we have already explained, happens to contain sulfur. That is why fluorine gas is called sulfur hexafluoride, because when you are sick or when you're peeing, you will notice that your urine has a yellow color. It's the same thing that happens when you sneeze or when you cough. You cough out something that is yellow, which we have made you to understand is what? Is plasma, your blood, which is mixed with fluorine. And they call plasma so many different names, as you have come to understand. One of the names is sulfur. So clouds and fog are not the same thing. But before it rains, pay attention. There's going to be a fog. And that fog has a color which is blackish or grayish in color. It contains some blackness. But clouds are not the same thing. So before it rains, there's going to be a fog. Then Satan brings about the clouds. And the clouds are his breath, because wherever he goes, he's a cold animal. So when he breathes out, the environment around him is cold. It now condenses the water vapor that he breathed out with all the organic materials in him in sulfur. All right? Plasma and every other thing with the carbon in the atmosphere and dust, and it forms the clouds which you see. So the people call fog UFO. That's where you get the word fog from, as you're seeing right here on the screen. So fog is not Pay attention to the words. Fog is not the same as clouds. Clouds are formed by Satan. Fogs has already been explained on how they form and what causes it. Go back to Act 5, 6, 7 of Shape of a World, and you'll know that. So then, people use the word UFO to mean both fog and clouds, but based on what they say, they understand which one is which.
As dense fog continues to hang over Kern County, many say it feels thicker and longer lasting than in years past.
Eyewitness News reporter Michelle Roldan decided to find out just how bad this year's fog is affecting people in Kern County. She's joining us live outside of our studio. Michelle?
That's right. Several people I spoke with tell me the fog seems to be heavier this year compared to previous. A lot of them tell me that it's also raising some fear and concern following incidents like the one that happened earlier today.
Kern County is no stranger to dense fog, especially during the winter months. But to many, this year's fog is out of the ordinary. To better understand current situations, I spoke with Eyewitness News Chief Meteorologist Ilya Naiman, who tells me this January has in fact seen significantly more dense fog than last year.
January last year came in with just one. Now, it doesn't take a genius to figure out. This year, we've got more than just one for this month alone.
Ilya tells me the prolonged fog is driven by a combination of air temperature and moisture.
So say the temperature is 55 degrees this evening and the dew point is 45, it's not going to be foggy until the temperature goes down to 45 or the dew point, which is the moisture, climbs up to 55, or they meet somewhere in the middle. When that occurs, we get what we call saturation, which is the air is completely filled to capacity with moisture, and that leads to condensation or fog formation.
And for those new to the area or visiting, adjusting to the fog is taking some time.
It feels like you're almost starting a new game. Almost that's what it feels like. Going through a fog, you almost think you enter like a new level or something.
But for many, the biggest concern remains driving.
I've been struggling to see cars in front of me, and trying to see people's headlights and people on the roads.
As always, when driving in the fog, remember to slow down, use your low beams, and just leave enough space between your vehicle and other vehicles to ensure that everyone on the roads is being safe. Reporting live in Bakersfield, Michelle Roldan, Eyewitness News.
So therefore, in the short clip that you just watched, we made you to understand perfectly what fog is based on what this story on the news clip tells you. But all what we want you to understand is that fog and clouds are not the same thing. Fogs are formed because of what? Condensation, cooling, which only comes from Satan. All right? It's different. Now, continuing on, before it starts to rain, wherever you are in this world, clouds form. What you're watching right here is Satan breathing. See all this right here? As it's forming, they call it a cumulus cloud, so on and so forth. That is because of Satan's breath. They don't want you to understand this. So when you watch the Weather Channel, all what the Weather Channel is showing you, they are the ones tracking and knowing where Satan is. So every time you watch the Weather Channel, in essence, the evil black elites are showing you how they track Satan. Think about this logically. You can't track the weather. It has to be something solid moving that you can track. That's how you track people. So if you go and you try to track someone, the person has to be a physical thing. You have to have a physical device that is put on the person so you can know where the person is going and you can tell. That is what radar is for. So every time before it rains or the weather changes, there's going to be a cloud formation, which is the breath of Satan. As you have come to understand right now, as we're telling you what it means for you to see your breath, a condensation of water vapor locked in with the organic material as plasma that you're breathing out, so on and so forth, with dust and carbon particles. So you didn't see how they hide Satan for you. Let's continue on. As you can see right here, a cloud is forming because that is Satan. Everywhere he goes, there must be a cloud. The cloud must be there. It's leaving, it's coming in, because it's all part of the stupid evil animal which the black elites have made you to be worshipping, and with their children. In albinos, anybody straight here, they are all animals. They breathe upon us fluorine, because for them to stay looking like mankind in animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, they must be fed fluorine, which is what we consume every day in the poison water and food, because we do not grow our own food. We don't even know what natural food looks anymore for the past 200 years, of which they've been telling us lies and have brought us to this point. But let's continue on now. So you see how they hide Satan from you. And as you've come to know, rain and all natural disasters except a volcano blowing up, which has already been thoroughly explained on Act 6 and on Act 5 of Shape of World. It's not going to be explained here. So you know what is going on in your world, so it doesn't just look like what Tricks of the S Trade is talking. We are only explaining what they've been lying to you about with their own pictures. Let's continue on. So, as we've explained to you, whenever you see clouds, you understand at this particular point in time that Satan is in your area, and you understand how clouds are formed, as it's been explained throughout this whole entire part of Shape of World right here on Act 8 and several other acts like Act 6, 5, and 7, and so on and so forth. But continuing on, what you have to understand is that there's a difference between fog and clouds, which have already been explained, because why are we trying to explain this for you? Whenever rain is going to happen in your area, the first thing that you're going to see is a fog. Now, fog is a natural phenomenon. The only reason why fogs, all right, even happen in the first place, as you are learning right now as we're going on, is that cooling in the atmosphere has brought about a fog. But fog naturally do happen, but fogs are something which shouldn't happen. Is because of cooling that we see fogs. And what causes cooling? Satan. His breath brings about cooling in the earth, which the Creator never made. One other thing you have to understand is this. Fogs can happen and there is no rain. You can wake up early in the morning and you find a mist, all right? Misty fog, but no rain or whatsoever. The condensation is just held in the atmosphere. But before it rains, there's going to be a fog and there's going to be a cloud because Satan is in the area. That's what you have to understand. Now, if you people ever pay attention, you will notice that fogs, all right, when they do happen, usually have some sort of black, grayish color because fogs in itself contains carbon and water condensation from the fact that the air is cool, because cooling brings about condensation for air to turn back into water. So that is the reason why we had to teach you the whole distillation process. It wasn't just about you keeping yourself healthy by drinking distilled water and freeing yourself of all the poisons they put in the bottled water, the faucet or tap water, and all the drinking water that we do get. But it was explaining a science for you so you understand where we're going. So whenever you look at a fog, as an example that you're looking right now on the screen, what you're going to notice is that the fog always has a blackish or grayish color. It's different from a cloud. And the only reason why we have fogs is because of cooling, which is brought about by Satan. And before it starts to rain, this is what you're going to notice. There's going to be a fog, all right? So why are we trying to explain this for you? Satan chases fogs because it is what it eats. This already has been explained on several acts of Shape of a World, from Act 5 to Act 7, and this is Act 8, but we're just shortening this explanation just because you need to understand what we're trying to say next. So Satan chases the fog because it causes cooling, and the cooling brings about a condensation of a fog, and the fog, which you will see wherever you are in this world, which has a kind of blackish, grayish color as you're seeing right here on the screen. What we can tell you is this, all right? Something produces this kind of grayish, blackish water vapor. You people have seen it all your whole entire lives, but you don't understand what is happening. It's already been explained on Act 5, 6, and 7 of Shape of a World. It's not going to be explained here. You just have to go watch those acts. But for those who watch, they understand what we're saying at this particular point in time. So fogs are caused by something. And Satan needs to do what? Needs to stir the air, so whatsoever is bringing that fog, he can eat of it, because that's how he survives, by eating the fog. Very short and simple. So he stirs it. What does stirring mean? Stir means a storm. So Satan always stirs the air. That's why we took the time to explain to you that air does not move. Air does not move in any way, shape, or form. Air is stagnant. When you move air, that's what it's called wind. An example that we showed you in your fan. So whenever you have wind in your area, you know that Satan is the one stirring the air to move, and the movement of air is wind. We took our time to explain that for you. Another thing that you have to understand is this. There are days that you get up. Pay attention now, because we're making you to understand your world around you. Pay attention and go look and see for yourself. Because now you're going to be looking, seeing, and understanding, because all through for the past 200 years, we have been looking with our eyes, we see it, but because of what the evil black elites led by the leaders have taught us through their false educational system and sciences, we refuse to acknowledge what we see, but rather believe what they tell us in the educational and religious system. But now pay attention. There are days you go out into wherever you are in this world. You're not going to see any clouds, and the air does not move. Everything is still. If you say we are lying, come back and show us proof. But pay attention now and go and observe. There are days you go out into the world around you. When you stand, you're going to see blue skies, no clouds, no fogs. The air is still, no wind. Everything is still. And if it is hot in where you are, you start begging for the wind. When you are begging for the wind, what are you begging for? You are praying to Satan. So Satan chases the fog to eat and survive, so that he does not go to the lake of fire, which he will eventually go, because this is the same thing that the evil black elites of the world are trying to find some way to live forever so they don't go to the lake of fire. But you see how stupid and dumb the evil black elites are, led by the rogue leaders. You're trying to live forever, but yet you're poisoning the whole world. You're poisoning everything, and you want to live forever. How is that going to be possible? You see how stupid they are? Because all through your lives, you've never known that evil is stupidity, and it will take you to the lake of fire, which has already been explained, but we are going to explain a little bit more here on Act 8. So whenever it's going to be any kind and change of weather in your environment, what you need to understand, we've already told you this, we're just repeating it over and over again right here. Weather just means a deterioration of the normal. And whatsoever we've explained through several acts up to this particular act of shape of world is that what you need to understand is that the normal is this. When the Creator made the world, there was no wind in any way, shape, or form. The air was always still. There were no clouds in the sky. All you had, as you're going to find out, which has already been explained, is something that makes the whole world look like it's always in balance and calm. You're going to understand this on this particular act of shape of a world. But all what you need to understand in very simple terms is that when the Creator made the world, there was no wind. Everything was in balance. You had no clouds, because clouds comes from what? A concentration of cooling, which turns to cold, which condenses the air in our atmosphere, which is just water, which has been turned into a gas or vapor through heating. So there were no clouds. So that is why when you wake up, sometimes in most days, you notice that the sky is blue. There are no clouds in any way, shape, or form. And you notice that the air is still, no wind is blowing across it. Because as you've come to understand right now, for air to be moved, something needs to move it to turn it into a wind. And the only thing that does that all around the world, because it goes around the world, as it was told to you in the book of Job, because the whole book of Job is about Satan. The creator himself is not there. They are just telling you about Satan in code, that he goes around the world. By going around the world, wherever he goes, he brings about the clouds and the wind. That is why before it rains, you have a fog first, because of what Satan is chasing, all right? Because fogs come from somewhere. As we're getting along, because we want to make sure that whenever you hear any acts of shape of a world, even though you don't hear the whole entire acts, you still do understand what's going on, and then the evil will get the idea and know where they are heading, because on this particular act of shape of world, they are going to know where the lake of fire and hell is, which they have never known in their whole entire lives. So before the weather just means deterioration of the normal. The normal means no clouds, no wind. Everything is still, because that's how the Creator made the world. So when there is going to be a deterioration of the weather, it starts with what? It starts with something moving the air, turning around. So that is why when you people go and look at your weather channel, the weather channel, or when they say they are telling you about the weather in news, in anything that's on media, it is the elites worshiping Satan. Because weather just means deterioration of the normal. The normal is blue skies, no clouds, no wind. And then something, which is Satan, stirs the air and turns it into wind, brings about what? Brings about clouds, brings about rain, brings about hail, brings about thunderstorms, brings about winter and cold, brings about earthquakes, which you're going to know already has been explained, but you're going to know here on Act 8 of Shape of a World right here. All the natural disasters in the world, except for the volcano, is all caused by one animal who has been doing this and trying to survive so it does not go to the lake of fire with all its children and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair. The Caucasian, the white man, except the Orientals, and they are righteous. So whenever there is going to be a change in weather just means, as the word, go look it up, the meaning of weather. It comes from the word weathering. What does weathering mean? Deterioration of the normal. They never taught you this, but you're understanding this now. Whenever there's going to be the deterioration of the atmosphere, as we've explained, in the sense that you're going to have blue skies, no clouds, no wind. Something has to stir the air and turn it into a wind. That is the meaning of what they call a storm. That's why you're looking at this particular picture right now on your screen saying storm. It says Old English storm of Germanic origin, related to Dutch storm and Germanic storm, probably also to the word stir. So what does stir mean? Turning. When you stir something, let's say for example, you cook soup or you cook anything and you stir it, what does it mean? The soup is going to be bubbling in your pot and then you stir it, right? What does stirring mean? You are taking it away from the normal bubbling of the soup and you turn it into a stir, because in essence, the normal is just everything is normal. When you stir it, all right, you're bringing about a deterioration of the normal. They don't teach you all of this in real sciences. That is why they sent you through the religious system in Christianity, Islam, and then they taught you more nonsense in the educational system with false sciences, such as the idiot teaching you sciences by telling you lies. Example in Neil deGrasse Tyson. So we're breaking it down further for you to understand. It says here, storm, Old English storm, tempest, violent disturbance of the atmosphere. Do you see that? Often accompanied by high winds, also onrush, attack turmoil, disturbance. So when you read in the scriptures, as we have told you, that everything that you read in the scriptures is a lie. They put some truth in it. They put about 10% of truth. That truth is only used so that you can believe the lie. It's not about telling you truth. It's about using the truth to make you believe a lie. That is what the evil black elites, the kings and leaders of this world do. They tell you a bit of truth, but the truth they tell you is always for you to believe the lie, which is more gratuitous in what they say, because they will never tell you truth. Because if they told you the truth, you would never be under their bondage, because everything they tell you is a lie. So as you're reading right here, it says storm means what? A violent disturbance of the atmosphere, a violent disturbance of what is normal, which the Creator made. And it goes on to say it's often accompanied by high winds. So what is it telling you? High winds is a disturbance of the normality of our world, which the Creator made. Everything was in balance. Rain. So when you see rain, it's a disturbance of the atmosphere. And unfortunately for you, which you never knew but you're knowing today, rain is nothing but sweat, peeing, and stooling from one stupid animal in Satan, in which you people, you idiots, worship and breed with his children. In our albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, as long as anybody has straight hair, even they look black, they are not mankind. The only people whom were mankind and got into crossbreeding so much over time that they now have straight hair are Orientals. You see any black person and they say they are black, but their hair is straight or mixed, as they say it, they are not mankind. They are animals. If not for all the poisons fed to us in water and food, as you're finding out on Act 8 of Shape of World right here, they would all grow tails and fall, and you would recognize that they are animals. Let's show you an example. So here's an example right here of showing you that you're going to find people who look like they are black, but the hair is straight. You find this feature in so many people whom are the so-called Black Americans of America. You also find them in people who are from Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somali, because the truth is this, as we've already revealed, the people from Somali, Ethiopia, and Eritrea are the true Romans and Greeks of history whom immigrated from Italy and Greece to Somalia, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. That is why when you notice the behavior of the people who are from that area, they always tend to say they are not Africans.
Are Americans prejudiced in their opinions about Africa?
They most certainly are. How could they be objective about African Negroes while they are prejudiced against American Negroes?
I disagree with you completely. I think that Americans are prejudiced for African natives and are very prejudiced against white people in Africa.
Well, I'm getting confused. How can Americans be for and against Africans at the same time?
Well, if I say anything, I'm going to confuse you still more. As an Ethiopian, I'm prejudiced against both white people and Negroes.
Our discussion are 4 high school students from 4 different countries in Africa. Let me introduce them to you now. Here is Amelia Day from the Gold Coast. Amelia is 18 years old. Here is Susan Rennie from the Union of South Africa. Susan is 17. Here, our baby for tonight, 15-year-old Meskin Venega from Ethiopia. And 16-year-old Boniface Ofakaja from Nigeria. Nesbin, how about your prejudices? You admitted to several at the beginning.
Well, as I told you before, we have also our own prejudices against the African Negroes. We consider them as inferiors. We have, of course, our own reasons for saying so.
Well, what are they, Nesbin?
Well, First thing, we consider ourselves to be of the lost tribe of Israel and not Negroes. It's only that our faces are burned that we look like Negroes. And also, we've been ruling part of Africa for hundreds of years. During the 16th century, and we ruled part of Egypt, Sudan, and as far down as Mozambique.
Nonetheless, let us come now to that basic issue of racial segregation. I hear this honorable gentleman from Ethiopia. I think it's high time Ethiopians come to the side where exactly they are. I usually wonder, are you Negroes? You are not Negroes. You say you are not Negroes. Are you white? You're not white. What are you?
Well, I told you the answer. We are not Negroes. We are one of the lost tribes of Israel. It's just because our faces are burned that we look like Negroes.
I've got the point, we are lost. I think that makes a conclusive end to it.
Say that your people came down from the Middle East. You are not native African.
No, not at all.
Ethiopian.
As a matter of fact, we don't have the Negro blood at all. And we migrated from the Semitic type of the Saudi Arabia and Yemen and the countries just away from the Red Sea. And the origin could be said that some people drafted and came to the northern part of Ethiopia. And then they migrated inwards. And time went on, they stayed and then the Hamitic races from the bordering, from the south and from Sudan and things like that, from the countries in Africa.
Excuse me for interrupting, but if you don't have Negro blood, then this is news to me. The Ethiopians, I would think, wouldn't have any particular feeling about race relations in other parts of Africa.
We don't at all feel any relationship. It's none of our concern. We just don't care about it, as we don't have the Negro blood. We shouldn't have to worry ourselves. The color you might, the color of my face, it's just dark because it's due to the exposure of the sun. And my country is a mountainous country. It's 800 feet above sea level. And it's more or less nearer to the sun than is the other countries that lay near the equator.
Yuma?
Yeah.
You're not white?
And not black?
Not black. What are you?
It's just in between.
Yuma, and I would like to know, are you, for instance, very much interested in the South African race policy? Or do you stand more or less objective towards that?
Not at all. We wish you would do things fairly. We wish you don't treat the native South Africans as you do right now. But as a matter of fact, we don't care. We just listen to your policies and things that go on in South Africa. But I'd like to ask you one question. Would it become more? Would it be? Would you think it would be a little? Would the matter be worse or better? Within these few years, or what is the stand right now of this South African problem?
Could I just ask you another question before I answer yours?
Yeah.
Is there any discrimination, for instance, between the separate tribes in your country? How do you, for instance?
I'm very happy you brought that point. As a matter of fact, we, the Amhara tribes, consider ourselves superior to the other tribes, to the adjacent tribes that live in the same community. And we just consider them inferior and consider ourselves superior. And that could be something of segregation, but it's not actually, in the sense that you take it and the Americans in Little Rock take it. It's just very unprominent.
Do you mean that you think that the other tribes are perhaps a little too primitive, for instance?
Not a matter of primitiveness or so. It's just a matter of ignorance, I shall say.
Oh.
The Amhara tribes are more cute and clever, and that's why, they are just...
That's your tribe?
Yeah, that's my tribe.
That's very modest, yeah.
Yeah.
And Yuma, do you have whites in Ethiopia?
White people? Foreigners?
White people, yes.
Yeah, lots of them. We have the Americans, as a matter of fact. They're working in different departments. And I'd like to say one point on that. They seem to be more cooperative in... they looked as though they are cooperative in my country. And I thought it was because they were in a foreign country that they should cooperate. But no, I proved it right here. They come in, they have assemblies in communities and things like that. I mean, they are more cooperative than I actually saw it in my country.
Yoma, just to get back to another point, do you then think, for instance, it's fair that if there is discrimination in Ethiopia, even between, well, the same race and the same nation...
Not the same race, of course the same nation.
The same nation. But do you think then it's fair to judge South Africans as white towards black? If you don't, for instance, acknowledge the less good Ethiopians,
we do acknowledge them. I don't mean we don't actually consider our discrimination, what you call it, is not as prominent and worldwide known as in South Africa. That's it.
Well, what are we actually saying here? That there is all kinds of discrimination and...
So what you're looking at is a debate. A clip is going to be played for you so you see what we're saying right here. This debate was held in 1957, as it shows. It's a debate between a Nigerian, Ethiopian, Ghana, and South Africa, right? And the so-called South African, which they show is going to be a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, because they are not South African, they are demons. This is what the great-grandparents of Nelson Mandela and all the evil black elites of South Africa brought into South Africa to make us believe that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair were the owners of South Africa, which brought about apartheid. And then apartheid throughout history, the black South Africans fought against it and won, but the people who actually made them think that we're winning were still the black elites. That is why they introduced such things as homosexuality into South African culture. And anybody who harbors or makes homosexuality a legality, that country is sanctioned for destruction. But going back to what we're saying right here, a clip is going to be played and you're going to hear it. Ethiopians do not think that they are Africans. Why? Because people do not know this about history. The original Greeks and the Romans, all right, mixed a lot with demons in albinos, anybody with straight who grow tails, when they were walking on all fours. Because in that area of Greece and Romans, there were a lot of imps, the children of Satan, walking on all fours with tails covered in fur, just like you watch the so-called Yoda in Star Wars, which is a representation of what they look like. The only difference is that they did not make Yoda to have a tail and walk on all fours and be covered with fur, which they gave to the animal called Wookiee in Star Wars, because this is how the rogue, evil black elites tell you the truth about history and you do not know. The Ethiopians, whom are Greek and some of them Romans, as well as the people of Eritrea and Somali, even though they have mixed with a lot of Africans, do not consider themselves to be Africans. And when you check the hair on their head, for some of them, not all of them, they have straight hair, just like the hair of any animal, albino, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. The only difference is that they look black and they deceive you that they are black, that they are mankind. They are not. Once you see straight hair on anybody, especially when you are in the United States of America and Canada, you see a lot of people looking like mankind black, but the hair is straight. They are not mankind. They are animals. They are what they call Creole creation, which means a mixture. They are not the normality. So continuing on, whenever you see clouds in your area, in any way, shape, or form, as is forming right here, that is Satan right there, because he causes all the clouds, which is his breath. See, as it spreads, it goes into other clouds, because these are other clouds which have formed and due to him turning as a fan to create wind, because when you move air, you create wind, those clouds and condensation move along, and you already understand what we've explained, how clouds are formed and how it condenses through the cooling of the atmosphere, and that for clouds to be visible, a lot of the proteins and some of the organic stuff that you breathe out of yourself, together with what you don't understand, which has never been taught to you, which are metals, they all hold on to that condensation and it forms clouds. So whenever you see clouds in your area, Satan is there. Now, one other thing that you never pay attention to, which they don't tell us, which is so evil, all right? Whenever you see lightning and thunderstorms, Satan is there. What is lightning and what is thunderstorm? Because as you're watching right here on the screen, you can see that an airplane is flying by, a thunderstorm, and wherever you see this lightning right there, that is Satan right there. So what causes lightning and thunderstorm? Do you see how the evil black elites have made our life like chicken? They don't regard us, because the people in this aircraft with the demons, albinos, anybody straight here who tells, don't even know that their father is in those clouds, an animal, an adapted flying animal. Because they use radar, all the radar in the world, because you have to understand this. People don't understand sciences. Radar works by light striking a solid object. And if the reflection is sent back, then the radar can identify there is something there. If there is no reflection, it cannot be sent back to the radar to identify it. And in most cases, pay attention to the words. For a reflection to be sent back from anything at all, you will never understand this except you had the free electricity video always and you understand how electricity functions. So you can imagine right now that all of us who are in the so-called airports being tortured by TSA. You get on an airplane and you flying by a thunderstorm and you see lightning, and you have no idea that the lightning and thunderstorm that you're flying by, just as you're looking right here on the screen, is an animal. And this animal in Satan, because you have to understand this, before now, Satan has caused a lot of plane crashes. That is why radar had to be developed to know where he is. And then on top of that, because as you're seeing right here, this is a sick animal trying to survive. It could move anytime, and this airplane, as it's moving, would crash without our knowledge. That is why keeping secrets is terrible. Keeping secrets. And you keeping secrets so that the whole entire world does not know the truth. So you are the only one who knows the truth. Is destroying all of us. That is what the evil black elites are doing, led by your leaders who brought about compartmentalization, making us to keep secrets even while we are working. And they make us sign confidentiality clauses so that they can take you to court, put you in jail for you exposing any of their secrets or what they are really doing when you come to find out. So as you're going to watch on this particular short clip, which is going to be played for you, you're going to see that they have what they call a weather radar. All radar in this world, even to your cell phone towers, because radar just means cell phone towers. There are radar which are placed, or cell phone towers, which are placed on the highest elevation in any country and city. Highest elevation in any country and city will be a mountain. Now, those radar, which are cell phone towers or satellites, or let's say satellite dishes, is still one and the same thing. Those radar or cell phone towers or satellite, okay? The satellite dishes, which are placed on the highest elevation in any city, all right? Or any place in the world, those ones are used as satellites. So when they tell you you're getting satellite communication, let's say, for example, you have what they call Starlink.
Trying to predict the future is a hazardous occupation. The only thing we can be sure of is that it will be absolutely fantastic. I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough, the communication satellite. These things will make possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other wherever we may be. When that time comes, the whole world will have shrunk to a point.
Or you're watching satellite television from, let's say, Dish, or you're watching satellite television, let's say, from DirecTV. If you're in Africa, you're watching it from, let's say, DSTV. It just means that there is a satellite placed on the highest elevation in your city, town, wherever you are, on a mountaintop, and it sends signal down, so it looks like the signals are coming from what they call the so-called International Space Station, or anything that they say is satellite in orbit. These are all lies. But what we're trying to show you right here is the fact that with weather radar, all right, all weather, when you turn on your weather channel and you look at weather forecasts, this is all tracking where Satan is, and they do not let you know. So the evil black elites know where Satan is. They track him, all because of what? All because to see if he's alive, and then to give you the false security when you're traveling in your airplanes, so that Satan does not run into them and they don't run into Satan, and they can divert the airplane, because as we have taught you already, which is the truth, all airplanes in this world are remotely controlled. That's why they have what they call autopilots on all airplanes. The pilots are there just to observe the surrounding and tell the airport control who will direct the flight, and they are just there for takeoff and landing, nothing more. Because when you're up in the air, you don't know where you are. You can't even see, except what the instrumentation tells you. So this is how they have made our lives like chicken. Because the only thing that the evil black elites, led by the rogue leaders, care about is their own lives, not you. You don't matter. So for you people who are the evil, when they tell you to do something evil, you go and do it. They don't give a damn about you, but you do it. But now you're going to change that, because the target is now going to be them, the elites. And if you, as the security people, do not target them, when the instructions come to you, you know what's going to happen next. So one of the things we have to teach you and make you understand is that thunder and lightning, whenever you have thunder and lightning, it means Satan is right there. But we have to make you understand what thunder and lightning is. Now, all you need to understand is this in very simple terms. For sound, which is thunder, something needs to move very quickly to strike the air to make sound. That's how we make sounds. We strike the air, compress it, and move it in a certain direction for sound to be heard. Let's show you some very simple examples right now before we come back and explain what you're looking at here in a propeller moving, for you to understand on how sound, which is thunder, right, is made, and lightning.
Ever wonder how speakers turn electricity into sound? Here's how it works. Inside a speaker, there's a voice coil and a magnet, forming an electromagnetic motor. When current flows through the voice coil, it creates a magnetic field that makes the coil vibrate. This vibration moves the cone-shaped diaphragm, pushing air and creating sound waves. These sound waves travel to your ears, and your brain recognizes them as sound.
This vibration moves the cone-shaped diaphragm, pushing air and creating sound waves. These sound waves travel to your ears, and your brain recognizes them as sound.
This vibration moves the cone-shaped diaphragm, pushing air and creating sound waves. These sound waves travel to your ears, and your brain recognizes them as sound.
This vibration moves the cone-shaped diaphragm, pushing air and creating sound waves. These sound waves travel to your ears, and your brain recognizes them as sound. The diaphragm sits in a flexible suspension system, which keeps it stable while it vibrates. A dust cap protects the inside from debris. The pitch of the sound depends on how fast the diaphragm vibrates, and the volume comes from how much the diaphragm moves. When instruments play, they create complex sound waves with multiple frequencies, giving each instrument its own unique sound. When multiple instruments play together, their waves overlap, creating a rich, layered sound. Your ears can hear sounds between 20 Hz and 20,000 Hz.
That's cool.
So what you watch right there, played in slow motion for you to see exactly what's going on, is that sound is made by moving air very, very quickly such that it makes a sound. So another good way we can explain this is this. As you're listening to the sound of my voice, all what I am doing is moving air from my lungs out of my mouth through my larynx and my vocal cords at very high pressures or low pressures if I want to make low sounds. So the best way to explain this is this. High pressure and low pressure just means squeezing air through narrow pathways. If you squeeze air through narrow pathways, it's going to make a high pitched sound. If you squeeze air through, let's say, a wider pathway, it's going to make a bass kind of sound and all those kind of notes. So the best way we can explain this with a very short video is to show you how air moves through your vocal cords to make sound. So with the video we just played and showed you, you're going to see how sound is made, all by doing what? Moving air very rapidly and quickly, because if the air is not moved rapidly and quickly, it's not going to create sound. So that's why if you watch in the video we played for you, the whip crack was the whip moving through the air so quickly, and by that, it makes the air molecules to move apart so quickly such that it creates what? Sound. So without air, there can be no sound. And you've come to understand what air is. Air is just water vapor, water as a gas, water which has been heated up to turn into a vapor. So with that short clip that we played for you, you heard it very clearly that speakers make sound by moving air. Now, why do we have to go through all this stress to teach you everything? Because as we have taught you, everything about this world is based on knowledge. That is why the black elites go through so much work, led by leaders, to teach you false knowledge, because they do understand that if you do not have knowledge and you know how things really work in the sciences, you're not going to understand your world. You're not going to know that there is a creator and that they can hide Satan from you, and they can hide his children physically from you, which are the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, whom are indeed animals. Because if they had taught you that when you look at a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair, that they have the hair texture of all animals in the world, and that the only beings in this world who do not have that hair texture, except they are a mixture. Because there are certain people, as we have shown you, whom you will look and you think that there are mankind in black people, but their hair is straight, because they are not. That straight hair shows you that they are animals, just like the hair texture of all animals in the world. So that is how they are able to hide reality from you, by not making you to understand the sciences and by teaching you bullshit in the educational system, such that when you come out from the educational system, it doesn't work. If you practice what they taught you in school on your own, it does not work at all. The only time that you practice what they taught you in school and it works is when you go work for a company. And that company is not yours. Or that company is a subsidiary of another company, because the people who taught you the education, the people who own the schools, are the people who own the companies. So that is why it seems like their false education works, because you go to their own companies, you go to their jobs and you work for them, and it looks like the false educational system that they taught you works. But if you try to practice it on your own, what they taught you, you'll find out that everything doesn't turn out right, because whatsoever they taught you in school was a spell. They use a spell and a label for you not to understand what is what. So what you have to understand first and foremost right here, because when you know the real sciences as we are teaching you, you understand your world, you're going to see clearly, you understand everything, you'll never be confused again. So that's why the evil black elites go through so much work to tell you lies and false knowledge and make the false knowledge work, because you go to their companies and they use that false knowledge to give you a job and you think that it works. But if you go to practice it on your own, it does not work. Example, in all the drugs that they make in the world, if you go to make those drugs yourself based on what they taught you, you can make it work, and it does not work, because it was all lies. And here is one thing you should know at this particular point. It's been repeated over and over and over again on several acts of Shape Up a World. All what you have to know is that all drugs in this world come from farming. Let's show you so you understand this with a writing. So when you go to buy drugs, as it's been the institution that provides all the drugs for us in this world, you go to what they call a pharmacy. Pharmacy is spelled pharmacy. So we want to show you how they use spells to confuse you. Because the truth is this: why would they spell pharmacy this way? Because you can spell pharmacy this. Because the PH sound here is an F sound, right? Do you see that? So why didn't they spell it this way? Because they understood that if they spell it this way, you would see the word farm in pharmacy. All right? That you would see that. And if you see the word farm, you would have an understanding that all drugs come from what? Farming. And you would all go back into the farms, and then you would know what to grow and what to eat to make you healthy. Do you see what just happened? This is how they have been able to keep knowledge from us, by using a spell, spelling things wrongly for you to get the wrong information and no understanding, so you have no knowledge to do what is necessary for you to survive and live off living in bondage for the kings of this world in the black elites and their wicked animals in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, who are what? They are minions who will do every evil in this world because they are animals. Animals cannot think. Don't you see every animal in the bush? You tell or teach the dog how to stand up, how to walk, and the dog does that. With every animal in the world, that's what they do. They teach dolphins how to respond to sound, and they do that. So just because you have seen these albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, but because you have no knowledge to see that the hair on their head is the same as the hair of all animals that you see in this world, you think that they are mankind. Through the poisons they have fed every one of us in food, water, as you're seeing right now, that we're teaching you. So the real sciences tell you how things work, and the rogue, evil, black elites led by leaders do not want you to have real sciences. That is why they teach you all bullshit using spelling so you do not understand your world. So now, as you can see right here, all the drugs that you use in this world comes from what? Farming, growing plants, animals. As we taught you, that when you are sick and you go to the hospital, they don't cure the sicknesses. They give you a sedative. And sedative comes from what? As we taught you, the venom of poisonous animals like snakes and scorpions. That is what they give you. They lie to you that the sedatives can come from any other thing, such as people believe that marijuana is a sedative. That's why they grow snake farming, scorpion farming, and all other kinds of animals in a farm. That is where every drug in the world comes from. So you get back into farming, you are free of this system, is what we've been preaching. It might be too late, because if you never started now, the real world is starting now. So please pay attention to everything that we teach you. You can repeat this over and over again and listen to it over and over again so you get proper understanding. Because without understanding and knowing the real sciences, you're never going to understand your world. Science is something that every single person in this world should know, but they have made it such to be a debacle in the sense that they tell some people to go into the sciences, which they teach them, the fake sciences, and then some people, they say, go into the social philosophies and other stuff instead of teaching them the real sciences for them to understand their world and to go about their lives in a very easy manner. So please pay attention, repeat this over and over again, listen to it so you get understanding. Don't just listen to it one time, listen to it over and over and over again until it sinks into your mentality. So pay attention. Sound is made by moving air very, very quickly. If the air is moved slowly, the sounds are going to be a faded kind of sound or inaudible that you can't hear it. Now, with making sound, the air is moved in an unenclosed environment. Unenclosed means open space. Because if you move air quickly in an enclosed space, what you're going to create is heat. All of this is very, very important for you to understand, because you're going to understand what we're going to say next when we explain to you how you see lightning and hear thunder, which is a sound. All right? In a thunder which comes from Satan. So far, you're getting the picture now. But let's explain this for you to understand one more thing here, that when you move air very quickly in an enclosed space, you create heat. When this video is done playing, then we will explain that far more better for you to understand how moving air very, very quickly in a closed space creates heat. We've already explained it to you, but you never paid attention, probably, and you never understood, but you're going to understand it because we're in the science section of Shape of a World right here on Acts 8. Let's play this, come back, and explain it for you.
I've got some cotton wool here. I'm just going to tease it apart a little bit with my fingers. I'm going to put that in the bottom of this plastic tube and put the tube on top of this base here. I've also got a piston which I'm going to put in the top of the tube. So what I've got is about 15 centimeters cubed of trapped air. If I push the piston down, I compress the air, and when I release it, it springs back up. I bought this kit from a supplier on the internet, but you could probably rig something similar up yourself. The question is, what happens if I push the piston down really quickly? Watch this. The cotton catches fire.
The question is, what happens if I push the piston down really quickly? Watch this. The cotton catches fire, which is quite surprising.
The
question is, what happens if I push the piston down really quickly? Watch this. The cotton catches fire.
The question is, what happens if I push the piston down really quickly? Watch this. The cotton catches fire, which is quite surprising if you haven't seen it before, especially if you consider that the ignition temperature of cotton is about 240 degrees C. This device is called a fire piston, and I use it in school when I'm teaching about the kinetic theory of gases. I usually get my students to predict what they think will happen, and then to explain what they actually see. So what's going on? Now this process has to happen very quickly, otherwise the energy escapes into the walls of the tube.
Now this process has to happen very quickly, otherwise the energy escapes into the walls of the tube.
Now this process has to happen very quickly, otherwise the energy escapes into the walls of the tube.
Now this process has to happen very quickly, otherwise the energy escapes into the walls of the tube.
So, as you've heard from that clip, when you move air in an enclosed area very, very quickly, it turns into heat, and a concentration of heat can bring about what? A fire. All right? So, what you're looking at on the screen is how diesel engines work by compressing air and turning it into heat such that it burns the diesel, which has been made to be a vapor. For those who have the petroleum video on how they can make petroleum, they'll fully understand this. And what you need to understand about this fire piston that you're seeing right here, which is used as an example to show you how you can turn air in an enclosed area into heat, is that the piston has to be long enough for that compression to take place. So that is why diesel pistons are longer, and they purposely make gasoline engine pistons to be shorter, so they do not have enough compression time to make the air to be compressed enough to turn into heat, such that the gasoline engines would not require a spark plug just like diesel engines. All of this to make simple things very, very complex and teach you bullshit so you do not know, so you always be dependent on the evil kings of this world in the black elites led by the leaders, so that you can always go to them for help and they become your gods. Because when you go to meet someone whom you think is in a position that can help your situation, you're praying to a god. But you shouldn't pray to any god, because the Creator gave us all things. The Creator himself. So therefore, you're looking at very simple things. Just take a look at that. Is that very, very hard or difficult to create a piston that can work in a car engine? Do you see what we've been telling you right here? Teaching you very simple things, because science is very simple. It's not complicated. But they have to use spelling and all this garbage talk to fool you, not to know how to do things for yourself. So you're always dependent on the system of the evil black elites, so that you can always worship them as gods. But let's continue on now. So what we're trying to explain in essence is that when you move air in an enclosed system, all right, to have enough compression, and you do it very quickly, it turns the air into heat, and the heat, if it's concentrated, can turn into a fire. Why is this necessary for you to understand? Because the sciences which they teach us doesn't make us understand how air can be compressed such that it turns into heat. But we've explained this before, and we want to explain it again very simply so you understand. Let's go back to what we taught you before. We taught you through the water distillation process, which you will use to save yourselves if you're trying to drink water from the faucet or tap water or bottled water, which is poison, so demons can get enough poisons in animals, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, not to grow their tails and animal features for you to identify them as being animals, but for them to continue by the poisons being fed to them to deceive us that they are mankind, because they are the scapegoats, the slaves, which the evil black elites led by the leaders are using to continue to oppress, murder, and kill their own people so that they can be the kings and the elites. That's it. But continue on now. What you need to understand is this, which they don't teach you. We taught you. We're going to repeat it again now so you understand. So for water to turn into air, as you have come to understand that air is nothing but water in a gaseous form or vapor, what needs to be done? You need to heat it up, all right? When you heat up water, it turns into air, a gaseous form of water. Now, the heat that you have heated up the water with, which has turned it into a gas vapor and air that we can breathe, it is still in the gas, in the water vapor, in the air. The heat hasn't gone away. You just transform the heat, all right, into the air. So the heat that was heating the water and turned the water into air or gas vapor is still in the gas vapor. It hasn't gone away. So that is why, to even make you understand this very, very much more clearly, that is why when you take away the heat by cooling air, the air now condenses back into water. Do you see what just happened there? So the water that we drink in our body is what? Is a coolant. It's a liquid form. That means it is trapped. The water has cooling in it. That is why it is liquid. So what have you learned so far? For anything to be liquid, it has to have what? Cooling. The molecules are trapped by cooling. Does that make sense? That's the best way we can explain this in the real sciences. So when the water needs to be turned into air, what needs to be applied? Heat. So the heat still is in the air, the gaseous form of water all around us. So when you compress it, all right, quickly in an enclosed area with pressure, all right, you concentrate what? The heat in the air for it to be a fire. As you're looking right here on this video that this demon, albino, anybody with straight hair explained to you, but didn't explain it so well that you understand it, because animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair are animals. They don't know anything. The white man, the Caucasian, the institutions of the black elites tell them the lies, and they keep regurgitating the lies, just like you go to school and they teach you bullshit in the educational system. And when you go to work, you work for the same people who taught you in the educational system, who own the educational system. So you're just regurgitating the bullshit they taught you on the job, and it looks like you're successful. But if you try to practice it on your own, it's not successful. That is what is happening right here. So now you understand clearly now how it is possible, because you have never heard this in your whole entire life in any institution, science institution in the world, that the air that we breathe has heat. The heat is what makes it to be gaseous. And when you pressurize that air in an enclosed area quickly, you concentrate the heat, and that is how the heat is able to turn into a fire. An example in a diesel engine. Let's play you a short clip of a diesel engine and how it works without using a spark plug. Then we continue on, because there's a reason for all this, in trying to make you understand how it is possible that you see lightning and hear thunder, which is a sound, when it wants to rain or when it's raining, because it all comes from Satan. Because as long as you understand that when you move air rapidly, like we showed you with a whip, you make a sound, or with the example that we showed you with a speaker, you move the air molecules quickly and that creates sound. And that what happens when you move air in an enclosed area or space very, very quickly too, what happens? It creates heat. Concentrated heat can turn into a fire. And the next explanation that we are going to show you is going to make you understand how Satan does what? Causes thunder and lightning. Let's continue on. So, if you have learned so far that sound comes from moving air in an unenclosed area very rapidly, quickly, and that creates sound, just like you're hearing the sound of my voice right now. It's me moving air rapidly out of my lungs, through my larynx, through my vocal cords, and then changing or making my vocal cords to be either constricted or expanding to make any kind of sound based on how the air moves rapidly through it. So if I constrict my vocal cords and make it very narrow, the sound that's going to come out is going to be very high pitched. If I make my vocal cords to be wider, then the sound that's going to come out is going to sound more bass, like so on and so forth. So that's how you can have the different kinds of sound with different instruments based on how narrow or how wide they make the air to be rushing out of a pipe. That makes a sound. That's it. So the next thing that you've learned so far is that when you concentrate air very quickly by pushing down on it in an enclosed area, it turns into heat, and concentrated heat will light or turn anything on, because concentrated heat is a fire. So that's why you're looking at this screen right here, because the next explanation is trying to explain to you how you see what light. What is light? Light is just a fire burning. Concentrated heat on something turns into a fire, and the fire is light. So that's why you're looking at this. So for example, if you have a light bulb in your house, every light bulb in this world is literally a fire burning, a controlled fire burning, because every light bulb that you see is enclosed in some kind of box. Why? Because if it's exposed, there's going to be too much air around it that's going to make the light bulb to die quickly, because the fire is going to get enormous. Why? Because as you've understood right now, there is heat in the air. So when you expose anything to too much heat, what happens? It is a fire. You've understood that right now. Because as we've explained to you, to turn water, because the air we breathe is just water vapor, water in a gaseous form. You heat it up. The heat turns the water into air, but the heat is still a part of the water as the gas, as the air that we breathe. When you concentrate that heat on anything, it turns into a fire. Do you understand that now? You need to understand the sciences. So when you expose anything to air, the heat in the air, the concentration of it on that thing makes it burn. Literally becomes a fire. Because you need to understand all of this so you understand why when it wants to rain, you hear thunder and lightning. Now, the next question a lot of people are going to say is that, okay, that's for the stupid, dumb people who are going to think. They're going to think this way. Okay, we know that when it wants to rain, it is water. How come we still see lightning? Do you know that fire can still burn inside water? Why? Because water in itself is air. So the fire can still burn inside water. Do you know that? Naked fires burn inside water. Haven't you seen volcanoes burning inside water? Haven't you seen that before? Haven't you seen gasoline burn inside water? When you have all the so-called oil spills that you have, like the Gulf oil spill, all right? There was literally fire burning inside water. Didn't you see that? So if you've seen gasoline burning inside water, water's around and it's still burning, and you've seen a volcano or magma flow, which is literally a fire, still burning inside water, how come would you think of such stupidness as the dumb, stupid people think? You see lightning inside water when it's raining, because when it's raining, it's literally water, but you still see lightning, which is a fire. So with the two clips we played for you, you could see that fire can burn inside water, and water does not stop a fire, because based on the intensity of the fire, the water will not put it out. The only way you can really put out a fire, if you really want to put out the fire, please pay attention and learn and know this for the rest of your life, is to stop air from getting to the fire, because water in itself still contains air. That's the truth. That is why fishes and all aquatic life can survive in water because there's still some air in the water. It's suspended. It's mixed with the liquid form, but there's still some gas in it, in a vapor form. And the fire can burn.
How does a swim bladder work? Have you ever wondered how fish manage to float effortlessly in the water? The secret lies in a remarkable organ called the swim bladder. This internal gas-filled structure is primarily found in bony fish and plays a vital role in their ability to control buoyancy. So, how does a swim bladder actually function? It allows fish to maintain their depth without the need to swim constantly. This means they can conserve energy while gliding through their aquatic environment. The swim bladder acts like a natural buoyancy compensator. Inside the swim bladder, gas is usually present, and this gas is typically oxygen. Fish can adjust the amount of gas in the swim bladder to change their overall density compared to the surrounding water. When a fish inflates its swim bladder with more gas, it becomes more buoyant and rises in the water column. Conversely, when it releases gas, the fish becomes less buoyant and sinks. This ability to control gas volume is what enables fish to stay at their desired depth with ease. There are two main types of swim bladders. The first is the open swim bladder, which connects to the fish's digestive tract. Fish with open swim bladders can gulp air at the water's surface to inflate their bladders and can expel excess gas to sink. The second type is the closed swim bladder, which has no direct connection to the outside. Fish with closed swim bladders regulate gas levels by diffusing gases between their blood and the bladder, allowing for internal inflation or deflation. In addition to helping with buoyancy, the swim bladder also stabilizes the fish. Because it is located toward the back of the fish, inflating the bladder shifts the center of mass downward. This helps the fish maintain an upright position while swimming. Interestingly, the swim bladder also serves as a resonating chamber for sound. This function can assist fish in communication or in detecting sounds in their environment. From an evolutionary perspective, the swim bladder is related to the lungs of land vertebrates.
All right, we're out here on the lake. Just caught us a spot out of 60 feet of water. We're gonna have to fizzle. They get really deep, come up. Air bladder starts to expand.
Air bladder starts to expand.
Air bladder starts to expand.
Air bladder starts to expand. We want these fish to live. So good. Let's see it. What do you do?
Typically try to go like 1-2 scales back from that side fin. Get it underneath the scales. And go straight in.
Perfect, dude.
Let them get all that air out. It's easy to do when you're catching big ones.
Yeah. And now when we release them later today, they'll go right back down to the bottom.
Instead of going belly up in the live well, he's good to go.
There we go.
So for all the stupid people who will be asking questions because they don't understand the sciences and they will never understand it until they hear from the priesthood whom have taught us, and we're repeating it back to you so you understand. So all of that was to explain to you on how heat, all right, a concentration of heat which can turn into a fire by burning anything, whether it be metal, paper, or let's say gasoline, diesel, or liquid. All of that explanation is to make you understand that our air that we breathe carries heat. If you concentrate the heat in an enclosed environment, it turns into a fire and will burn anything. So part of that is for you to understand how heat is formed in flight, so you can understand how it is possible that when Satan flies, he can make the sound of thunder and lightning. Lightning is literally what? as you've come to understand now? A concentration of heat, which becomes a fire. And when fire burns anything, it is what? It is light. Does that make sense? So by you looking at this propeller, right? A propeller is moving air in an anti-clockwise direction. As this airplane is going to fly, all right, as it's moving on the air, all right, it's going to heat up the air in front of it. The air behind it is going to be cool, but the air in front of this propeller as it's turning, as you're looking at the screen, is going to be hot. Now, if this concentration of the hot air right here as this propeller is moving is concentrated so much, what do you think is going to happen? There's going to be a fire. Concentration of air quickly as it's moving turns into what? Fire. And when you see fire, you see what? Light. Because all what you need to understand at this particular point in time is that what? Light is just a fire burning. All right? And a fire is a concentration of what, as you've come to understand? Heat. All right? So as this propeller is moving through the air, the front of it is going to be very hot. That propeller moving very quickly in the air as it's flying, because it is flying, right? It's going to turn into heat. A concentration of heat is going to light up a fire of anything around it. So you understand now. Let's get back to showing you, so you understand how it's possible that Satan can bring about thunder and lightning. What is thunder now, as you've come to understand? A sudden movement of the air around you such that it produces sound. A sudden movement of air, concentrating air movement in an enclosed area does what? Brings about heat. A concentration of heat brings about what? A fire which burns anything. Does that make sense? Let's continue on. So since you've understood all of that to this particular point, we are pulling up a picture of a flying squirrel right here. An image of Satan and what he looks like and everything has already been revealed on Act 6 and several other acts of Shapeable World. On Act 8 here, it's going to be revealed down the line, because we are leading you somewhere for your understanding as we are getting along. But now we are trying to make you have a mental image of Satan. So whenever you go out in your world today, you know. So you will never ever be deceived again. And for those who have deceived themselves by doing evil, by stealing, murdering, lying and deceiving us, being homosexuals, transgenders, those who abuse the truth and then insult us in every way, shape or form, they are going to know where they are heading now, because it is going to be the lake of fire without a shadow of a doubt. By the time they finish listening to this particular act of Shape a World as the rest of the other acts. So let's continue on now. So what you're going to see right here is what we are trying to show you, how Satan flies. Satan doesn't have any wings, as we have shown you. He has a membranous skin because he is a sick animal who has fed on fluorine, because when you feed on fluorine, your skin becomes flabby and you don't have a firm skin. And because of that, he's been able to use that flabby skin to glide through the air just like a squirrel does, which they call a flying squirrel, because flying squirrels don't really fly. They just glide. So that's what we're trying to show you here in this clip. As you can see, that is a squirrel that's gliding through the air. This is exactly what Satan does. Now we're going to stop this clip right here to explain something more. So if you notice, as the squirrel is gliding from a high point to a low point, which means it's going to land, because when things glide and they really are not able, all right, to move and fly in the air because they don't have wings, they are going to land. All right? So this is what happens when Satan wants to land. He goes into an anti-clockwise motion, which creates what? Thrusts. All right? And that is what you see in the hurricanes and tornadoes and rain in your area, because Satan is going to turn in an anti-clockwise manner. If he does not turn, he's going to land on the ground and people are going to see. Do you see that now? So as you're watching this flying squirrel as it's gliding from a high point to a low point, and is going to land. This is exactly what happens to Satan. But before Satan lands, what does he do? Because if he lands, people are going to see him. He turns into an anti-clockwise motion. If you've understood whatsoever, he turns into an anti-clockwise direction and produces thrust that puts him back in the air. With everything that we have explained for you to understand how airplanes and everything flies, you now understand that. So let's pull up a clip now and show you of a tornado, because all tornadoes in this world and hurricane spin anti-clockwise, as we have taught you. If things have to fly, okay, and do not have a setting point but are always in the sky, they have to do what? Turn anti-clockwise. The motion of your clocks in reverse, because if they turn as the motion of your clocks, analog clocks, watches, not digital, from left to right, they will land. But if they turn from right to left, it creates thrust and puts them in the air. So all that explanation was made for you to understand the phenomenon of what goes on when you see thunder, lightning, and all the so-called phenomenon that is attributed to Satan, which the rogue leaders have made us to believe that it is a phenomenon that we should worship, and these are the handiworks of the Creator. So if you understood that sound just means that you have to move the air very rapidly and very quickly in an unenclosed environment to create sound, and that heat is caused by you moving air very rapidly in a closed environment, and that the concentration of heat turns into a fire, then you can now understand what is going on when you see Satan moving and causing lightning, thunder, and then spinning in an anti-clockwise direction. The spinning of Satan in an anti-clockwise direction is because, as we have taught you, using this particular video that you're looking right here, in which is talking about tornadoes, because there is a place in the United States of America that's called Tornado Alley. There is a lot of tornadoes that happen here. Let's pull up a picture so we can continue talking about this so you understand it very, very well and clearly. So a lot of tornadoes go on in the place that's called Tornado Valley, or assigned as Tornado Valley in the United States of America. Now, when we read here, it says Tornado Alley, also known as Tornado Valley, is a loosely defined location of the central United States where tornadoes are most frequent. The term was first used in 1952 as the title of research projects to study severe weather in areas of Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Kansas, South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska. So this is the area that's called Tornado Valley. Now let's pull up a map here, right there, for you to see that area. As you can see right here, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas is known as Tornado Valley. But why is it called Tornado Valley? Why is it that tornadoes are so frequent in this part of the United States? Let's pull up one more picture, play a short clip for you, and then we'll come back. And that short clip, if you don't have perfect understanding, we'll explain it for you.
Chapter 1. Physical Geography of the Rocky Mountains. Rising from the harsh Arctic Ocean in the far south of the Americas begins the American Cordillera, the largest and longest interconnected mountain system in the world. Containing the Andes of South America, the Central American Ranges, and the Sierra Madres of Mexico, the American Cordillera slowly transitions into the Rocky Mountains after entering the continuous United States in New Mexico. From there, a collection of over 100 smaller mountain ranges merges together into a dense network of summits and valleys, what we today call the Rocky Mountains. The definition of where the Rockies begin and end is often debated among geographers, and it primarily depends on which governmental body you ask. One thing everybody can agree on is that the range starts north of the Pecos River in New Mexico, but the northern border is more ambiguous. Canada, for example, defines the northern end of their slice of the Rocky Mountains with the Liard River, while the US occasionally extends this line to the Alaskan Brook Mountains, which they designate as being part of the Arctic Rockies. In this video, we'll go with the Canadian definition, limiting the northern boundary to the Canadian provinces of Alberta and British Columbia.
East of the Rocky Mountains lie the Great Plains, a dry, flat, and almost empty region that throughout history was considered unsuitable for agriculture.
East of the Rocky Mountains lie the Great Plains, a dry, flat, and almost empty region that throughout history was considered unsuitable for agriculture.
East of the Rocky Mountains lie the Great Plains, a dry, flat, and almost empty region that throughout history was considered unsuitable for agriculture.
East of the Rocky Mountains lie the Great Plains, a dry, flat, and almost empty region that throughout history was considered unsuitable for agriculture.
If you did watch that short clip, it shows you that the area, if you look on the map right here as it showed you, the area of Tornado Valley is a flat, plain land, all right? And the area towards the left side of the Tornado Valley, if you did look at the map very well, has such places as the state of Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, and that is where you have very high mountains, as it was shown on that short video, which it talks about the Rocky Mountain. Now, the Tornado Valley is a flat, flowing land. So what does that tell you? Based on the video that we showed you, that Satan does not fly, even we use the word fly. He glides just like the squirrel. And when squirrels glide, they glide from a high location of elevation to a lower elevation. Let's explain this with that clip again so you see very clearly. So as you're watching right here, the squirrel dives from a high location, and as you're going to watch it, it's gliding down, all right? So when Satan steps up from a high location, he's going to be gliding down, but because he does not want to land on the ground, so you people see it that it's an animal. So before it lands, let's stop the video right here. What is going to happen is that before Satan wants to land, it's going to turn in an anti-clockwise direction, as all tornadoes turn in an anti-clockwise direction, to provide what? Thrust, so it stays in the air, elevated, and continues to fly through. Because the area of the so-called Tornado Valley, if you have the true map of a world, the area of the United States is going to be shaped this way. When you look at this area of the Tornado Alley now, and you have all the so-called high mountains here, all right? So whenever Satan steps on these mountains and starts like a squirrel to glide from a high mountain top, whenever it wants to land, right, it's going to turn itself into a tornado to create thrust, to keep it in the air, so it stays in the air and doesn't land on the ground in a city or anywhere around you. So we see that this is an animal indeed, an ancient animal still alive. The very father of all the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, who grow tails, who are animals, but because of all the poisons fed to us in food and water, they do not grow those tails on animal features. So we see them to be animals, even though they have lied to us, but we can still recognize that the hair on their head is the same hair that all animals in the world have, except for mankind, black people, who keep afro hair. If any person who says they are black cannot keep an afro hair, they are animals. It's just that they are feeding on poisons which does not allow their tails and fur and animal features to grow, just like the lady we showed you earlier. So this Tornado Alley right here area is a very low-lying place with no mountains. All the high mountains are on what they call the west coast. The highest mountains are on what they call the west coast of the United States of America. And this Tornado Alley is a short route because based on people who have the true map of our world, this Tornado Alley is a short route to the Arctic, where Satan goes and hides and sleeps there. And it's because it's such a cold environment. And on top of that, the evil black elites have told you that nothing should fly through the North Pole and the South Pole, because the North Pole and the South Pole is the Arctic and Antarctica, where Satan hides and rests there, because they don't want you to go in there, even with how it's super cold, and find out and look at Satan. So as you're looking right here on this map of the Tornado Alley, you will see that they've created all kinds of lies for you not to understand that weather is caused by something moving it. They just want you to believe that things can move without something moving it. Have you ever seen a chair move without somebody moving the chair from one place to another? Nothing happens in this world except someone goes and picks up something and makes it happen, or something else like an animal moves it. There is no wind. Wind is caused by Satan, as we have explained it to you. For the air to move, something needs to move it. Otherwise, it doesn't. It's still. So as you see right here in this so-called diagram, they say cold, dry air, jet stream, warm, dry air, warm, moist air, all to deceive you from the truth, because they are hiding Satan from you. Because why? Why are they hiding Satan in the evil black elites led by the... Because if there is a Satan, then you know for sure there is a creator. And they don't want you to know about the creator, because the evil black elites led by the leaders want you to worship them as God and not know that there is a creator. Because if there is a creator, we don't need them. You don't need to look up to them for anything, because you'll never go to them for anything, because you know there is a creator who gave us all things, made all things for us. And through lies and deceit, and by them telling us false history and poisoning us, we do not know what we own anymore. So thunder is caused by Satan using his tail to move the air so quickly such that it creates the sound of thunder. The lightning that you see is caused by the fact that when things move in an anti-clockwise direction and creates thrust to move through the air, the top part of that anti-clockwise direction, as it's moving against the air, becomes very hot. As it becomes very hot because of pushing against the air, all right, it creates a concentration of heat. And a concentration of heat, as we have told you, turns into a fire. And the fire will burn anything, whether it be metal, dust, paper, any organic material. So when you see lightning, lightning is because, as Satan is a sick animal, it's peeing upon us, because rain is a part of pee of Satan. That is the truth. Besides the fact that as he is a cold animal, he cools the air around, and cooling of air brings about condensation, which turns into water. All right? But Satan is a sick animal, so he pees on us, because when you're sick, you remove a lot of organic material in your body, just like I was sick and I used to spew out stuff in gallons, as I told you, cough it out, and then I will also remove strings from my mouth. Let's pull up a picture more so you see that again and recall. So as you can see right here, sorry about the graphic pictures, but we need to explain this so you understand. Whenever I am sick, or I was sick per se, I will be spewing this kind of things, all right, out of my mouth. And so you can imagine an animal who has been sick for the past maybe 7,000 years in the normal accounting of time or more, not the Gregorian calendar, has been spewing all these kind of things out upon us. And all of these things contain fluorine, organic materials, metal, so on and so forth. So when these things are spewed out of his body, all right, with the heat that is created by him turning anti-clockwise, because you can go take a look at this. If you have a fan, the part of the fan that blows air upon you is cool. If you can put your hands behind the fan, not the part that's blowing cool air upon you, you will know that it is very, very hot. The air around the back of the fan is very, very hot. So in the same thing, that is what Satan does. So as he's turning in an anti-clockwise direction, the top of it is very, very hot. That is why you see lightning come from what? From the top to the bottom. So when the top is very hot like that, as Satan is spewing out his pee filled with organic materials, metal, and every other thing, the heat that he's producing on the top as he's spinning anti-clockwise burns up and causes lightning, because the heat is concentrating and burning all kinds of material, whether it be metal that's coming out of his body, as you're seeing in the picture right here, that when I get sick, I spew out a lot of stuff, all that thing burns, and you can see it dropping into the ground, because all of that is what? Is heat burning up organic material in the atmosphere, which Satan is spilling down, and it turns into lightning, and you see it. So all the so-called storm chasers, which are majority of demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasians, whom are not Orientals, do not know that they are chasing after their father, an animal, because they have no idea that they are animals, because of white supremacy and all the lies that are taught to us. And Satan is a huge animal, because as already has been explained on several acts of Shape of a World and more on Act 8 right here, and you will get to see an image of Satan soon on this particular act of Shape of a World, so don't worry about it, because we're leading you somewhere. Satan is a very huge animal, because things in ancient times were very huge. And this is the best size that we can tell you of how big Satan is by giving you the measurements of an Airbus 380, the largest passenger airplane in the whole world. So as you can see right here, it says the Airbus 380 is the world's largest passenger airliner, a double-deck with wide-body jet known for its massive size, typically seating 500 to 850 passengers, with dimensions of around 238.5 feet long. That is the length. That is how long Satan is, if not more. But we're just giving you the average dimensions right here, because it is a crawling animal. So that is the length of how long and big this animal is. It goes on to say it's 261 8-foot wingspan, which means that if Satan were to stretch out his hands and his legs with the membranous skin that he does have, because of all the poisons he's been feeding, because when you feed on poisons, it makes your skin loose. That is why when you see animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, or any black people in the world who have fed on poisons for so long, their skin becomes flabby. It becomes loose. That's exactly what happens to Satan. So if Satan were to stretch his hands out as an animal and legs, the wingspan of the membranous skin with his hand would be 261 foot wingspan and a height of nearly 80 feet. That means when he's crawling on all fours, his height is 80 feet from the ground. Can you imagine how 80 feet tall is? Then, but on top of that, if he stands like a bear, the total height of Satan would be 80 feet right here plus 238.5 feet. And you will see how tall he is. So he's a huge animal, because in ancient times, things were much bigger. So all of this is leading you down somewhere as you continue to listen on Shape of a World, because more information is going to be revealed, which will make a whole lot of sense to you. But we have to continue on because we're still on the subject of rice being the number one poisons that are used to poison us, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Orientals, will not grow their tails and animal features for us to quickly identify them to be animals, even though we can see that the hair on their head is the same as the hair of all animals in the world. But they do not want us to know that because we've been lied to by white supremacy. So we do not know. Even though we see it with our eyes, we believe what we are being told and not seeing them for being the animals they are. So now let's continue now to show you what rice is. And let's start by asking the question, what is rice?